Hey guys, and today I'm about to play some Sonic Mania. What happened?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode or another live stream of Grizzly True Crime. My name is Letecia. I'm South African, living in the Netherlands. In case you're new here and you're like, what the hell kind of accent is that? I hope you can hear me today. Right, are we ready for court? We're going to listen to, we've got 10 minutes to go. And today, okay, so yesterday they were starting with 46 minutes of audio, of which we only listened to about half an hour. So we still got 15 minutes of that, and then another 2 hours. So we got 2 hours and 15 minutes worth of listening to Letecia Stauch and Al Stauch on the phone. Al Stauch was with the FBI at the time, and they were recording calls. They were guiding him of what to ask to try to get information, knowing how much she lies about Gannon. Because at that point, the only mission was to find Gannon. Yes? Okay. So let me quickly have a look if I can just... Okay, we're good. All right. So yeah, Janet's like, what kind of accent is that? And then wait till I go to my second channel. And they're like, wait, what's going on here? Who's Dieter? Who's Lizelle? If you haven't seen my second channel, go check it out. It's called G&T. So that's what we're doing today. Okay, that's what they have said we're going to continue with. So 2 hours and 15 minutes of the calls. There's a lot of lies that Letecia Stauch told. If you know nothing about this case, the playlist is linked in the description box for you. And so you can check that out if you know nothing. But let me give you a quick recap. On January 27th, 2020, in the Lorson Ranch area of Colorado Springs, an 11-year-old boy named Gannon Stauch went missing. It was first a missing persons case. His stepmother reported him missing. As it later turned out, by March 2nd, she was arrested and charged with first-degree murder, tampering with evidence, tampering with a deceased body, and crimes of violence and all sorts of other charges, right? And on March 17th, Gannon's remains were found in a suitcase that had been chucked off the Escambia River Bridge in Florida, 1,400 miles away. We've done extensive map time on this case. We always do map time, but on this, this case needs map time. Still, even to understand all the Tiguan and the Rio and the this and the that, all her calculated movements. So, Letecia Stauch is on trial for the murder of Gannon Stauch. The question isn't if she did it. The question is, was she insane at the time of committing this crime? Yesterday, we saw blood spatter experts and commanders from the El Paso County Sheriff as witnesses, and man, we saw Gannon's room and how they'd marked all the blood spatter. And we also heard there were 2 events that happened on or near the floor. And then closer to the bed, some more events. He had 4 wounds from blunt force trauma, 4 lacerations. He was stabbed 18 times with a sharp force injury wounds, right? So we don't know with what. And that weapon has never been found. And then he was also shot at 3 times. Twice into a pillow, once that actually went into his jaw and the back of his head. Sorry, I should have already trigger warning this. Trigger warning, this content's for adults only. And we are all here together sharing blue hearts for Gannon Stauch. We are sharing blue hearts in solidarity with his family. Blue was his favorite color, and he loved Sonic the Hedgehog. So you'll see a lot of people in the chat sharing a blue heart and a little hedgehog to represent Sonic the Hedgehog. So the world is here to see justice for Gannon. And what does that look like for us? Yeah, Letecia going to life imprisonment without the possibility for parole, probably, right? And then not that a mental institute is nice to go to for the rest of your life, but I feel like that's easier than going to prison for life, right? So let's see if today she keeps her hands to herself. Are they going to be cuffed or not? She's been flipping the bird still. Sneaky, sneaky. Yesterday, it seemed like she was medicated or something. She was napping the whole time. Maybe she just didn't sleep the night before. Who knows? But yes, thank you all for being here. Please smash the thumbs up. Leave your DNA on it, okay? And share. So if you do those two things, it really helps the stream go into the algorithm. That's how it works. It lets all the YouTube bots know, oh, people like the stream. Let's show it to more people. So we want everyone who didn't get the notification to come here and chat with us, especially if they were here yesterday. It's going to be really nice to be together again as we go through all of this. And you'll see me do snarky eyebrows probably throughout the stream and like, what? So there's that. Okay. Sherry says, I've got a new flag for the defense object on your honor. Okay, wait. Now the court is starting. Sound isn't on yet. So let's put a nice background on. There we go. I'm just checking. Can't hear any sound yet. I think that's Landen. And I will make it bigger, don't worry. I'm just quickly setting it up. If you want notifications that work every time, go to Patreon. For $1, you'll get the notification every time. Patreon notifications are great. So welcome to all patrons, members. Welcome to the mods who are working hard over here. And let's have another great day together, even though the topic is very grim. Oh my word, she's laughing again. She's laughing her ass off. Okay, wait, let's get it ready. I'll make myself smaller here. Letecia. Look at her. Ashley says, am I the only one who thinks Harley knew? I don't think you're the only one, but on this channel, I really don't like to gun for people who they've been through so much already. I don't think she knew. I think she was under such coercive control from such an evil mother that she didn't even question her. And as we heard, there was, she would backhand her, shout at her. And so it's kind of gaslighting to the highest degree, to the point of being brainwashed. You don't ask questions when you have a parent like that. I unfortunately know a little bit about it. So thankfully, no murderers in my family, like Letecia here. But it's not nice when you have such extreme abuse. It's not something I want to do, is continue to victimize Harley. Or to be like, oh, she's so dumb, she didn't know. I mean, maybe she really just didn't question at all because of how controlling her mother was. What a gaslighter. We've heard her mother gaslight the crap out of things. So, yes, there's that. I think so. Helen says if she goes to a mental institution and convinces the staff she's better, does she get let out? Sometimes, I think so. Hey, where's the sound at, people? Where's the sound at? Oh, no, they are doing things. Oh, there you go. Good.
Court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom, but they did turn on the air last night, so it's better now than it was yesterday afternoon. And are we resuming the video where we were?
The audio, yeah.
Or the audio, yes, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I think it was 29:45 or something like that.
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Is
Is there anything that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Not from us, Judge.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Thank you so much, Ginger. Snapped. Gannon strong. Yes, Gannon strong. Okay, they're bringing the jury in. Let's do a quick OG
Please
intro.
note that this content is for adults
Viewer
only.
discretion advised.
Viewer discretion advised.
If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe,
hit the
like
subscribe,
and share. Like and share. Now we're ready. Okay, let me just
All
check with
rise
you
for
guys.
the
Can you
jury,
hear the
please.
court? Can you hear the court?
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, it's better in here today than it was yesterday afternoon. I think shortly right after you guys left and we were still in here, they turned the air on. So now it's nice and cool. If any of you need a jacket, let me know. And we'll start the same way we have every other day. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right. With that, yesterday when we took our break, we were in the midst of a audio. That's where we will resume with that. Ms. Gratiano?
How many days has it been? There is nowhere that I could take in that he would just be gone that many days. You have to put that in your brain.
Oh, yeah, it is in my brain. It's in my brain that he's gone and there's nowhere he could be safely, okay, because he's with this Quincy Brown guy who's a freaking sex offender, jumping bail, whatever you want to label him. But whatever, I don't know. I don't know all that shit, okay? He's just a bad dude and my son's with him.
I told you this.
Okay, all right.
I told you what happened.
Okay.
I told you when we came home. I already told you all this. When I told you the truth, this is what you did. You said to me, hey, that's not how it happened.
But you told me the truth. You told me 4 different versions of the truth, Tisha. That's where the problem is, okay? I want to believe you.
The details, and you're asking me 3 weeks later, detail for detail.
But yes, absolutely. In your own words, now that you've slept on it, now that you've recovered a little bit, you're starting to remember more and more and more. So what I want to know,
I've given you everything I remember.
okay, the detail I want to know is what did Quincy Brown do with Gannon? That's the detail I want to know. That's the question.
Where he took him, I don't know. Where they went. Don't you think for a second if I knew that, Albert, I would tell you.
Where did he take him from? That's a starting point. Where were you at when he took him?
Home.
Okay, so yesterday it was a bike accident in.
I already told you the bike accident. You already talked about.
Fine, but I'm saying yesterday he was taken from Douglas County. Today he's taken from El Paso County at 6627. Right, but then you changed it, then you brought it back, then you changed it, brought it back.
I said that to you because you just want me to say whatever they got you thinking.
I'm thinking what I'm thinking, okay? These freaking police have not told me a damn thing other than my son is missing and that they're supposedly looking for him. You're the only one telling me anything about the situation. Yes.
I told you. Get towards done. I couldn't do anything. You talk about how you have to live with that. Do you know how I have to sit here and be like, oh my God, what could I have done to protect him better? Because Albert's going to turn it and say that I'm a horrible person. You think I want to lose my entire life because I couldn't protect someone 100%?
Well, do you know if Gannon is alive, or was he alive when he took him? Was he hurt?
I don't know. I was out of it. Do you not understand this?
So you were out. So you blacked out, right? And he took him while you were blacked out.
No, I just said I was in and out of it from struggle. I hit my head. I'm in and out of it.
Okay.
You put my arms to tied up. You would not listen to me on that.
Okay, so
You should be safe.
I'm trying to believe you, okay, but that when I got home Tuesday, you had no sign of anything, no marks on your head, no marks on your arms from where you were
That's
tied.
okay. You want to know why? Because it's all on social media where I have Band-Aids on my hand and why my arms on it. So that's a fucking lie.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I ain't
It's on
seen that.
social media.
Okay,
It's on
well,
social media. Why? All kinds of everything.
it's on social media. It's on social media that you killed him. So you want me to believe everything I hear on social media?
No, because you're Albert. Why in the world would you think that?
I'm not thinking that. You just told me to believe social media. Social media says you're a killer.
It's on there, meaning they saw it.
Okay,
They
so
saw a picture of me. That's all I meant. They
So-
just did a picture of me doing it.
social media
Killing one.
social media says you're a killer and that Landen's the hero. Do you want me to believe that?
If you believe that, you're dumb. Want to know why? Because you know better than that.
Okay, well, I mean,
I mean, you're treating her like she's a hero. Exactly what you're doing. Instead of being with your wife, you've been with your ex-wife.
I haven't been with nobody. I told you that. I've been with my family.
It's supposed to be.
You can attack me all you want to, okay, but it really doesn't matter. Yes, that's an attack.
Business. You should be with your wife.
Okay, well, what's with all this crap you're sending her now? You're telling the world how much of a piece of shit she is, but now you're trying to.
Anything. My shit has been hacked. Don't believe nothing unless it's my daggone Yahoo. People have created a fake profile under my name. They've screened on the profiles, everything. People are the only thing I have secured is because I contacted Yahoo. It's my Yahoo account.
Okay.
You can listen to anything from anything else.
Okay, fine, but you sent her a message that said the same thing you tried to say to me initially about this ransom and these phone calls from DC. So yes, I do believe that you sent her that. That's what you told me.
From DC?
That's what you told me. That's what you told me.
Oh, you know why that done that? That's because she sent it from a stupid messenger thing, and when I switched out to do my phone thing, I was trying to write back I was like, I'm going to send Landen this too. I was going to copy both y'all in it because I couldn't get you. And then I hit draft. So if it went through, then I didn't talk to the one thing.
No, you or Landon didn't send anything from DC. You said that the messages came from a DC number or something. That's what you said.
It said, like Washington, Seattle.
Oh, Washington, Seattle. Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I did tell you that. I said Washington. I said Roy Elementary.
Okay.
I didn't know. I haven't said another word to her. Did you read the emails I sent her when she wrote me? I told her, fuck her. She ain't done a goddamn thing for those kids. Don't be fucking playing hero. Read them.
All right.
She was sitting right beside her.
They went to Texas. I ain't reading shit. I just saw what she forwarded me. She forwarded me something about ransom.
She wrote you. You wrote me that night. As soon as I said something to you about her saying bingo, you had to be sitting right beside her. You had to tell her that.
Wait, whoa. No. You talking about when she replied to you after that one email you sent when you said fuck her? No, I'm going to tell you what happened. No, she didn't. Okay, I'm going to tell you what happened. I was sitting there in the room. They had another hotel room. It was at that time of night when Lena was going to bed, and every night I put Lena to bed, and the email came through, and she read it, and that's when she messaged you back, and that's the absolute truth. And you can question it all you want to, but that's what happened. I don't show them shit, okay? Well, because I
defended you, and I defended myself, and said you ain't done a motherfucking thing. Don't be coming up in my house. You shouldn't be here. Did she tell you I said all that?
Listen, I don't get into nothing she's saying. And that's the God's honest truth. She's freaking out every single day, and it's driving me nuts. So I'm glad they went to Texas. Okay?
Yeah.
Because it drives me, between her and Veronica, it drives me freaking nuts.
But why do you have to be around them?
I'm not around them. Okay? We're looking for our son. We have a shared child in common.
It's stress on you if you are listening to them drive nuts.
And guess what? You know me well enough to know that I'm going to get myself out of stressful situations that are not productive, and you know that.
I know that. So is this why you don't want me and Harley to be with you?
I never said that.
Just keep doing that.
I never said that.
I've agreed to do everything you've asked. I've asked you, told you, whatever. I've agreed to testify. Okay. I've agreed to help find him. I've agreed to do everything. I'm tired of being portrayed as the killer of a child that I love. If you want to know something, I have a better relationship with Gannon than I even do Lena. Gannon and I are so much alike. This is why it's killing me. It's killing me because it's portrayed wrong.
Okay, so let's pump the brakes here. Okay, I'm seriously. Let's pump the brakes. If you give me the truth, and I hate to say it like this, but the whole truth and nothing but the truth, and you just lay it on the line for me, no matter what the truth is. Okay, the absolute truth. I don't want no more Quincy lied on the road, Quincy bike accident, Quincy hiding in the house. Okay, Quincy's secret messages, ransom. I don't want no more of that. Okay. Just drive me freaking nuts, okay? I just want the truth, and then hey, listen to me for a second. I want the truth right now, and then I'll be willing to meet you.
Meet me? Meet me. Like, just meet. That's all I get is meet you.
Listen.
Hello?
Listen, I'm sitting right here. I'm trying to work with you, okay? That's a start, okay? That's a start. I told you yesterday. I told you yesterday.
My family.
I told you yesterday the biggest thing in between us right now is the truth. And we have a big gap between us and the truth right now. Okay? All right. I'm not promising you. Listen.
Plan of giving me.
I'm not promising you anything. Okay? I want the truth, and I will promise you. I promise you a meeting. Yes, you're my wife. Okay? I'm not promising you anything today other than a meeting. You give me the truth, you get your meeting, you get your face-to-face, you get to see me. All this wonderful things you send me on email about how much you want me.
To with you.
Okay, you get to meet with me today. That's what you get. You left, and I'm offering you a meeting.
What is it? Just a meeting? I left, or I was taken away.
No, you left out of...
That against me about me. No. You brought your ex-wife to our home, and that was wrong.
I didn't bring nobody. She got her ass on a plane and came, and the messages show that you told her that you would support her when she got here. So we're not playing this game. She is irrelevant in this conversation.
Asked Albert, and then what did I do? I got on the phone with you, and I said, I don't agree with this.
Okay, fine. You know what? My son's missing. I don't care about stupid, petty. You think I'm hooking up with her. It's about Gannon. So you give me the truth, and I'll meet.
It's not about hooking up with her. It's about you.
But that's all you've said. Teacher, stop. Put the brakes.
Be on TV hugging your ex-wife.
Actually, I should, because she's the mother of my son, and I'm not playing this game with you, okay? Do you want to meet? Do you want to meet or not?
Do you want to know what?
Do you want to meet or not?
You want to know something? You should. Well, then guess what? This wife of yours has done everything that sorry-ass motherfucking mother hasn't done. Okay?
I'm not arguing with you about that. I'm not arguing anything.
Do you think I got a hug from you?
You got plenty of hugs. You got plenty of hugs until you decided to bounce and come and get your shit and bounce.
I asked for Valentine's Day. I said, hey, let us come stay. Do you think you gave me anything? But you can give her conversations every day. You can talk to her every day.
Listen, you've been begging me. Listen.
You tell the shit to the kids.
Let me tell you something. Listen. You're not making yourself believable to me. You offered the truth, okay? You offered lie detector test. I don't even believe you're anywhere close to here. That's why you're dodging this meeting. Okay? That's the God's honest. Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. You're dodging this shit.
From your hotel, you won't even tell me where you're staying.
Well, I asked you the same question, and you won't even tell me where. You tell me.
I gave it to you.
You said the North End.
Place I was staying.
You said the North End. Bullshit. Bullshit.
Say America. Yes, I did.
Bullshit.
You go look at your email.
I know, and it's bullshit. You don't think I didn't drive around there just like I drove around looking for other shit?
Drive around there. I don't have a car.
All right.
You're going to find me.
Screenshot me a receipt right now. Send me the receipt from your email because I know you got it because you always get them. Okay, so don't play me, homie. All right, send me the shit and then I'll believe you.
Second, do you think for a second that I pay for this? Do you think that?
All right, fine. All right, back up. You give me the truth and I'll drive to freaking Extended Stay America right now. Give me the truth.
I gave you the truth. I walked you through what happened.
No, you walked me through 27 versions of a fake bullshit lie. Okay. All right. Tell me the truth right now.
So now you want the
Nope.
truth, and you just told me it was a lie.
No,
You're not trying to be on my side.
I am. I'm trying to meet you.
You literally just told me it was a fake bullshit of a lie. You just told me none of it was true.
Tisha, I got to ask you every day.
You just told me
If
that.
I got to ask you every day, like yesterday was the bike accident. That was the first time I heard that one after 3 weeks. Okay, now today I call you back, willing to work with you for a lie detector test, and that's a bullshit story. Okay?
I already said I would do a lie detector test. I already told you I would do a lie detector test.
That's completely irrelevant. What's relevant is the truth. You get me at Extended Stay America.
That's what it is.
Listen, you get me at Extended Stay America. You can do whatever you want to with me, okay? I just want the truth, and that's what you get.
With you, okay? Like you're really gonna let that happen.
Listen, you give me the truth that we find my son,
If you wanted me, you would not be apart from me.
Tisha, watch your interview. You said you
What?
left because of Landen. You said that, not me. I didn't say Tisha leave. I said everybody come together, be a team, let's find Gannon. That's what I said. And that's what I've said from day one. And you bounced on me.
Left from the house because you had her there in our home.
It sure did. And I'll tell every judge, jury in this country that I had my ex-wife, my mom, my 2 sisters, my uncle, Aunt Veronica, 2 other freaking women, Landen's brother. I had a team of like 15 people supporting the family, working as a team to do everything we could to find Gannon. That's the truth. Okay.
I'm sorry if it sounds selfish, but I hate that bitch.
Okay. But guess what? Listen to what I just said. I had everybody in the house, but you know who wasn't there? My wife and my daughter. They bounced on me. Okay. They bounced on me, but me being a good person, I'm still here willing to listen to you.
Mom, we had to turn the keys into you.
I told that you can come get your stuff after you said you didn't want to be there anymore. Okay, you left. You and Harley got in Harley's car, packed suitcases, supposedly going to the police station, and you never showed up until like the next day or some shit like that. Okay, so if you would have done what you were supposed, you listen to me. If you would have done what you're supposed to do, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Okay, so don't turn this on me. I've been a team player this whole time for the entire team.
Be together right now is what you're saying.
If you would have never left, we wouldn't be having this conversation. You got your shit and you bounced, okay? What we need now is the truth.
You're saying if I would have never left, we'd be together right now.
I'm saying you bounced, okay? You bounced.
Okay, see, that's your point. You don't have to be. You don't want to be with me.
That's not what I'm saying. It's not about our relationship. It's about Gannon. And you're dodging me when I keep asking you for the truth, saying I'm going to drive to you at Extended Stay America. She's hung up.
Special Agent Cronan back up on the scene.
Agent Cronan, if you would resume your seat on the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
Good morning, ma'am. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
What we hear in this particular phone call and then the prior phone calls that we heard while Mr. Stauch was on the stand, were you present for all those phone calls as well?
Yes, sir.
Fairly consistent approach from Al in trying to get information from the defendant in those phone calls,
Yes.
trying to get details about where Gannon may be.
Yes.
Was it fairly consistent through all of these phone calls for the defendant to then distract away and cause a tangent discussion?
Yes.
Is that what we hear when Al starts pushing her to give the truth and then it turns into a discussion about ex-wife?
Yes.
At the time of this particular phone call, there's some discussion about Extended Stay America. Is that the hotel that the defendant was staying at right after Gannon's disappearance with family members?
Yes, I believe so.
Is that on the north side of Colorado Springs?
Yes.
Did you know at that particular time of this phone call, so February 15th of 2020, where the defendant actually was located, in whether in the city or anywhere?
Yes, we know.
Where did you know her to be at that time?
South Carolina.
How did you know that information?
We had tracked her purchases and then got video of her crossing the country.
Okay. So when she's agreeing to potentially meet if information is given, was she implying that she was still here in the city?
Yes, she was.
In your opinion, was that a distraction attempt by her?
Yes.
Throughout the course of your involvement in the investigation and what you observed, was it fairly common for the defendant to try to manipulate the investigation the way we just heard in this phone call?
Yes.
Was there any indication that Quincy Brown was involved in Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
No.
Did you have a chance to look up who Quincy Brown was?
Yes.
And who did that turn out to be?
He was a sexual offender that was on the most wanted list that week of offenders or fugitives in the Colorado Springs area.
Is that commonly published in this area by the media outlets, including the Gazette and I think KKTV and those types of outlets?
Yes.
And he was listed on that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you learn, based on your knowledge of investigation, that he was not even in the country anymore?
Yes.
Okay. I want to next jump to another phone call that occurs on February 15th, 2020 at 12:10 p.m. Were you present for that call as well?
Yes.
Again, same process that you described yesterday about passing notes to Al and suggesting questions and coaching him up?
Correct.
All right, Your Honor, at this time, I would request permission to publish People's Exhibit number 52. This one is longer. It's an hour and 4 minutes long.
All right. We should be able to finish that, and then we'll take our break.
Yep, okay.
Okay. And Agent, you can step down if you would like to do so.
Wish us all luck.
Hello?
Hey. Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
So I just got off the phone with that Amber lady, and I don't know, I kind of feel stupid now because she's like, no, I ain't heard from nobody about nothing like that.
Yes, I sent her a message.
I'm just telling you what she said to me.
On a landline because I sent it to the number you gave me. So if it was a landline, maybe she didn't get it. But if it's a cell phone, then she got it.
Okay, I'm just telling you what the lady told me. I don't know. Like I told you, I mean, I don't know what the hell's going on.
Is it a cell phone or a landline?
I don't know. I called and she answered. That's all I know. I mean, you want to hang up and try to call her?
Telling me it's got to be a cell phone.
Do you want to hang up and try to call her? I mean, I'm just so sick of this. I'm just listen. Things were great.
I hanging up to call the FBI.
No, you don't have to. I'm just saying, do you want to hang up and try to call her instead of message her? What I'm trying to say is, like, I just want things to go back like they were like Christmas. Like right when we got the 2 puppies, all the kids were there. Everybody was so happy. Kids were playing their Switch. We were playing with the puppies, and it's just life was just like happy as could be. And then and then here we are. I just want to go back to that, Tisha. Why can't we just get back to that place in our life?
Over.
What?
For a second, that is not on my mind every single day, and that's not what I want. I put in so much effort in Christmas, and what you're saying, how much effort I put in the Christmas and holidays for everyone, and you think for a second that's not what I want? I go out my way for all of our children. I have tons and tons of clothing, for everything I saw that the way that has online. Who do you think bought it? Who do you think did all that? Don't you think I love doing that? And I pray every day. That's exactly. I wake up every morning looking for you. Then realize I'm not beside you. Then realize I'm not helping the kids get ready for school. You think I don't know that and want that? I wasn't going through some turmoil where, oh gosh, I don't love my life, I hate myself. No. We had a great house. We have a great family. Like, really? So don't bring up Christmas and how you want the dog. You think it's going to bother me that I don't get to be like, oh gosh, this year was this. Guess what? 17th. I always tell you happy anniversary. 17th, month by month by month. Think that's not coming up? Think I don't want to do that? You think the kids think I don't think about that every time? Oh, because you know why Landen pops up against to be the saint? This is the 100th day of school. I got the kids in the school. I kept them in school. I homeschooled them. You think I don't want that? Come on now.
Well, how
To like doing all these different things when Gannon finally gets to middle school, because maybe, just maybe, the whole point of us selling our critter was for him to get called to hockey. I'm so excited. Seemingly, like, you know, he might be interested in the sport that I can be at the schoolhouse and be a part of. You miss all this and want it?
well, how do we get it back? How do we get back to just a month and a half ago? That's what I want to know. Because a month and a half ago, there was 5 people and 2 dogs. Now it's just me. So how do we get back there?
Albert?
Like, I don't even have, listen, I don't even have Lena. She's in Texas right now. I'm freaking.
That's your fault. Let me just go ahead and tell you. Because you shouldn't allow that to happen. That was irresponsible on your part. Okay? And you can think that I'm wrong or for whatever reason you want to. I don't agree with that, because at the end of the fucking day, she's still a drug. She still don't take care of her kids, and she still don't have a place to live. I want to let my child live with her. So that's on you. That's not me. I didn't make that decision and would have never made that decision.
But she's coming back. Don't get me wrong. She's coming back. I'm just talking about this weekend. Okay, she's down there with them. But even then, how do we get back to the 5 of us? The 5 of us, me, you, Harley, Gannon, and Lena. How do we get back to that point? How do we have a family and 2 dogs and a 2-story house and all the things that we had and 3 cars and, you know, the American dream? Right now, I'm living the American nightmare. How do I get back to the American dream? I need you to help me get there.
Albert, the first step is we figure out what the people in this world are cool. Okay? They are. People are cool. Okay? You, in your mind, know better than us. That American dream you just talked about, we would have never had it if any of those 5 people in our home would have been cruel. If any of those 5 people would have been out to hurt people or do bad things to people. Okay? So that's the first step that you need to realize, is that this is not me against you. Yeah, of course, people always, in marriages, you're going to have disagreements. You know good well, we literally just got off a cruise for our anniversary. I made sure that the children were in the best care possible, with someone staying there, not only with Harley, okay, someone in the adult that can make sure that they had everything they needed. Not a worry in the world. You know, I've always done that. I had always security systems installed. Check the ring gap. Check alarm. You know me as that person, so until you put that in your mind, that's the first step. Because you can't be against your wife on this, and you can't be thinking what these people are thinking online, that I'm this stepmother, because that's not true. Without me and God, the children would not be in our home, and without you and God, the children would not be in our home, because they were in horrible situations. So in order to get back the way it is, we need to figure out who can help us. Who can help us figure out the best way to get in, whatever it is. Do you want me to give him my leg? You want me to give him my arm?
No. Listen, I'm telling you, I told you this yesterday. I feel like this is all going to be my fault in the end, okay? Because I was gone when this happened. So don't sit there and offer your legs and arms up when it's my fault.
I'm not going to let you say that. Here's why. Okay? Let me tell you here's why. Because when you were in Oklahoma for 5 months, I had to be the one staying and checking to make sure the kids were okay. I had to be the one driving, making sure this, that, saving people, barely getting time with them. I had to do that for you. I had to drive through the night to Atlanta to Orlando to catch planes to a hurricane to get them to you in Oklahoma, right?
But you got to understand. Let me tell you how I feel. Let me tell you my feelings. What is one of the most important things to me that I always say? Protection, right? And I failed in that because I couldn't protect my son, and I couldn't protect you from getting your head smashed and all these other things. Okay, so that's how I'm feeling right now. But how do we get back to what we were with our 5 people in our family?
We are that. Why are we saying get back to it? That's what we are.
No, because I'm one person. Gannon's unknown. You and Harley bounced. Lena's with Landen. Okay, that's not 5 people. That's 4 people somewhere and 1 person unknown. So how do we get Gannon? How do we get Gannon back? Number one.
Let me ask you a question, okay? We're gonna sit for a second here, and we're gonna say, all right, we're gonna focus on 2 separate things here. First thing is we're gonna come back to getting Gannon back and all that. But let me ask you what you just said. Let me answer to what you just said. You can't think in your mind that that's what you want to get back. If you now, let me back up and say this. Heath and Harley didn't leave. This is what happened. Heath and Harley came back after they took absolutely everything from me. I went in. You were laying on the sofa, and I tried to talk to you. I said, come to the bedroom. Let me talk to you. Okay? I tried. The next day, you helped them. You did. Instead of just calling to say, hey, listen, they want to take Harley's car, and they want to take her. You didn't ever say that. Okay? You could have been trusting and said that to me. You know good and well. I have a lot that I worked hard for to throw away. You could have called me. You could have said that. Instead, they chased us down, and your child that you're saying you want back in your life and you want was put in handcuffs like he's buying underwear.
Listen, you're right. Hold on. I'll stop you right there. All that's my fault. You're right. I could have stopped it. I could have said, no, leave the girls alone. You're right. Okay. Keep going. Tell me the rest of it.
So when I come back, okay, after all this, we had the most important thing that you knew I needed, the most important thing that means the world to me and all of that was our items, specifically my diamond rings were in that car. I tried to reach out to you to say, can you please at least ask them, can we have those things? You wanted nothing to talk to me because that means the world to me to have my rings on because I took my vows for better with you. And I tried reaching out for you. Hey, they have my ring. They have my ID. I don't even have money because they have my card. You wouldn't even talk to me. So then, do you wonder why? I said, if my husband would not even talk to me, he would not even warn me that my child was the topic to put in place and not me because I was yelling at Harley not to move. I was threatening and told they were going to shoot me right there. It's on camera.
Well, listen. I'm sorry. That's my fault too. Okay. No, I want you to know I'm telling you, all this is my fault. Okay. I'm acknowledging that. Keep going. I'm just trying to be a team here.
But then you tell everybody I leave. But when the truth is, you didn't tell any of that to say, hey, babe.
Okay, all right. No, I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you there. You told the world on camera you left. I didn't. So let's clarify that, and then you can go on. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Why I wasn't? They asked why I was not out there.
Okay.
Listen to me. In the situation, I'm sitting here getting all my things taken, and people think I don't have feelings. Why this stupid girl was sitting up in her house when she went days without her kids. She didn't even complain on her birthday, which was 4 days before. And you think I was angry? You think I was sitting there mad, thinking you don't give a fuck about them? Yes. Call me. I'll take the blame for that. I'll take the blame for being stupid if you would let that bitch run in our house the way she did our children. Sure as fuck did. After those times that she came to our house drunk and I had to let her stay at 4697 Farm Lake Drive, and you fucked me out about it and told me I was on her she was drunk and I wasn't letting her high or whatever, and I was letting her leave with those kids. That's why. Because that was, I don't care what the situation was. Could have been a fucking ass in a hotel if she didn't give anything to our children. I don't care what the times were. Because that didn't do anything but put a wedge between us. So yes, when I came back that night, I had no other choice but to get clothing. I had no intentions of getting but a few things of clothing. Well, then when I see this bitch or other people, I'm not going to name any names, but you told me who or not, with my motherfucking clothes on, and then I see people, you can say what you want to, in a time like this, you should worry about that. I'm not worried about the material things. It's the principle in my home. Because I don't disrespect people's homes. If they disrespected me like that, there's no telling what they did to you or what it did to our children. That's why I was angry. So be mad at me and what you want, because I took clothes from there because I didn't want them burned. When I walked in that house the first time, that shit had been moved. That shouldn't have happened, Albert. You should have let that bitch Veronica walk around and move like shit. That was wrong. Where was this bitch at when we needed help? When I needed somebody to help sometimes, where was she at, Albert? Where was she at when we needed help sometimes? When you would be working, we needed a babysitter. Where the fuck was she at? And you let her walk around and move her shit, and then you let her go downstairs and do what she did to Harley? Oh, that was it.
Who did what to Harley? No, I don't know. Who did what to Harley?
Oh, well, why don't you ask Miss Veronica what she went downstairs and talk shit to Harley? And then we weren't, and my mother wasn't allowed to say a word for it because she wanted to make sure we got our things. You asked her that.
No, I'm asking you. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
And you asked Harley what that meant. You let that woman follow that child downstairs that didn't even step in to that motherfucking hurt.
Follow her downstairs. Well, anyways, I don't know what happened. Harley can tell me later. I don't know.
Yeah. So my point is, so you can tell me I left and wasn't trying to be a part. You did not step in to help me to see any of the odds. Sit there and try to talk to people, to try to remember anything else, to try to go through the steps of it. I immediately had to go into a defense mode, fighting for myself with nothing. Nothing. I was told. I was watched in the bathroom to freaking piss in my own home. And you wonder why I was like, well, why am I going to be here for? You had no business even letting my brother even put his hand on one of our handguns. You had no business with that.
Hey, you better stop right there because I was in total control of those weapons the whole time. You will not do that to me. Go ahead.
You might have been in total control, but he had no business doing that. Okay?
Who gives a crap about that? Come on now.
The point is, Albert, you let these people come in during that time, the first few days, and you let them control things. And you can say you didn't, and maybe you were hurt, maybe you were upset, maybe your focus was on one thing. And I understand that, and I try to do nothing but say, okay, thinking about that in my mind, and I still love my husband, and I still know that he was not in his right mind there. But as it kept continuing, you could have stepped in and said right then, if you are not related to me by blood, I know your sisters are, I know your mom is. If you're not a Stauch and you're not related to me by blood, you need to leave this house. That's exactly what.
Okay, all right. Teachers, no, stop. Listen, I'll tell you. Put all that on me. I don't care, okay? We can fight about all that for the rest of our lives. You're right. I let people come into the house that ain't got no blood relation to me. You're absolutely right. Okay, but the bigger issue here, and I've let you go on, so I'm trying to be respectful and let you talk, but all this is about you and your damn stuff, not a damn thing about Gannon. Yes, it is. No, yes, it is.
No, you asked me how. I said we're going to talk about three separate things. That's what I told you. So that's the first thing. Now, the most important thing is Gannon. You asked me the question how to have everything back, American Dream, like you said, in December. You just realized where your actions could have been different. You realized where my actions could have been different. So until we have tried to put those actions back together and bring it back together as one, Albert, as one. You didn't marry me I didn't marry you in order to turn our backs on each other in tough times. That's not how it works in life. You know me better. I know you better. You know you've had to live with the past of the things that your father's done. I've never once said to you, I don't trust you with my child, and I feel like you're bad around them. Never once.
Actually, you have said that, which is bullshit, but go ahead. I'll listen to you.
No, I did not. You were talking about something Landon was trying to get me to turn on.
Okay, all right.
I'm talking about in our home. You know good and well, if I went somewhere and Charlie was there, I was never worried for a second.
All right, so stop. You're not okay. Stop. Let me interject. Okay, because this is supposed to be about Gannon. This part one was no. Listen, please listen.
So we can go get Gannon.
Okay, the problem is here. You said until we have trust. The problem is we're not there yet. Okay, because a few minutes early. No. Listen. I'm gonna tell you why right now. Okay, I'm going to tell you why. And then I'll let you talk, okay? Please listen. I'm going to tell you why. Because, okay, I've taken the blame for everything that I'm responsible for in this situation, probably more than I should have, but I'll take the blame for all of it, okay? Quincy Brown's got the boy, okay? But the part that I still don't have trust about is when I brought up the fact that there was a puddle of blood in the house, you mentioned a head wound. You didn't even say a damn thing about that. Not a peep, Tisha. You blew right past it. So fill in the blanks for me.
No. What are you talking about, a head wound? I never said to you about any kind of head wound. Now, see, this is where you...
No, you did. You said in the bicycle incident, which you later told me was not true, but you...
I already told you I made that up because you would never believe anything I said.
Okay, so how did the puddle of blood get there? Because it wasn't there before we moved in. So, okay, tell me about the puddle of blood in the corner. No, you said the wall. You said there was something on the wall. Who cares what it was? You cleaned it. I don't know anything about that other than what you said.
We cleaned everything from when Gannon. Okay.
Yeah, and no, you didn't because we haven't talked about this. There was a puddle of blood the size of like one of those paper dinner platter plates. It's significant, and that was on the concrete, which means it had to be significantly bigger and more thicker. Whatever. I can't hear you. Hello? I can't hear you.
You're talking about something.
I'm talking about something. No, it was not already there. Okay, that blood was not already there. How did the blood get there? Okay, it was a significant amount of blood. How did it get there in the corner of Gannon's room, under his bed, which you told me the beds were pushed together? So how did the blood get there?
Are you done yelling at me?
I'm not yelling. How did the blood get there?
You can tell all your little police people that are listening.
Did Quincy Brown bang Gannon's head up against the wall or something? Did he bust Gannon's head open? Did he hit him with a 2x4? What did Quincy do to Gannon? What did he do to Gannon that put blood on the floor?
Because I'm not stupid. I know you have police there. I know you have people there.
You can believe whatever you want, obviously, because I've had so many freaking stories that you believed that were true to tell me, and then you always back off of them. Okay, so you can believe whatever the hell you want to believe. All I believe is what I saw.
Yeah, because that's what you've done.
All I believe is what I saw: blood on the floor in my son's room, and my son is missing. Okay, that's the two things I know. Gannon was hurt in my house.
I don't know. How many times do I have to say this to you? I don't know.
You don't know how he got hurt, okay?
You asked me 15 times the same exact question, and I'm giving you the same exact answer. I don't know. Then you try to turn it, and you try to ask me another way, and then you try to turn it around, and you try to take something nice and sweet like you really care, and then you come back and ask me the same question again. And I've given you the same answer. If you're so concerned about...
But you had... No, stop, because you haven't given me the same answer. It's been a different story every time.
You sure aren't your ass to go find him to see what he did to Gannon. You are too busy worrying about something that you think you can solve.
I'm still waiting on the address. You were supposed to give me the address. You were supposed to give me the address from your lawyer's people.
Me?
Yes, because you said they had it.
You had an FBI.
Now you're changing your story. You're changing your story. You called the police, not me. I wasn't there. I'll take the blame for not being there, for not protecting you. You called the police. Why did you call the police?
I am.
You call, actually, no, stop right there. You called the police and told him he ran away. Not that Quincy Brown took him. What the fuck, Tisha? Answer that for me. You know, without a shadow of a doubt, Quincy Brown, and I believe you, Quincy Brown has my son. This motherfucker from somewhere up north of here, okay? But you called the police and said he ran away. Don't tell me you were freaking out. Okay, no. Don't give me some bullshit. Don't give me some bullshit story, Tisha. Tell me the goddamn truth right now.
Answer. If you're not going to listen to my answer, then why are you talking?
I'm listening. This is it. This is the line in the sand. Quincy Brown got my son, and you told the police he ran away, and there's blood in his room.
Guilty. Why would I call the police?
I said Quincy Brown was guilty. I didn't say you. I said Quincy Brown. Why are you talking about yourself? Why did you say if you were guilty? You told me you weren't the whole time. Why did you say if you were guilty? You said Quincy Brown, and I said Quincy Brown. You keep bringing it back to you, not me. No, I said there's blood in the room. Quincy Brown took him. You called the police and said he ran away. Explain all those things to me right now.
Albert,
What?
you calm down. I'm going to answer your question.
Oh, I'm calm. I'm as calm as I can be. I'm calm as I can be.
Because I'm not stupid. Yeah.
I'm not stupid either. You fucking lied to me and you fucking lied to the police. I'm not stupid either. So you better get right.
I told the police when I got there what happened.
Man, you told him he ran away and the whole neighborhood was looking for a runaway for days and days and days. You're lying. You are now lying, and I'm calling you out. You're lying.
That is not true. That is not what happened. When they interviewed me, I told them exactly what happened.
But that's not okay. I don't give a fuck what you said. You told me he was a runaway, so I called, and I cursed the lady out on the recorded line. Told her to get there for my runaway son. Okay, you never once told me Quincy Brown had the boy and there was blood in his room. So you better get it straight right now.
When you stop yelling at me.
When you start telling the truth, tell the truth and I'll stop getting upset. You lying.
I told you the truth.
You are lying, Tisha.
You call me back.
Go ahead and hang up when you call me back when you got the truth. You're fucking lying.
Are you done yelling and cursing at me?
I'm done. Go ahead.
So, for a second, for a minute, I need you to just breathe. Because you're yelling at me. And I can't even answer a question when you're screaming. And every time I go to open my mouth, you're screaming and yelling at me.
Every time there's a lie, I'm going to call you out. So let's go. Let's see.
There's nothing for there to be a lie.
Okay, I'm just going to warn you. I'm firing a warning shot right now. You lie, I'm going to tell you you're lying. Go ahead.
Look, I haven't even said that. You're still running your yap.
All right.
You're still running your yap.
All right, I'm shutting my yap. Go ahead.
Still running your yap. If there was blood in Gannon's room, that would have been already from when he cut his foot. I've already told you that, okay? I told you that his arm, from him getting burned, was bleeding some, and so was his foot. I've already told you that.
Okay, you're lying. You're lying. Stop. That's a lie. Change it again because that's a lie. Here's the game we're going to play. Every time you lie, I'm going to call you out. You can't bleed that much from a burn. You can't bleed that much from a burn. You can't bleed that much from a cut on your foot from a 2x4. I'm not stupid. You're lying. Go ahead. Change it again. You're lying.
Side. You said a plate side.
A plate, a dinner plate that's what seeped through, Tisha. That means there was a puddle of blood on the damn carpet to seep through the carpet, an inch of carpet pad, and onto the concrete pad where it looked like it had been sitting there for days. Okay? All right, that's what I saw. So tell the fucking truth.
Maybe you should ask the people who were there living, because I never was there and contaminated the crime scene. Maybe you should ask them.
Tisha, guess what? Guess what?
You're gonna get y'all fucking asses on the contamination.
All right, good.
Who did that? You
So-
tell me who did it.
All right, nice. Guess what? Guess what? You're just telling on yourself now. You're worried about you're worried about a damn loophole. You're trying to find a loophole. Okay. Oh,
Contaminated it.
okay. There's another loophole. All right. There's another loophole.
Contaminated.
All right. There's 3 loopholes already.
Contaminated.
All right.
It sounds funny to me that they left for Texas with a child missing. Maybe they contaminated.
That's fine. Okay, fine. All right. So that's
Like it when I'm talking shit.
Landon, Lena, Veronica, and me. That's 4 loopholes right there. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on you to quit lying. You just told on. Hey, between me and you just told on yourself because you just said they contaminated a crime scene is what you said.
No, I said y'all contaminated, meaning y'all put it in there then.
Oh, we put it in there.
Say that back, do you?
Okay.
Do you?
All right. So you see, here you go. Here you go with the spin game. Oh, you were
Maybe your brother did.
you were on the cut foot and the burnt arm. Now it's a spin game. Okay. All right. Keep going with your spin.
You the one said you know the answer, so I mean, since you know the fucking answer, I was going to back to you with the bullshit you said me.
Yeah, that's frickin's. It's frickin'. I know what the answer is. It's frickin' Gannon's blood. It's Gannon's blood from a head injury. Now, how did he get a head injury? How did he get a head injury over there in the corner? I mean, you frickin' told on yourself saying you pushed the beds together. You pushed the beds together. We've never pushed the beds together. You're lying.
I've done it. So let me tell you something, Albert. If you went in somewhere where there was blood and you were allowed to walk in there, maybe you did it.
Oh, maybe I did it, huh?
He wasn't allowed anywhere to see this.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
You do it.
Wait a minute.
Because you just said you walked in somewhere to see it. Did you do it? Because you should, if that was the case, what you're telling me is you shouldn't even have been allowed in there.
Oh. I was in Oklahoma. That's what I got to say. That's my loophole. Okay. You want to try to pin it on me? Go ahead.
You walked in there the other day.
Yeah, I walked in there and saw it after. Hey, you told on yourself because you, hey.
Then you maybe you put it in there because you know why?
All right. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. Okay.
In there then.
All right. Hey.
This was the United States and you shouldn't have walked in a supposed crime scene.
Listen, calm down.
Did you walk? Okay, did you walk in the room, huh?
What do you think is going to happen? Hey, what do you think is going to happen when they solve this crime? Okay, what do you think?
You must have walked in there too, huh?
What do you think? I don't know who.
Me and accuse me. You said you went somewhere, so who the fuck done it? Did she do it?
Just tell. Hey,
Now, if this was a crime scene, y'all were fucking allowed to be in there.
so Tisha. Okay.
Tell me better than this, since I know you're pretty smart. Tell me better than this. So you admitted to me that you were allowed to walk into a crime scene.
No, I said I saw it. Don't twist my words. I saw it.
Who else went in there?
Okay. You want to know? You want to know who else walked in there? You, Gannon with a head injury, Quincy Brown, and a puddle of blood walked in there. That's who walked in there. So what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen when they find that boy and put all these pieces together? Okay. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen?
If that's what you think.
You can say whatever you want. Okay. Maybe this was a freaking accident. Maybe we can fix it. Okay. But the truth don't lie.
Accuse me. No.
I didn't accuse you. I accused Quincy Brown, and maybe there's a part of this that's an accident. Okay. By the
Head injury to Gannon Jacob Stauch. I don't know about it, or I didn't do it.
or. Why is it an or? Why is it an or? Okay. That's why I don't trust you.
Do it.
No, you didn't say and. You said or.
You're going to do this to me.
Listen, all of this stuff doesn't matter because by the time I saw a puddle of blood on the floor, Gannon was already gone. Okay. He was already walking sluggish to the truck. Okay. And he's God knows where he is if he's even alive. And that's what matters. Okay. I'm just
sluggish to the truck.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm sure he was. Why did you, anyways?
To the truck? Really?
Why would he be walking sluggish to the truck? He never does that when he has a tummy accident.
How can you determine sluggish from a video?
The same way you can determine a shadow means somebody's getting out of a truck. Okay, the same bullshit. Okay.
Any different than walking?
You can listen. You claim a shadow. You claim a shadow means Gannon got out the truck. We never saw him. We saw him walking to the truck.
Against Quincy Brown, and you.
Okay, good. I was walking sluggish when I cut my finger. Gannon was walking sluggish after he had a significant head wound with puddle of blood on the floor.
I haven't seen Gannon walk sluggish.
Okay, I'm telling you, he was walking sluggish because he was hurt and there was a puddle of blood on the floor and it's probably his blood. I haven't seen no freaking evidence, but I guarantee you it's his blood because it all adds up, Tisha. And he was walking sluggish because of that, just like I was walking sluggish when I cut my finger off. You hit the nail on the head, honey.
Understand, like you're talking. See, this is what's not making any sense. You're trying to say that he got hurt, but I don't even know that he got hurt. I'm glad you caught yourself. Video. So you're saying he got hurt Monday morning?
I'm glad you caught yourself. Yep, I'm glad you caught yourself though. Hey, listen, let's stop, okay? Because this is going nowhere. We can fix this. No, I want Gannon. I don't want you in trouble. I'm blaming Quincy Brown, okay? I'm blaming freaking Quincy Brown. I want my son.
It's failed to tell me how we were supposed to be backed away in our American dreams, and you started screaming.
No,
in the middle of the wall.
Because of my son. It's my son's blood all over the freaking house, okay? My son's blood. If it was Harley's blood, you'd be screaming too. You're screaming, and it's not even your son.
You call this blood and it's Gannon.
I'm assuming who else's blood would be on the floor. Okay, good. Yeah, you got me. I'm assuming. I'm making a serious, legitimate assumption, putting all the pieces together. That is my son's blood. Lena, hey, is Lena cut up? Are you cut up? Is Harley cut up? No, Gannon's the only one missing, and we don't know. So yes, I'm assuming. Okay, I'm not cut up. I wasn't even there.
I'm going to tell you this, Albert.
You can tell me whatever you want to. Now is the time when we fix this. Right now. Okay.
Okay, and I'm telling you right now. You 30 seconds and listen.
All right.
Instead of yelling back at me.
All right.
Gannon Stauch was not sluggish other than if his stomach might have hurt and his foot. There was nothing wrong with Gannon on Monday morning. He had his switch, was playing his switch, and there was nothing wrong with him.
Okay, fine.
Maybe he was a little tired because the boy stayed up at night with his stomach hurting, which I messaged you about.
Okay, fine.
Maybe he was a little tired for that part of it, but you can't assume that someone's sluggish and hurt on Monday morning. That is not true, okay? Gannon was under my care and was fine. If he'd been sluggish and hurt getting in your truck, there would have been blood in your truck.
Wait.
You tell people all online talking about he was looking like he was drugged. Really? Gannon drugged. I mean, he takes his medicine. One, okay, his stomach was hurting. He had a lot of Miralax in his system trying to lean him out.
So you did get, wait, I want to stop you because you said you didn't give him anything. Now you say you did give him something. This whole time you didn't give him anything.
No, you're a fucking liar because I told you I gave it to him on Saturday night.
Okay, maybe. I don't remember that, but now you say you said you doped him up on Miralax.
I already told you this, so don't try to correct me and tell me I'm lying when I know for a fact. Okay? He was probably very tired. If you go back and look at your phone, I messaged you up until 3 or 4 a.m. in the morning. Because we didn't sleep. I'm sure Lena went to school completely exhausted. So if he walked out maybe a little bit tired, and you saw that, then blame me. Because you know why? We didn't go to sleep.
So now he is tired and sluggish, and a minute ago he wasn't tired and sluggish.
If you think that, then that's why.
Okay, all right. I'm just trying to clarify because you said he wasn't, now he is. Okay.
It would.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
I said if he would have his head injury that you're talking about, okay, he would have had blood in your truck. Okay? He would have. There would have had to been something done to him. This head injury you're talking about just stop. Would have just stopped.
I agree.
Okay?
I agree with you.
Okay? Then there would have been blood all over your truck. Okay? That's just how it would have been. It's like, I understand as a father, you are freaked out. Okay? I understand at this point, you're going to cuss out the world because it's about your child. I understand that. When I thought Harley was lost on that freaking cruise boat, I shut that son six out. I understand what you're saying when it comes to mode, attack mode, protect mode, attack mode. Okay? But you want to know how do we get back to that? Then you have to believe that when Gannon Stauch left that house that day, he was not in any shape or form had been bleeding, hurt, nothing other than him hurting his foot, okay, his stomach hurting. And you know what? I was going to leave him at home.
Wait, what about the burns?
Okay, you already knew this.
Okay, well, you said, I'm just clarifying because you said in any way, shape, or form, and he had burns on his arms. Okay, this is my baby boy now we're talking about.
Yes, you said his head. I'm trying to clarify his.
All right, so I got you. All right, I got you. He didn't leave the house with he didn't leave the house with a head injury. All right. So did you bring him back and then he got a head injury, or did you bring him back with a head injury? Okay. Then he ran away. Did he run away, or did Quincy Brown take him with a head injury? Okay. What version of that is the truth? Because the boy was bleeding in the house. So where did the blood come from?
Albert, I'm going to tell you once again.
All right.
You can say all you want to with these assumptions that you have. Okay? Gannon has already been bleeding from his foot. Okay? I had already cleaned it up outside.
Did he bleed in that corner? Did he bleed in the corner of the room? Okay, I'm sorry.
Can I talk?
Okay, go ahead.
He had already been bleeding from his foot. We had at that point in time fixed the room. The only reason I put the room, cleaned it up, or whatever, was because later on I did that before you got there.
So you cleaned up the room before I got there? Okay.
And listen to me. As far as making the thing back up, fixing his Legos back right, I did that.
Cleaning the wall, right? Cleaning the wall, right? That was part of the cleanup?
Cleaning the wall.
You said...
Gannon and I had already done that.
Okay, I'm just trying to put the timeline together.
You're talking about cleaning something prior. Like, it was prior to what you're even talking about.
Okay.
You're not understanding.
Well, I'm trying to understand because you told me you cleaned up the rape scene in his room initially, and now,
Yes, my clothing, and I've already told you that.
Okay.
Okay? I've already told you this, Albert.
What about the corner where the blood was? Did you clean that up too? Okay, was that part of the cleanup? And that's fine if that was part of the rape cleanup. I mean, but was that part of the cleanup?
Okay, now you're trying to go up.
No, I'm trying to understand all of this. You never told me the rape wasn't true and the bang in your head wasn't true. You told me the bicycle wasn't true. You didn't tell me this part wasn't true. So did you clean up the corner too? Was that part of the cleanup? Because that's where the blood was. And like I said, that all adds up to an accident to me, and that Quincy Brown is responsible. Okay. And that you just got scared and freaked out. Or was it your blood from when you banged your head? I mean, what happened? What happened in that?
Gannon's blood.
Well, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm assuming it's his, but if you banged your head that hard to pass out, you probably were bleeding too. Maybe you fell into the corner because the beds were pushed together. I don't know. All right, I'm just trying to understand. And then you cleaned it up, and that was part of the cleanup that you talked about. Just explain to me what's going on here.
It is embarrassing to explain to you, Albert. It's embarrassing.
It's me. It should be embarrassing to me, babe.
It's not that. Don't call me babe, because you don't really want me as a babe. You're not trying to be loving to me.
I'm trying to find out what happened to my son. Everything else is part of the situation after we find Gannon. Whatever we decide at that point.
In Gannon's blood.
In the corner?
Wherever it would have been on the roof.
Okay, keep going. I'm gonna shut up because this is freaking me out.
Don't even start with the whole freaking me out like you care.
I care if it's. I don't want nobody to bleed. What are you talking about? So you cleaned up your blood and Gannon's blood in the corner? Why didn't you tell me that?
I did. You just said I told you about the cleanup part and whatever about it. Me is just like, it doesn't matter what I told you. You think it's funny. You just want to laugh at me. That's what you want to do.
I don't want to laugh. I don't want to know. I want to know where my son is and what happened. How did your blood get there, and how did Gannon's blood get there?
Listen to
Okay,
me.
I'm listening.
I've already told investigators that.
Okay, all right. Well, tell me, because I don't know.
You went on this no. If they let you in on this supposed crime scene that you shouldn't have even been on if it was a crime scene, then they probably let you in on everything. Okay, or they did things illegally, whatever they did. My point is, it is embarrassing to tell you that. Okay? Embarrassing. Okay? Because you know why? You're not going to take my side, so what does it matter?
I am going to take your side. I'm
trying to put me on trial. Have you been in the car to go find this dude, or have you put me on trial?
Listen, you told me you were getting the address or the phone number or something from the attorney's assistant. Okay?
The reporter's got to do a whole report on it.
Okay, so why can't I have the address and go there and...
It's supposed to be on the TV in a minute.
Okay, so I can't do anything because I got to wait for the TV report, the breaking news story when you have the information? Come on.
You don't got to wait for the breaking news report.
Listen. Hey, back up.
Just with Amber, she's protecting you.
No, all I know her is from a voice on the phone. Listen, what I want is what I told you I wanted initially. I want our 5 people in our family, 2 dogs, Christmas presents. Yes, that's what I want, okay? And if this was, I'm just talking about, that's the last time we were all together, happy, enjoying it, that I could think of that was great.
What could pick up?
I'm just talking about good times in our life.
Hey,
I said that's the last thing I can think of, presents. What?
that starts with you. That starts with you saying, I want my wife and my daughter here and Lena here, and we're going to sit down and we're going to all find Gannon.
Right, and we can fix this. Yes, our family can fix this. All 5 of us. Okay, maybe it was an accident. I don't know. Okay, all 5 of us can fix this.
Talk to Lena. That's how sorry that shit was. Sorry. That's how sorry that shit was. You could right now fix this. You could right now say, listen, my wife, my child, and my child, we're all going to be in this one location because our home has been taken over. And we're going to write it down if we have to wake up every morning and write down any new detail as we are pursuing this person.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to do.
With you.
And that's what I'm doing with you. I'm writing down every detail. This adds up to an accident, a Quincy Brown. No.
Not about your.
No, you said we can get together, write down every detail. We're on the phone together, Tisha. We can write down these details.
The way you want to do it, right?
I offered you a meeting.
A meeting?
Yes.
Okay, make up your mind. 1 minute you offer me a meeting. Next minute you said, how do we have our lives back the way?
All right, and I also told you it starts with the truth, okay? You still haven't told me. Oh, yes, okay. How did the blood get in the corner? Your blood and Gannon's blood. How did it get there? That's the truth that we need, okay? How did it get there?
It doesn't matter what I tell you. You're going to call me a liar.
No, just tell me what the truth is. That it does matter.
You're going to call me a liar.
Tell me the truth, and I won't call you a liar.
I told you.
Okay.
You're call me a liar. I could tell you that I freaking got hit with a baseball bat, and you would still be like, you're lying, and it'd be true.
Listen.
I told you that I can tell you that somebody was trying to stick something in my asshole, and Gannon's asshole, and you would tell me I was telling a lie. You wouldn't care.
Actually, I would. If you told me the truth, I would absolutely care. Because if you got hit with a baseball bat, we wouldn't be talking right now. Okay? So that's why I just need the truth of how did the blood get there. Now we've established it's Gannon's blood.
I just told you, didn't I?
Tell me again. You didn't tell me. You said if I told you this or if I told you that. You didn't tell me anything.
If you are all over the place that you're that blind, if you're that blind to it, then that's on you.
So somebody hit Gannon with a baseball bat. Somebody hit Gannon with a baseball bat and then molested both of y'all. So so it's blood from his butt.
Talk with a baseball bat, like use it as an example how you wouldn't believe nothing I said.
So somebody raped and molested both of y'all. And that's blood from his butt is what you're telling me. And blood from your butt.
I'm telling you anything because I'm not going to relive it.
Well, Gannon's out there hopefully reliving it every day. I hope he's out there living.
And he's not, because you know why?
You hoping he's not living? You're hoping he's not living? I said I hope he's out there living.
Every day. Oh my God! You just see?
No.
See what you did?
Yeah, I saw what I did. I took what you said.
He's not. I said I hope he's not living it every day, like as in living through someone hurting him. And you took that as me saying something different.
Why? But why are you so worried? Somebody did something to you and Gannon, this Quincy Brown guy. You're not going to be in trouble. You're not going to be in trouble, but you're talking about contaminated crime scenes. But I'm not telling you you're going to be in trouble. I don't even know. Okay? You're worried about all this stuff. No. You're worried about immunity. You're worried about contaminated crime scenes, but you didn't do anything.
That I'm telling you, you didn't like that I came back with you when you said something like that.
No, you can come back with whatever you want. Okay? It's not a competition. It's not a competition. Actually, it is a competition to find that boy. I can't hear you.
It's the Constitution.
What Constitution? I can't hear you.
It's the law. If someone deems something a crime scene, there's not a person is allowed to be in there breathing, walking, anything.
But why are you worried about that? Why are you worried about that? You're not on trial here.
When I come at you with the truth.
No, you're not on trial here. No, the truth is, well, how did the blood get there? Tell me, okay?
Oh, you're asking me again.
How did the blood get there? I'm not saying it's your fault. Listen.
Same question fucking 15 times.
Because you won't tell me. So I want you to acknowledge for me that if what you're saying is true, I don't know the Constitution like you do. Okay, you went to law school and all that stuff, right? So if the police allowed somebody to go in there, that's the police's fault. Okay, that's not my fault. It's not your fault.
No. Do you ever let people talk and answer you?
Yes.
You should have been, this is what I told you all the time. You should have been a lawyer.
Right, okay.
You asked the book. He's like, it's now, right here when I'm trying to tell him. You would not let someone answer you for nothing. Like, you sit there at work and let people dog your ass, but you will talk shit to me.
No, I'm not talking shit. I'm asking you for the truth.
It doesn't even make any sense to me. You won't even, protect us in freaking Burger King, but you'll talk shit to me.
I'm not talking shit. I want my family. I want my son. He was bleeding when he left the house. You told me that. You told me he was bleeding. You told me he was bleeding when he left the house. You just told me that. There's blood all over the floor, and he left with Quincy Brown.
When?
I didn't ask you that.
I know that I'm getting messages. I know that I'm getting whatever saying something about money. I sent it to you. You didn't acknowledge that, did you?
I did acknowledge that.
Fucking me.
But you got to understand.
That's no fun.
Okay, fine.
You believed 100%. Believed 100% that I did not hurt Gannon Stauch. You would not be interrogating me like you're a police officer.
Okay, I'm not. Okay, but I'm going to go over you exactly what I know from what you told me. I'm going over it. You called 911. You reported a missing child. Okay. Then when I got home, no, you called us. Let me rephrase that because you said he was a runaway. You said he left and the cameras prove he didn't.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
The police said
You said that you told me he went to a friend's house. You told me that. Okay. He went to a friend's house and didn't come home. All right. You told me that.
he was hiding.
Okay. Then you changed the story to the cops and to me and everybody.
He was hiding.
Okay. Fast forward. Then I see blood. Now you've confirmed you also saw blood. Okay. And then I ask you to tell me the truth over and over and over again, and you don't. Then I even offer I can help you fix it. Right? It could be an accident. Quincy Brown could be at fault. I could be at fault. Okay. But you just keep going down this road. And how do you expect me? How do you expect me not to blame myself because my son's missing and nobody can find the truth and it's in my household? Okay? How do you expect me
to tell you? Like, what do you want me to tell you?
where the blood came from and how it got there? That's what I want to know. You did not.
We keep saying it 15 times.
You didn't say how it got. Or you didn't say how it got there.
You bleed. Come on.
What? Say what?
If you get hurt, you bleed.
Okay. How you got hurt?
Common sense.
You got hurt and you bled, and you and Gannon bled in the same puddle. There was one puddle, not two. There was one puddle. So you sat back to back and bled together? Is that what happened?
No, that's not what happened.
Well, then,
that's where you go again about interrogating.
I'm not. I'm trying to put together what happened to my son and my wife. So tell me, where's the second puddle of blood if you were both hurt equally? And you remember all of that now? Okay.
So I'm sitting back here as you try to put words in my mouth.
I'm not. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand. Well, tell me what happened then. Tell me where the blood came from. How it got there. Tell me.
I can only go on what I heard.
Okay. Tell me what you heard then.
I told you I am not. Until you guys can stop trying to make me to be the criminal when I'm not.
I'm not. I told you I'm taking blame for it. No, let's clarify. Let's clarify.
You got mad and
Let's clarify.
guilty for asking to clear your name.
Let's clarify.
Be stupid enough to clarify to you.
Because I'm not blaming you.
Saying that I'm cleared.
Just
Not a criminal. I didn't.
okay. You're right. You're not a criminal for hearing things. Nobody is. So what did you hear?
Testify.
What did you hear?
I did.
Testify to your husband about this. Our son. Our son is missing.
Did you just say that? You won't even let your wife and daughter and your other daughter be with you right now.
Because you won't tell me the
You're
truth.
worried about family?
Just tell me what you heard, please.
Yeah, but you better believe Lena was with you. But yeah, Harley's supposed to be your daughter too, right?
You took Harley.
Wait, right?
I want my family. You and Harley chose to leave, and I never asked you to leave. Okay, I wanted it the whole time.
If she was trying to worry about you, she was about you wanting to pay her car payment. You changed clothes on her. Why?
Because I had to do that because I'm responsible for it. Yes, okay. But that doesn't matter right now. You can make the car payment all you want to. That doesn't matter right now. Listen.
But you want your family, right?
I can't hear you.
I said you want your family, right?
Yes, I do.
You want your family?
I do.
17-year-old who worked their fucking ass off to pay for the car?
Okay, and I worked my ass off to be able to finance the car for her. Okay, but you need to tell me what you heard. Because that.
But then you should have gave her the option to get it back herself and finance it.
She could get it back whenever they release it. She could get it back whenever they release it. All right. You said earlier, listen.
And a scandal treated her in that situation.
Yes, exactly. And a father, hey, don't tell me how a father is supposed to feel. You're talking about what you said is most important to you, which is things. You said that. Items. Okay, I'm talking about what's most important to me. What's most important to a father is his son. The most important thing to a father is his children. I want my son back, and you have the information, and you won't give it to me. You won't tell me what you freaking heard when he was bleeding to death.
You said the most important thing to you is your son.
And my son, my children. I said that, my children. My son is missing right now. My 2 daughters are not missing. My 2 daughters are not missing.
Talk to her and said, listen.
Lena is safe and sound. Harley is safe and sound.
They need love and care.
Okay.
Just said you put Lena to bed last night.
Right. Where's Harley at?
You wouldn't let us come.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you. You won't tell me where she's at to protect her and keep her safe. She wouldn't tell me that. Tell me
Albert,
what you heard.
Albert, can I come say?
Listen. You're worried about you now. You're worried about you. This is about Gannon. Gannon's bleeding to death, and you heard it.
Gannon's missing, and you want to do something.
No, Gannon.
With the motherfucking FBI, but you ain't.
I'm on the phone with you. You want togetherness? I'm giving you that. Okay. You said Gannon's bleeding. You said Gannon's bleeding, and
make this a priority. Then you want your family, and you mean that? You're not trying to be at a got to throw me under the bus.
All right, you want to get the FBI on the phone and tell them what you heard? I'll call that lady right now. And tell them you have the key piece of evidence. Amber, I'll call that Amber lady and tell her you have the key piece of evidence that they're missing. What?
Call her on that three-way then.
Call her on three-way? All right, I gotta go to my message and look up the number. Well, you can read the number to me. Hold on.
What did she say when you called her?
What?
What did she say when you called her?
She said that you hadn't.
So I'm trying to understand why FBI needs to call her.
I don't know. Okay, no, I am telling you. She reached out to me and said, "I'm with the FBI. How can I help you?" That's what she said. We're to the point now where the FBI is involved. So if somebody's saying they can help me, then they can help me, and that's what I want. So I reached back out to her. You didn't message her. You lied to me.
Yes, I did. I'll see you right now.
All right, I'm gonna add her on the call right now. You ready? And you better tell her what you goddamn heard, Tisha, about that boy bleeding to death. All right, I'm adding the call. Hold on, right now. 719-240-2516. All right, three-way is starting. Don't go nowhere.
This is Amber.
Amber, hey, this is Al again. I got Tisha on the other line. Can I merge you in? Tisha, are you there? Tisha, are you there? Tisha.
Yes, I'm here.
Amber, are you there?
I'm here. This is Amber.
Okay, Amber, Tisha, tell Amber whatever it is you got to say about what you heard when Gannon was bleeding to death. Because that's what you've been telling me.
I did tell you, because Quincy was beating him up and hurting him. Can you hear me? Yeah, you say Quincy was beating him up and hurting him? Yes. And I've been telling everybody this for days. Mm-hmm. So maybe, because obviously I am FBI and not El Paso County. I'd like for you to kind of go through this story with me. I know it's awkward. I know it's weird. I know it's hard to talk to strangers, telling strangers things like this. But, I mean, every detail helps us. That's why we try to ask you as many questions as we possibly can. So I'm sorry that you're going to have to go through it. Many times talk to different people, and no one has ever tried to help me. I haven't tried to not tell you anything in FBI. There were 3 people already called. Okay. Well, and I'm sorry that, you know, here I am. I'm another person. I'm talking to you. I'm making you live something again. And I know it's a very personal situation, but I want to get as much information as I can from you, because every detail does matter and it counts. So, I mean, I'd like you to, let me just call you back. Can I call you back? I don't have a phone. I'm going to walk and get someone's phone, because I like credits off of working, so that if it's going to be a long conversation. Okay. Is it that same number? Because I text that 719 number that he gave me. Well, the 719-240-2516 that you guys just called me on is a cell phone. So, and I didn't receive any text messages. Okay. Because I'm on this text app because they took my phone. You just give me a minute. I'm going to walk and grab another phone and call you right back, okay? Okay.
Are we going to do a 3-way again or what?
Hello?
Tisha. Okay, she hung up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone return at 10:45, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, we'll see you back at 10:45. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Allen, I just want a housekeeping matter. Yesterday you referenced 4 phone calls, exhibit 51, 52, which was just played.
Right.
And 53. I thought you also referenced another one.
Yeah, that one's not admitted yet
Okay.
because it's only a call between the defendant and Special Agent Cronan.
Okay. That's what I wanted to check on.
Yep.
Okay.
And that is exhibit 333, Judge. And as far as timing, these last 2 phone calls are just short of 30 minutes each. So some questions in between them and then those 2 recordings. So just to give you an idea on timing.
Okay. When we come back, I take it then that you will have Agent Cronan back on the stand for a few minutes are you going to play 333 next, or I don't know what the timing is?
Yeah, 333 is actually next. So I need to get her back on the stand, ask her some questions as it relates to that last call, then do a foundation for 333 and then play it.
Right. And that should, let's see, probably put us mostly towards the noon hour. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess then.
All rise.
Did you guys hear till what time? Because I missed that. How long are they in recess for? Damn it. Should have written that down. I'm so busy looking at my notes here. Can you guys hear me okay? I do have to check now from time to time. Joe Tracy's like, more phone call. Yeah, 2 more. And I think they still have to finish that one. Then there's 2 more. 27 minutes and 29 minutes. Yes. Kimberly in Japan. Oh my word. Thank you so much to everyone here. Coffee, cake, tea, and pancakes. Sylvester says, I need a silent meditation retreat for 2 weeks. 10:45. Thank you so much. And you can hear me fine. So, okay. Interesting. 15 minutes, 10:45. We got that. So let's go over a few things. Right on Josephine says, please remember we have different injuries and responses. You keep talking about booze as a double trigger for some, just saying. We have different injuries and responses. What are we talking about? You keep talking about booze and it's a double trigger for some. Tell me. You mean in the chat? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, this is all horror hog stuff. Horror hog stuff. Okay. So what stood out to you? I mean, her voice, shrill as hell, right? So when she said, there's a few things. Number one, she talked about the diamond ring. Now, do we remember when she pretended to be Harley on a phone call to, I think it was to the police, after they'd taken the book bag and her car and stuff? I think it was at that Marshall's, but we heard her try to pretend to be a 17-year-old. That was creepy. And she said, yeah, I need my book bag and there's diamond rings in there and everything. Remember that? Well, now she's telling Albert about the diamond rings that she wants so much because those are her priorities, not Gannon. Diamond rings. Oh, yes. Levon says, that was painful in so many ways. You know, I haven't heard the name Levon since primary school. Yes, I had a friend in primary school called Levon. Hello. Okay, 15-minute recess. Yes, 15-minute recess. Okay. The jury's like, the jury and probably Will Cook is out there. He's like, oh my God, you guys need a cocktail. Okay. So then the next thing, when she keeps saying that bitch, and she says it about a lot of people, mostly about Gannon's biological mother. Oh man, that was so bad. But when she talks about FBI agents or police officers or anyone female, she's like, that bitch was in the house. Like, oh my word. The spiritual L, $2. Thank you so much. Hashtag Gannon Strong, Gannon's Army. Absolutely. If you guys could like the stream and share it with hashtag Gannon Strong and Gannon's Army, that is what his family uses as well. And what we all use covering this case. It's something to help categorize it all together so that we could see under two of those hashtags, all of the world supporting Gannon. So I'm in the Netherlands. I'm South African. Mr. Grizzly Swiss. He's the dude that helped us yesterday. Hero with technical problems. And he's on his way home from work. So if we have any more problems today, I'm going to go out there. I'm going to freak out. He's going to come help us. Okay. The next one, I wrote you Veronica ? I saw in chat people saying Veronica's an aunt. Welcome to membership, Carmen. Welcome to all the new members. And thank you to everyone who bought super stickers and things already. I really appreciate the support so much. Thank you. Just remember, YouTube takes half, okay? Just remember that. I always just remind you, just so you know, okay? YouTube takes half of everything here. So there's a few better ways to support if you want to support, but I absolutely appreciate stickers and I always put them on the screen and then I wave at you because we're listening, right? I'm not going to interrupt. And members will have a new members-only stream very soon again. Maybe later if I have time, or not time, energy, because this finishes at 1 a.m. for me, okay? That's it. The Black Cat of Doom. Am I doing okay? Is the stream okay? Oh, I did. Oh, I did. I told all the patrons about it this morning on a forest walk. Yes, indeed. So Veronica, I believe, Veronica's an aunt. I couldn't figure out on which side. Now, when she said contaminated the crime scene, wow, that's the first time anyone had heard it's a crime scene. That was a mic drop moment. She really told on herself there. She's like, you are contaminating the crime scene. Okay? You've never seen me stare at the chat so much to make sure my audio's fine. And so she said, Elle asked her actually, what do you think will happen when they solve this crime? Okay? And she talks about basically attacking back and saying, well, what do you mean? What do you mean? You guys have all contaminated the crime scene, she says again. Ooh, that was so bad. She's so told on herself. So told on herself. welcome to members. If you are becoming a member today, check out the members only playlist anytime you want. There's bloopers, and we've had very snarky streams as well. Okay, so there's snarky streams, and make sure you can use the emojis as well that I made for you. Thank you so much, Terry. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Van says, audio's perfect, G. Oh, thank you so much. Then, you know what really hurt my heart when she said, Gannon Jacob Stauch. I mean, for the killer to say his name like that. Oh no, that just it really hurt. She admitted that he may have been walking sluggish from the truck, and we can relook at that video again later if you want. It's on my playlist. It's on a video called Audio and Surveillance. Okay. So I don't know if I want to hear the audio again. It's very distressing, but maybe we can look at that surveillance again and just look one more time. She said there was nothing wrong with Gannon that Monday morning. I wonder if it's at all partly true or not. If not, if it's true, and he was tired, it's not true though, because he had burns and everything. There was this candle incident on Sunday night. And what really stood out to me is that she said, we didn't sleep that night. Oh, that's the first I've heard of that. Like, oh, and nobody in the house slept. She said Lena came back from school exhausted. Yeah, but then what did you do? You didn't say come inside for a nap. You sent her out to ride her bike after a full day of school and riding the bus, which you could have just picked her up. Welcome, welcome. And that as well, yes. ND 1997 says he kept referring to Gannon as that boy. I wonder if that was a tactic. It could be, yes. And this is true. Laura, she also introduced a baseball bat into the situation. We don't know what caused the blunt force trauma, and we don't know what caused the sharp force injuries. So that's true. She introduced a baseball bat. Yeah, I think she hurt him badly already, even from Saturday, because Saturday is when she says he cut his foot. Sunday, there's this candle incident, and Monday, he was murdered in his bedroom. So, yes. So the we didn't sleep was interesting. She said other than hurting his foot and the stomach hurting, and Elle was like, and the burns, and she's like, oh, yeah, but I already told you about that. So she said this would be embarrassing to explain to him when he keeps pressing her for answers. I don't know if she's talking about the essay situation, but it's weird to say it will be embarrassing to explain. I'm not going to take a left turn to Trauma Town, but I've been through essay, and I could never imagine describing it as it's too embarrassing to tell you, especially to my husband or to a therapist. I wouldn't be like, oh no, it's so embarrassing, I can't tell you that. It's really weird, right? Really weird. Philippa, thank you so much. You say, she's so manipulative. I forget she did it at times. She really is, right? And Lauren says she's a softball player. She hit him with a bat. The other thing is, remember with that olive green suitcase that she put Gannon in? When she was struggling a little bit, it looked a little heavy. Her brother said, what's in there? Like, can I help you with that? She said, no. And then he said, well, what's in there? And she said, softball stuff. I wonder if in that bag they showed yesterday, do you guys remember the bag they showed yesterday? They showed this purple bag, like fuchsia bag with like a blue blanket. And it seemed like there was some blood on there, but they never clarified whose blood was it. They obviously would have tested it, right? So maybe they're still going to go into that at some point. And I wonder if they found a baseball bat. That would be so interesting. Okay, let's see the time, because the time flies. Okay, we've got 8 minutes. So she also said, don't call me babe because you don't want to be my babe. You don't want me to be, oh, my word. So ridiculous. Wait, what? Ahmad says, I'd pay $1 million for Miss G to do the entire live stream in Letecia's voice. Why? Why do we want to hear her voice? No. I would decline. I would decline that offer. Thank you so much for the super sticker. We're not doing it. I typed in the chat today, yada, yada, yada. No, I don't want to say it. But she really does sound like Daryl Brooks. I put that comment on the screen earlier. Oh, my word. If you guys watched any of the Daryl Brooks trial, I've covered a little bit of it on my second channel because it's so ridiculous. Oh, my word. So, okay. So we heard a lot of jealousy and childish jealousy about, not that jealousy can't be childish, but very childish jealousy about Landen, Gannon's biological mother. Like, wow. Yeah, don't call me baby. Please don't, G. Oh, man. Elise, I got other plans. I got plans every day. You know, we still got Lori Vello stuff to do. So I might do it later. Maybe tomorrow, maybe later. We'll see. Very soon, though, I'll do another members only stream. So she said, if it's a crime scene, no one's allowed to walk there. Oh, you've done your homework, Letecia. Okay, not much though. But if she says, if it's a crime scene, then you all are not supposed to be there, which tells me that she was banking on the fact that people would be walking in and out there, police officers coming and going, and that Al would be there, Landen, everyone. I think she was hoping this would contaminate the crime scene, that they could maybe pin it on someone else. She was even trying to pin it on Albert in these calls. My word. Woody Decent, thank you so much. Thanks, Miss G. Take tomorrow off. You deserve it. I will try. Not always successful with that, but I will try. I had big nap time today. So she said, when you get hurt, you bleed. It's common sense. What? Like, when you get hurt, you bleed. It's common sense. Wow. Okay. And then I wrote there, Letecia is so much like Daryl Brooks. And she said, why would I, this was an interesting one. Why would I be stupid enough to clarify this to you? That was a big one. That was a big one. Pamela McDaniel, thank you so much for your $20 super sticker. Hawkeye Seneca says the resentment towards Landen was very apparent. It was very apparent. And even now, I mean, this is after the murder. I mean, still, actually, that's actually so scary. Gannon was murdered on January 27, 2020. When she did the interview on January 30th with Spencer, there she mentioned Landen and that she doesn't take care of her own kids. She mentioned that resentment and jealousy and everything. And now on February 15th, she's still going on about Landen. Jealous, resentful, all of that. Wow. Damn, there's 4,600 people here. Welcome to the stream. I hope you've all tickled or hugged or smashed, or if you want to pretend the like button is Letecia, you go for it. Just, you know. Anyway, so it's hard, man. And did you see? She's kind of I think she's ambidextrous, or she's trying to what she thinks in her head DID works like. She's trying to demonstrate that now. So she's writing with the one hand, and then she switches and writes with the other, all while, yeah, every other physiology remains exactly the same as she hides behind her hair curtain. Okay, let's see what you guys have to say. We've got 4 more minutes. 4 minutes to go. I also want to show you this quickly. In case, I think we all know what gaslighting is, right? But in case, yeah, law school, yada, yada, yada. Matey. Gaslighting. If you don't know what it is, it's an insidious form of manipulation and psychological control. Victims of gaslighting are deliberately and systematically fed false information that leads them to question what they know to be true, often about themselves. They may end up doubting their memory, their perception, and even their sanity. Over time, a gaslighter's manipulations can grow more complex and potent, making it increasingly difficult for the victim to see the truth. Hello, exactly, Harley. That's what happened to Harley. Right? Yes, I think so. CC, it's not going to work, though. She's trying to prove different characters, different personality states with the ambidextrous antics, I think. But little does she know how DID works. You know? I also wonder, why does she get a pen or pencil at the table? Because that's dangerous. So, the term gaslighting comes from a 1938 play, Gaslight, and its film adaptation. Gaslighting can occur in personal or professional relationships, and victims are targeted at the core of their being, their sense of identity and self-worth. Manipulative people who engage in gaslighting do so to attain power over their victims, either because they simply derive warped enjoyment from the act, or because they wish to emotionally, physically, or financially control their victim. Okay? So that's what it is. How to recognize a gaslighter? They need to update their picture here and just put Letecia there. Gaslighting can be more effective and successful than many people imagine. Almost anyone can be susceptible to gaslighting tactics, which have been deployed throughout history and continue to be used today by domestic abusers, dictators, narcissists, and cult leaders. The most effective gaslighters are often the hardest to detect, They may be better recognized by their victim's actions and mental state. So I want to make sure we don't misquote. Hootin Annie, thank you so much. Tea time and Excedrin, her yak is a lot. Remember what she said to Al, you're still yapping. What did she say? She said, you're still running your yap. Ooh, we're back in court. So true, Ahmad. They're not talking right now. They're not talking, okay? But can you hear like background noise?
All rise for the jury, please.
There is some sound. You got it? So they're not talking, but you could hear all rise for the jury, right?
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the testimony of Agent Cronan. That's where we will resume. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Arm. As it relates to that last call that we just heard, is it fairly consistent through all the different phone calls? Seems like she's more focused on herself than on trying to help find Gannon.
Yes.
Was it consistent that there would sometimes be nuggets of truth that she would give wrapped in things that were untrue or distracting points?
Yes, it seemed that at times when she'd be specifically talking about Gannon, she may tell you something to explain away evidence that was advertised that we found, or maybe hadn't been publicized that we had found.
So when you say hadn't been publicized, so pieces of evidence that only somebody involved would know about?
Yes, like the talking about the blood in Gannon's room.
Okay, that was never put out in any social media or in the media at all?
Correct. The blood on the wall or the blood on the floor.
Okay. And yet, was she then exhibiting some pretty strong knowledge of that blood being in existence in these phone calls?
Yes, she was providing explanations for why the blood might be there.
Okay. Was that similar to the board that was found up on the S curve in southern Douglas County?
Correct. Talking about the board, it was in the news media that we were searching in that area, and that's when the discussion of the Craigslist looking for a bicycle story came about.
So another way of trying to explain away why she would be in that area and explain why maybe GPS is showing her there.
Correct.
Okay. I noticed in that phone call, and want to have you comment on it, that in the portion of the phone call, the vast majority of it's just her now, correct?
Yes.
And then at the end, it sounds like there's a three-way call where you're actually brought into the call.
Yes, when they were talking about bringing me into the call, I stepped out of the room so that way I could take the call.
Seems like demeanor changed quite a bit. She's getting very confrontational with Al throughout that phone call, and then when you get on, very calm. What was your take on that?
Your Honor, I'm object to speculation.
No.
No, I understood the question. You were asking the witness what her understanding of it was.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay. Overruled.
The significant pause in her speaking when they hooked up the three-way call gave me the impression she might have been reluctant to speak with me.
Okay. Do you ever notice in your experience as a special agent with the FBI that when you're having interactions with people, when they find out you're an FBI agent, that they treat you differently?
Yes.
Is that sort of what happened there?
Yes.
I put on the desk in front of you People's Exhibit 333. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What is 333?
It's a recorded phone call that I had with the defendant.
Have you had a chance to listen to the contents of that disc?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate recording of that phone call?
Yes.
And did that phone call occur on February 15th, 2020 at 1:17 p.m.?
Yes.
And at this time, I'd move for admission of People's Exhibit 333.
Defense?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 333 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
I'm just going to play it.
Yes. And this one is the 27 minutes and 44 seconds.
Agent Cronan, you can step down. Go ahead.
And Judge, just before we start playing it, you can step down. As far as volume, I'm wondering if you want to inquire with the jury, is it too loud or too, I doubt it's too quiet, but I want to make sure that it's not too loud.
That's probably a good question to ask because the speaker is right next to me and there are parts of it that are really loud for me, but oh, all right. You guys can hear it from over there. I didn't realize that. Okay. Is it loud enough? Let me ask, is it too loud for anyone? No. Yes. It's a, maybe we can turn it down a little bit, or maybe I can turn it down a little bit. Okay, give it a shot.
This is Amber. Hello?
Hi, I'm calling you back. I had to get someone's phone.
Sure. All right, Tisa. Well, like I said, I know that this is an awkward thing for you to have to keep going through this over and over again. But I would like you just to kind of start me at the beginning of this whole thing and try to walk me through it as to what happened.
So, I mean, I'm imagining supposed to start from Monday because I've already went through the whole everything else 15 times. And Monday is when, you know, the last thing. So is that where you want me to start from?
Yeah, sure. Start there. I mean, honestly, like I said, you know, we're in the detail business, so it's always every little detail you can think of. It may be a help.
Okay. So on Monday, we were going to go get a bike. Our agenda was to get a bike.
Okay. And I'm going to be one of these annoying people that I'm going to, you know, try to get as much detail from you as possible. Because like I said, so Monday you're going to go get a bike. Is this, did you get the bike from somebody? Were you talking to somebody? Where were you going to get the bike? You know, details about stuff like that.
I was going to get to that.
Okay, sorry.
I was just going to tell you our agenda before we left off.
Okay.
The agenda was to get a bike that day. We were going to trade in some sport equipment and then just, you know, go shopping a few times, few places here and there, and then come back home. So then we set up the day that I was going to leave Gannon at home because he stays at home sometimes by himself or whatever, like if we're at work and yada, yada, yada. But he wasn't feeling well because he had already like hurt his foot. He had some burns from the fire that he accidentally set. And so I didn't feel comfortable leaving him by himself.
Mm-hmm.
Typically he does but I didn't feel comfortable because I didn't want to get so sad about him being home, by himself, if he needed someone, yada, yada, yada.
Sure.
So I told him, I said, hey, you have to ride with me. I decided to stay home with him that day because Albert was out of town. And I said, you have to ride with me.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, okay, can I take my switch? He wasn't feeling that well. As far as like, he was not complaining with any kind of pain or like sickness or anything like that. He just kind of felt like, down just because he had stayed up the prior night on Sunday, probably till about 3 or 4 a.m. because he has a lot of problems using the bathroom when he takes his medicine and then don't take it, and he takes Vyvanse.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes his stomach could get like really backed up, and it had already gotten that way.
Mm-hmm.
So we stayed up a lot that night after I had put the fire out.
Okay.
And he was in and out of the bathroom, so he's kind of tired, exhausted, a little bit, whatever. But I was like, hey, you want to just ride with me? So we did. But I think it was about like maybe 10 o'clock-ish or so when I set the alarm to leave. So I think we went to Dunkin' Donuts first. We went somewhere to get coffee. I'm not real sure. We got gas because there was no gas in the truck. I don't remember exactly where I got gas because they looked it up on my credit card, but I wanted the Exxon, but I don't remember exactly. So then we got gas, then we just went on our little way and we went to Petco, which was on Nevada. I think it was, I don't know the exit. I'm not real familiar to give you that right detail. I just know it was the Nevada exit.
And is it easier for you to just kind of run through the whole story and then I can go back for the details, or is it easier for if in trying to think about it, if you can give me the details on the way? Because obviously we want to hit all of these points. Like you said, you went to Dunkin' Donuts, so I'd want to know where that was to get gas, where you stopped there.
I mean, yeah, I don't have access to give you like exactly.
And you don't have to give me the exact address because obviously I can look that up. Like the Dunkin' Donuts,
right.
Which one was it? Do you know what the street was?
No, it was in Fountain, like the one near the house.
Okay, so Fountain near the house is the Dunkin' Donuts. And what street was that on? Or do you know?
I think it's like Mesa Ridge.
Mesa Ridge?
Or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you guys get up.
I want to say that the gas store was right across the street too. It was one of the gas stores that was in the area right there. I feel like it was the one across from Dunkin'.
Okay. So the Dunkin' Donuts near your house on Mesa Ridge, then the Costco across the street. Then you guys hit Petco.
No, not. I didn't say a Costco. I said the gas.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I can't read my own handwriting. My bad.
That's okay. Yeah. And then we went to Petco. And I went in Petco. He was going to go inside Petco with me, but he was like, can I stay in the car and play the Switch? Mm-hmm. And I said, yeah. And so I go in Petco. And when I was getting out the car, I was like, well, I probably should make him go in. But then I was like, he probably don't want to shop with girls because he never like shopped with me. So I was like, yeah, okay, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
I don't ever worry about him in the car or anything, but because he wasn't feeling that well, I did going to go like look and check and make sure like he wasn't, looking for me or wanting to go to the bathroom, like getting out or whatever. He knows his pet, but at the same time, he knows I go somewhere and I might say I'm in one store and go to the next store beside.
So did he go in with you at Dunkin' Donuts too then?
We went through the drive-thru at Dunkin' Donuts.
Okay. All right. So he stayed in the car there at Petco.
Right.
Okay.
So then I planned on going to look at some of these bikes. Mm-hmm. So I was like, okay, I had the information on my phone, so I don't know, like, they have my phone, so it's in there.
So you said you were going to go look at these bikes. Was that were you going to a store? Were you going to meet, a specific person, or were you going to look at the bikes?
Right. That's how I looked up a bunch of things online. So I had the people's information where they said they had emailed back and said just when you get close, you can come by and look at it.
Okay. So where all did you search online? Were you looking at, again, was it like stores or you're looking at was it Craigslist or what was it?
It was local Craigslist in Colorado Springs.
Okay.
Like just Google Springs Craigslist or whatever.
Okay. So you were looking up for Craigslist. Did you find, was it a lot of them, just a couple of them?
I didn't go to do it yet. That's why I hadn't got to that part to tell you that part.
Okay. So you're looking up a bunch of places on Craigslist as to where you might do it. And then did you arrange to meet somebody?
No.
Okay. So what happened next? You looked on Craigslist?
I didn't look on Craigslist that day. I had already looked prior. I was saying that the conversations back and forth was whenever you're in route closed, you just call and someone could look at it. That's all.
Okay. Well, and
I don't want you to mistake it.
okay, no, I got you. So you had already arranged with somebody to go meet them. Who did you arrange to meet? How were you in contact with them?
I said prior, I had looked online on Craigslist to find some different bikes. On email, when you reply to Craigslist, you know how you have like emails? Okay, I had gotten their information.
Okay.
In my phone, I had messaged, and they said, when you get close, if you plan on coming up as in north, message whenever you wanted to come by.
Okay. So you were emailing with them back and forth, and they tell you to call them when you get close. So they gave you their telephone number.
But I never told them for certain what day I was coming. I just had it all, hey, we're going to go on Monday to me and Gannon. There was no specific person that I was like, this is not even relevant to anything. I just wanted to let you know that was on our agenda.
Okay. Well, and it's just, we're trying to recreate every moment that we can, because you never know what's important. So you were going to make this plan to go talk to somebody at Craigslist. You were emailing with them. You're going to call if you get close. What happens next?
So then we were going to run out of time because we had already been in town for a little bit, and we had to make sure we were heading back to get Lena.
Okay.
Because Lena would get off the bus. So I ended up not meeting with anybody. I just said I would go another day. So that's why I said it wasn't really relevant.
Sure. Okay. Well, and the last thing you had told me was you were at Petco. So were you just like hanging out in the parking lot doing that, or did you drive somewhere? Or
no, I bought things in Petco.
Well, yeah. It's just, as you were saying, you were kind of out and about. So I didn't know if you made another stop or what was going on there.
No, I went to Petco twice. So by the time I went to Dunkin' Donuts, the store, Petco twice, and I don't even remember if I went in another shopping store because it's already been how many days.
Well, what did you go to Petco twice for? I mean, did you like go to Petco and then have to head somewhere else and then come back?
I mean, I always do that. Like,
yeah,
I go somewhere and I'm indecisive, and I go back and find something else.
Sure, I get that. But, so after you leave Petco, where'd you head there?
Man, I don't know exactly. I just was going to different stores. I mean, I don't even know if I even did anything else. I feel like I went to the TJ Maxx, but I don't remember how to tell you where the TJ Maxx was at.
Okay. Well, I mean, was it still in Colorado Springs? It's on the north side, or?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
So,
I mean, there's only stuff on the north side of us. So I mean, I don't know.
Okay. All right. So you were at Petco. You went probably to somewhere else, maybe TJ Maxx, and then back to Petco again.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said it was getting to the time. You're probably going to have to pick up Lena.
Yeah, we were going to have to go home to get Lena. So we drove home. I remember I went inside the house. I get out. Walk inside the house. Gannon walks inside the house. I was going to work out. So I had put like my headphones on. I was going to work out till Lena got there. I don't remember, like if we ate or something between there. Not really sure
Mhm.
exactly what we did between there.
Okay. But it's the three of you there at the house? Or
No,
just the two of
Lena
you?
hadn't got there.
Okay, she hadn't got home yet. Okay.
Yeah, no, Gannon went to his room. He was doing stuff and playing or whatever because he was going to have a sleepover, so he kept, moving his room around or whatever because he's always going to have sleepovers.
Mm-hmm.
And then I had my headphones, like, they kind of like smashed their head a little bit, so I pulled them back a little bit and was like listening and doing my thing or whatever. And then I heard something really loud. It sounded like something fell over, but also you have to remember, it's upstairs, downstairs. Sometimes if you can like just walk loud, it'll echo and sound like it was something loud,
Mm-hmm.
One of the dogs started barking, so of course I went downstairs. Jen had his door locked, and I knock on it. I'm like, "What you doing?" And I need to tell you everything word for word you said, or
Well, I'm just trying to get whatever happened. So, I mean, what was he saying to you? You guys are just trying to.
nothing.
I have two boys too, so I totally get that. There's the doors locked.
Yeah, so he was saying he was trying to keep Lane out, and I was like, Lane ain't even here yet. Like,
Yeah.
he had this thing going where he's been trying to build this like memory box, because I always told him I kept a memory box for my daughter,
Uh-huh.
from like elementary, and then I also had one for my, growing up, and I gave it to my daughter as a box. He's been doing everything with these boxes where, he even put pieces of paper and trash in there.
Yeah.
It's, say you buy the Nintendo thing that's like the cardboard, because you got boys, like the cardboard box that it come in.
Yep.
He would put it in.
Huh?
So he was getting all secretive about, like the, and I was just like, "You're silly." I'm laughing, whatever. And then I come back upstairs, and when I come back upstairs, so like I had the garage open. At that time, I think I might have closed it. I'm not really sure. At some point in time, I went back upstairs again, and then I heard another loud noise. And I was like, "Oh my God, Gannon, what is he doing again?"
Mm-hmm.
And Lena hadn't gotten there quite yet.
Huh?
And then when I go down, I realized that someone was in our house.
Okay.
And so they asked me, what the description was. So, at first, all I remembered, was what he looked like or whatever. So I'll get back to that later. So I'm just going to tell you that. I thought I remembered at first. When I initially called the police, I thought Gannon was hiding.
Okay. Well, and we've kind of skipped a lot right there. So you heard somebody, or you found out somebody's in your house. Were you downstairs? Were you upstairs? I'm sorry. I think you're cutting out.
I'm sorry. I might have said it and it was going out. It's just hard. I'm trying to get off the Wi-Fi or whatever.
Sure.
Let me try to get
Yeah. So,
so
you were in your story and you basically had said the last thing I was hearing was this, you're sitting there, you heard a loud noise downstairs, and then you realized somebody was in the house. So
I realized somebody was in the house.
How did you realize somebody was in the house? Because it's like, if you're upstairs, I mean, that Gannon was downstairs. Did you go down there and see him?
Told you, but I just told you that. I said I went down there. And
Okay.
Did you not hear me say that?
No, I'm sorry. It's probably cutting out. So you went downstairs, and what did you see?
Well, I went downstairs immediately, and I saw that this guy was standing at the storage room, which is in between Gannon's room and our downstairs basement.
Okay. And as you're looking at this guy, what does he look like?
He was dark-skinned. Like Hispanic, maybe mixed. I'm not real sure. Like as far as to give you a nationality, more darker skin.
Okay.
About 5'7", and maybe about 108 pounds.
Uh-huh. I'm sorry, did you say 100?
Now, in my mind, I didn't just go over those,
Yeah.
those stats. Originally, I got scared, and then I just kind of.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it's terrifying. I mean, I can imagine it would be terrifying to see somebody in your house. So, so you had said he was about 5'7", 180 or 108? Did I mishear you?
No. 180.
Okay, about 180.
I say 180 because my husband is like 200,
Sure.
like smaller than him. So that's why I would say 180.
Okay. And do you remember anything else about him, like his hair color, what he was wearing?
Yeah, he was very like close cut beard. He had a tattoo on his arm. I don't remember what it was. I just vaguely remember that.
What was he wearing?
I don't really remember. I've had so many like bad dreams that I've pictured so many different things. Now.
Sure.
I don't remember.
Hey, and as you're looking at him, I mean, could you, which arm was his tattoo on?
I don't remember.
Okay. I mean, was he facing you? Was he facing away from you?
Right. So he was coming out of our storage room, which I assume, I don't want to make any speculation, that's where he was hiding at. And now, so let me tell you what was weird about this so that before I finish. When I got there, the alarm was set the alarm away when I got there. I mean, when I left, but it was on arm stay, but it didn't dawn on me at the moment what arm stay meant that there's no
inferior motion sensors. I know what that means. I gotcha.
So like, it didn't dawn on me that I didn't have to put the alarm in when I walked in. So none of this runs through my mind that, until in the moment, all this is running through my mind. Like, this is why, I was thinking, dogs, whatever. This is why all of a sudden happened in my mind. This is why the alarm didn't put it on away.
Yeah. So do you think that somebody reset your alarm? Is that what you're getting at?
Do what now?
I'm sorry. Were you thinking that somebody reset your alarm? Because you said your alarm's weird that it was a stay instead of away.
No, you don't reset it. If you have, way that ours was set up because of how that door didn't have a sensor on it. Like, say, for example, if I set it on arm away and I left for the day, and the dog, say one of them got out of their crate and moved, it would go to arm stay first.
Okay.
Because somebody was like, there was already motion in there.
Okay. So when you left for the day, did you set it as stay or away? When you and Gannon left at 10?
Sure, I said it. I'm pretty sure I said it as arm away because this is something I had to show later on. So we were talking about, that was just, I'm not a positive if that's why. I'm just saying this was something later on that when we went through everything, that was what we noticed, that it went to stay.
Okay.
Anyway, so at this point in time, I'm just thinking he's gonna just completely rob us because he had one of our guns. So at this point in time, I knew he had already been in our house somewhere, somehow, sometime, because in order for him to have obtained a handgun, he would have had to already, be in the house.
Okay. Did you guys normally lock your weapons up?
No.
Okay. Where do you normally store them?
So they're all over the house. So prior to this happening, my husband and I went on a cruise. And so when we went on the cruise, we had hired a lady, and my daughter wouldn't have to stay at home with them, but we hired a lady to come stay as well on rover.com.
Yep.
And she just kind of stayed in the house. So when she came, I could pull the handguns downstairs. And Albert, we were talking about making sure we weren't just leaving them around the house, even though she had been checked through rover and stuff like that. We don't want to leave them.
Sure.
So I had took two of the handguns downstairs. So that was the only reason the two of the guns would have been downstairs because we had just got back from our cruise and we had hid them down there in the storage room.
Okay. So he came out of the storage room with one of the weapons that you had previously stored in there, is what you're saying?
Yeah, and when I say hid, they weren't put away somewhere. They were just in the storage room. They were inside.
Okay. And which weapon was it that he had with him?
One of the black ones.
Okay. Was it a handgun, a long gun?
Yeah, a handgun. The big guns were upstairs.
Okay.
So at first I was in shock thinking, whatever you want, and I'm not gonna go through screaming what I said. I'm just gonna tell you because you won't understand me if I get I've already been on the phone 4 different times telling people, so if I can't go through screaming and all that again.
Yeah, and obviously you don't have to scream at me. I understand.
Yeah, no, I just don't want you to think I, word for word verbatim to tell you what I said and this and that and the other. So I immediately Gannon was in the room, about maybe, I don't know, maybe 2 feet from his door or whatever, and just yada, 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 doing his thing, whatever.
I'm sorry. Gannon was in his room or Gannon was outside of his room, so he saw this guy out there too?
No. Gannon was still in his room. I was just giving you a distance of how far, because Gannon's door was open at this point.
Okay.
I guess open the door.
Okay, so you said his door's open, but you could see Gannon in his room?
Yeah, and I could see Gannon in his room.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't remember exactly what the guy was saying to me. I just remember I was yelling, and Gannon was yelling, and Gannon saw that I was freaked out and scared, and I told him he could have whatever he wanted. All this. So it went about 1 hour of us just sitting there, me and Gannon sitting in his room, as this guy was asking questions. He was asking, did we own this? Did we own that? All I remember was about weapons and did we know anything about these people? He said somebody named Terrence, and I don't even know. I didn't have no clue who he was talking about, what he was talking about. My assumption was he had the wrong people that he was looking for, because we haven't even lived there that long, and I don't even know these people.
So what kind of possessions was he asking you about if you had? I mean, was he asking you about your possessions or somebody else's or what?
Yes, he was asking, was there a safe? Like your typical theft, theft things that a theft would want. Did we have a safe? Was there any money in the house? And I swear to you, we don't keep any, I swear to God, we don't keep any money in the house. We barely even keep our cards on, Oh crap, this is at 2%. Hold on 1 second. Use your car charger in your car. Yeah, this is at 2%. 1 second, I'm gonna get the car charger.
Sure.
It should be right there. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Do I need to turn it on? Thank you.
Agent Cronan, if you would proceed, stand, please. Remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Art. Were you aware of what happened the way that phone call just ended abruptly, where she's not talking any longer?
Yeah, she had called back to Mr. Stauch again.
So there's another call after that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at the beginning of this call, that's where that discussion comes in about getting a bike, and this would be up in that southern Douglas County, northern El Paso County area.
Correct.
Where that bloody board was found.
Correct.
And you mentioned earlier, but is this what you described as her explaining away why she would be in that area?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware during the course of the investigation that her movements around town and essentially across the country would be tracked using different methods?
Yes.
What methods were used to do that? Do you know?
There was the telematics on the vehicle, and then there was also a GPS placed on a rental vehicle that she had had.
And we heard about that from other folks earlier in the trial. What about phone records? Do those also give that information?
Yes.
Okay. You used a word that we haven't heard yet in this trial. Can you just tell us, just generally speaking, what telematics is? Not an expert description, just a general description.
Basically, it's tracking your vehicle's movement, sort of GPS on your vehicle.
Do new vehicles come with that sort of built into the software these days?
Yes.
Okay. In this particular phone call, we get a description of an intruder being in the house when she's describing going downstairs and there's some guy staying by the storage room. You remember that?
That's going back to her second story, which was the intruder in the house.
Okay. How many different stories have we now heard in this investigation?
There were multiple. I couldn't probably give you a number because some were major differences, some were minor differences.
This intruder version of the story, was there any evidence to support that some stranger had broken into the house and attacked her?
No,
Was there any evidence to support that some stranger had broken into the house and kidnapped Gannon?
no.
I want to next, Your Honor, we can have Special Agent Cronan step down and play that last phone call. It would be People's Exhibit number 53, phone call of February 15th, 2020 at 1:49 p.m. So roughly 30 minutes after that last call started.
All right, Agent Cronan, you can step down. Thank you, ma'am.
And this one's 29 minutes and 34 seconds.
All right, go ahead.
Hello.
Hey,
What is it? I'm freaking beat, teacher.
what?
I'm beat. What? What do you want?
Are you like, okay?
I'm just beat. I'm just telling you I'm tired. Go ahead, whatever.
Why are you tired?
Because this is freaking stressful. My son's out there missing, and I don't know what the hell's going on.
We have people who are looking for the guy now.
Okay. The Quincy Brown guy?
Why do you keep saying the Quincy Brown guy? Like it's a joke.
I'm not. No, I'm just. What did the FBI, what did the freaking FBI say? Are they looking for him now?
Well, I gave her my information.
Okay.
I also got a call at the same time, which the attorney said he had just talked to El Paso. And he was like, you do not need to say another word to them. So you need to hang the phone up because I've already clearly gave them this information. And at this point in time, he was like, if they're not reaching out to help you, then they're doing nothing to help the investigation. He said, so he's getting back on the phone with El Paso. And El Paso is supposed to be doing the job because they're the lead agency, even though the FBI is taking over. FBI was working, they're not the lead agency. So he said to communicate with El Paso. And that's exactly what he did.
So the lawyer is communicating with El Paso.
Right.
Okay. All right. I'm trying to keep it all straight. But you did talk to the lady? That's what you've been doing this whole time? Okay. Okay, you talked to her?
Right. I talked to her, and then the attorney was emailing me back and forth because the lady, this investigative reporter, went back out there to his house, and he told me, do not say another word.
Okay.
Because El Paso is the lead agency, and they could potentially be messing up the investigation. And at the same time, as much as, he's going to be wanting to find Gannon, he's also making sure that no one else is interfering. Because he said, if El Paso is the head person, that's who needs to be doing it. He's already sent the information to them.
Okay.
He also already forwarded Nicole's going out there to his house and everything.
Nicole?
That's the investigative reporter that we hired. Nicole. Her name's Nicole.
Okay. You hired an investigator for that.
Hire investigative reporter. This is what whoever the attorney is in contact with. Investigative reporter. Yes. I don't know if you hire them. I don't know if you pay them. I don't know what you do. I just know she's an investigative reporter.
Okay.
Why do you keep talking to me like that? Like, okay, like I'm on trial with you.
I'm just trying to listen to what you're saying. So they went to find this Quincy Brown. Did they find him?
I don't know what they did. El Paso is in charge. They should be communicating with you, the father.
I haven't heard anything from these people. Have you talked to El Paso too, or just Amber?
I was instructed by the attorney that everything had been sent to El Paso, who is the lead agency, and I did exactly what I said I was going to do.
Okay.
And I was on the phone with her, and he said, do not say another word, because I made sure that he was on the other line when I called her, which is why I told her I'd call her back.
Okay. All right. Did
Yes, so do not say another word.
okay.
No reason. So you should be answering any questions that are not coming directly from El Paso.
Okay. Have you talked to anybody? But you said you forwarded the information. But have you talked to anybody at the El Paso?
Would I talk to, if I have an attorney, do you think I talk to them or my attorney talk?
Okay, fine. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to piece it all together here. You're talking to this lady. You're talking to that lady. You're talking to Bethel. You're talking to Kate. You're talking to Amber.
The investigative reporter is for me. Like, they are on my side.
Okay.
The attorney, obviously, is on my side.
Okay.
So that's who the information will go to.
Okay. What? So,
We reported it.
okay. Now that you got people on your side, what can I do for you? What do you need me to do to help you get this information and or whatever?
To help me get what information? I was just done that. I done
I'm-
everything that I told you.
Okay. Okay. I mean, what can I do to help you? What do you need me to do? Just in general, nothing specific. What do you need? You tell me.
I need you to be with your family so that when Gannon comes home, we can all be together and stop putting me on a trial. That's what you can do for me in general. You can show me some love. You can show me everything that I'm showing you. I showed you love. I told you, hey, I missed you. I love you. Oh my gosh, I want to be there to hold you. I want to hug you. I want to do all these things to you. That's what you can do in general, is to treat me that same way back, because I have done that to you. I haven't downed you, talked crap to you.
Okay.
I defended myself, just like I told you. You know good or well.
All right. So,
You're going through. I understand the pain.
right.
I don't know what you feel at those times, but I tried to be here for you, and that's what I want to continue to do, is be here for you.
Okay. Well,
And also, let the attorney know that I would, because you have to hire a private person. They said that police don't even do that because it's not even admissible. You can hire a private person to administer a lie detector test, and I wanted to get those results to you.
okay. So your attorney told you not to answer any more questions, but does that mean me? Because I mean, what if I still have questions and we can just work through those like we've been working through? Does that include me?
No, you told me if I called the lady and if I reported everything, you told me that you said I will have a meeting with you, and your exact words were that we would go from there.
Okay.
And we would start trying to find Gannon. That's
Okay.
exactly what she said to me.
Okay.
You said
Fine.
we would move forward
Okay.
and be looking for Gannon. That's what you told me.
Okay. So what about the meeting?
Okay? So here I am about the whole meeting.
Okay.
Either you're in this with me and I'm in this with you or not. That's where I'm at with the meeting, because I have done nothing wrong. I am not a criminal. I'm not a monster. I'm not someone that needs to be.
Okay. All right. Well,
being treated.
all that being said, when can we meet and where can we meet?
the meeting will be deciding where we are staying at together to protect each other.
Okay, I didn't say what the meeting was about. I said when and where, Tisha.
That's the meeting. Okay, where are you staying? Why come we can't come stay with you? If you have a place to stay that you've already paid for, why are we sitting here having to be like, okay, let's stay at this person's house, let's go here, let's go to this hotel? Why?
Okay, all right, fair enough. Where are you at?
I just need the honesty answer. I don't need any more bullshit. You talked about honesty and what you wanted from me. Okay, so my honesty is from me.
Okay,
Not from you.
all right, all right.
Why come we can't get our clothes? I know we can't bring them home because the rest are in storage. Okay, well, why can we can't get together a week of clothes? We decide where our family is staying, okay? And then we get on the mission, whether we got to get in the car, whether we need to be out doing it ourselves, finding, whatever. That's the plan I expect to hear from my husband. Not just, like I'm some side piece that you're going to meet. That's not who I am.
No, I didn't say side piece and meet. I said meet up to talk about the truth. And actually, I mean, I told you initially, no, please listen. Please listen. I'm not putting you down. I'm not being mean to you. Okay. Initially, we talked about what the standard was. And you know how I am about, my standards. The standard is the truth and a meeting. Okay. No, I'm not. Okay. That's why I said, what about the meeting? That's why I started this conversation. Let's talk about the meeting. But then there's a truth.
You just said the meeting to get the truth.
No, I know. No, listen to me. Listen to me. I'm trying to clarify for you, okay? There's another part of the truth that you haven't told me, like where you are. You're not in the north end of Colorado Springs, okay? We've established that. Okay, where are you? That's some truth that you can let me know.
I will tell you. But if this gets out, I swear, it's because you told it.
Okay.
You where we at or where we were at.
Okay. Fair enough. And I'll stand by that. Okay, fair enough. If somebody finds out where you are, then you can blame me all day long and tell your lawyer that I'm some kind of criminal. Okay?
I'm not going to tell them that you're a criminal.
I'm just saying. Okay?
I stayed in Extended Stay America on the north end.
Okay.
Region.
Okay.
We switched from one hotel. What'd you say?
I said okay. Okay.
We switched from one hotel to the next hotel. Then at that point in time, I had no more money. Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing at all. I had people reach out to me on Instagram, and they were like, hey, why don't you come here? Why don't you come here? I don't have a car. I don't have anything. Why do you think people are missing you want to know where we're at? Because nobody fucking knows. They're nowhere near this. So, Michelle, she reached out to me on Facebook. She's a girl that I always talk about when we go up to Monument. And I would always pass by right up the street. I'd say, hey, my friend Michelle says she sells cleaning products.
Yeah, right. Remember.
Michelle has a big ass house out here in Monument, and she has a building. That's just a building. It's like an apartment. It's a garage. And she let us come here 2 nights ago.
Okay.
That's why you have dogs, because she has dogs and we have dogs. So, I can't stay here forever. I can't stay here long.
So
I can only stay here just basically for the time being because I've been trying to work this out with my husband. And you think like I mean, where do you think I got money at to like stay all these places? Like you act like I'm just like, just living at large, staying in all these. Oh man, I'm up at the Hampton, the Hilton. I mean,
all right, listen.
You haven't had anywhere.
Hey, listen. I'll get in my rental car and I'll come to Michelle's house and get you. Just send me an address.
And where are you taking me? Because I know you. You'll try to play me, and you'll try to be like, well, whatever. So, am I coming to stay with you, or are you coming to Michelle's house just to meet me? And I need the truth.
My intent would probably be just to meet. I don't know if staying together is the right answer now because of all the unknowns. Okay.
Okay. Well, if you don't want to stay with me, then that tells me that that's not in the. You don't want to be that picture perfect that you said back in December. That's not what
No, don't tell me what I want. I am.
Give me the damn real truth why you don't want me in Harley with you.
Because I want my son. Because I want my son. Because I want my son. The bottom line. And until we get him,
Did not do this. Why would you punish me?
why is it an if? I don't want to do this. I want to do this. You wouldn't tell me what you heard. You wouldn't tell me the whole truth for days and days, for 3 weeks now. I'm willing to meet you, to stick out the olive branch as an effort for peace. Okay. Because yes, peace, because you haven't given me the truth until today. You've gotten closer to the truth. Okay. Or maybe you gave me the whole truth today. I don't know. We'll take it at that. But I'm offering you a moment of peace, a time to meet, a time to talk. We can hug or whatever. Okay. I don't want to stay together right now, because then it's going to be constantly on my mind. It's going to be a fight. At least this way we can meet and talk, and then we get time to cool down, think about it. That's what I've been doing every day, trying to talk to you and then cool down and then answer you on the email if I can, if I feel like it, and then give it another shot the next day. That's exactly the same model I'm trying to teach you. I'm not teach you, try to do right now. Okay, that's it.
It doesn't bother you that, hey, I should be providing somewhere for my wife, daughter, and my other daughter and my son to live while we're going through this.
Right, but we don't know where.
That doesn't register in your brain.
It does. It does.
Sugarcoat it.
There ain't no sugarcoat it. It does bother me that my family got ripped apart when my son was taken away. Okay? Yes, it absolutely bothers me.
So if you know, okay, that this dude has Gannon, took Gannon, why are you blaming me? Why
I didn't blame you.
Lay down beside your wife.
No, listen, because the only reason, no, the only thing I blame you for, okay, the only proof I have right now to blame you for anything is you called in a runaway when you knew he wasn't a runaway. That's it, okay? We can move past that. You were scared, you freaked out. What? I'm not putting words in your mouth. That's it. Right, but you called it a runaway. Fine, I understand you were scared and freaking out. Okay, I'm just saying.
To hurt anybody.
Right, and I didn't want to get lied to. Okay, but I did. So that's something we got to work through, and that's what I'm saying. We meet, we talk, we hang out, grab a bite to eat. I don't know, something stupid, and then we take a breath. Okay, just like we've done. Like we've been talking. We didn't talk for 2 weeks. Okay. It's baby steps here. You got to understand that my son is missing, and I've got to get through this little by little until he comes home. And that story, okay, the runaway story, the only thing that I know to blame you for right now, the only blame I point in your direction, okay, that caused a gap between us. And I've said that numerous times. There's a gap between us. And the only way to get back is baby steps, okay? And you've got to respect that. Okay?
You have to also realize if someone's terrified, they act in the moment, do what they think. It's scaredness.
I'm not
Don't you have compassion?
I do. I have compassion for that. Listen, I have compassion.
Rather sit in your room by yourself and not comfort each other every night. You would rather that. And then when Landa comes back, you'll see her every day and not your wife.
But you got to have compassion for me and a little bit of empathy on my perspective, okay? Because of the runaway story, the cops, the neighborhood, everybody searching, spent days and days and days, and we lost valuable time trying to find Gannon because of that story. And now, okay, 3 weeks, now 3 weeks later, okay, I find out Quincy Brown, a sex offender, has my son, and the last story you told me was that somebody was trying to stick something up his butt, and now I got to think about a sex offender has my son, okay? So now you got to have some compassion for me.
I do have compassion for you. That's why I wanted to be with you, to hold you.
No, that's what you want, okay? What?
No, I just said that.
Having compassion for me is not telling me what you want. Having compassion for me is respecting what I need. And I need baby steps right now. And the next baby step is I'm willing to meet you. Okay? I'm willing to meet. That's the baby step. But, You need to send me an address of where you're at, and I'll come to you and we can meet. And if that's unacceptable, then
You kicked me off the insurance and you got a car?
listen, I'm talking about baby steps to get us closer to Gannon and to family, okay? Meeting me is that next baby step. If you can't send me an address where you and Harley are, or at least you're at,
You question how you got a car. Why?
I told you I got a rental car. One of my family members helped me out with the rental car so I could search for Gannon and I could do what I have to do, okay? But if you can't...
Why is there a claim on insurance then? Why is there a claim?
If you can't, we could talk about all that. That could be part of our meeting, okay? But if you can't meet me, if you can't tell...
She just tell me, why is there two claims?
Okay, all right. All right, here we go. I want a meeting. You keep changing the subject, so we're going to have to take a 3 or 4 steps backwards from this point, okay?
No, I'm going to do the meeting. I just want to know, did you let them take the car?
Who take what car?
Because there's 2 rental cars.
I don't have 2 rental cars. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. You got somebody trying to PI me or something? What 2 rental cars are you talking about?
No, you said they had a rental car and you had a rental car.
Who's they?
You said Landen had a rental car.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Landen. Okay, listen, I don't know what the hell Landen's got going on. Her Aunt Veronica's got all that money, and they went to Texas. That's all I know, okay? Whether they still got a rental car or not, I don't know. That's all been from her Aunt Veronica. I had to get my family to help me out, okay? And that's all that matters here. So I'm giving you the truth. I'm ready for the truth about where you're at, the address of where you're at, so we can have the meeting. If not, like I said, we're taking some steps backwards, and we'll try again tomorrow. And that's kind of where I'm at right now in this moment.
We would take steps backwards because if I just wanted to be with you, that would be second. When you just told me to have compassion, so I'm just sitting here trying to talk to you.
Okay, listen, Tisha, listen. Here we are.
Backwards, what I'm just asking. Just tell me, are you trying to be with somebody else? Just tell me.
Am I trying to be with somebody else when my son's out there missing? So here we go. Change the subject. We change the subject back to Tisha now. All right.
No, I just want to know the truth because I want.
Well, I want to know the truth. You never answered my question about what you heard. Okay, so I want to know the truth too. But you know what? I bent a little bit. I bent a little bit more, and now I'm bending. Now I'm bending again. No, listen. Now I'm bending again and saying. Now I'm bending again and saying, listen, I know you're just not going to answer my question, so let's meet. But that's
okay. I'll answer your question if you don't yell at me.
Okay.
Don't yell at me and don't scream at me.
the question of what you heard.
When you answer a question, you let me answer it and stop interjecting and treating me like I'm on trial with you.
Absolutely, you got it.
Now go.
What did you hear in the moment that there was bleeding and everything going on? What you heard? That was the question you didn't answer.
I'm trying to finish.
Okay.
So the police had left. Okay. I put Harley and Lena upstairs in the room. Told them don't come out. Nothing terrible, bad, nothing had happened at that point in time. I was still terrified. If I mentioned the police, if I sent a note, if I said anything, I didn't know what was going to go on. I've told you this 17 times. I've told them this. You could ask me why didn't I do things differently? Fucking scared. Okay? Scared. Went back downstairs. Okay? We didn't have a safe. We didn't have money. Swerping now we had a safe. Swerping now we had money. Just saying no. We don't have a safe, and I wasn't saying it in this tone like no, whatever. Just not going to be reliving all of it like that. No, we don't have a safe. No, we don't have this. I couldn't get your gun upstairs to work. I tried. There was no bullets for the shotgun, and I couldn't get the other gun to work, or I was going to run back downstairs and freaking light his ass up. That was my mind. That was what I was going to do. Couldn't get it to work. Came back downstairs. Girls are upstairs. I knew I had 2 of my 3 children safe. And if I would tell you this, you'll be like, well, why was it two of them and not all of them? Or why was it not this one and not that one? People are not realizing that I didn't pick and choose. Okay? Come back in there. Plead again about I would do anything. Money, whatever it may be. Okay? We have this. Jury. I offered every single thing that there was. He kept saying we had a safe. And I kept saying we didn't have a safe. He grabbed me, pulled me back into the storage room. My hands were tied. I already told you this. 17 times again. My hands were tied. Completely. Harley, Lena, upstairs, either sleeping, whatever they were. It was late night at this point in time, 11, 12, midnight, whatever it may have been. I left Harley a note on the counter that said, please recall police. They've heard the word that we always say is a code word. What is the word you always say that you've always picked up whenever there was trouble?
Desperado.
Right. I always pick with Harley about it. If you ever hear that word, it's something Albert had, it means trouble, right? She didn't catch on to what I was saying, which I can't blame her. She's sometimes ditzy. Didn't catch on to what I was saying. Nothing. I called you back. Called you back with him sitting there. You didn't answer. Not your fault. So now I'm in my mind thinking, if I say to Albert the code word, he might at least think something. Anything. So no, you could have been on the phone. I don't know. All I hear is Gannon screaming. He's yelling at me to shut up. Except he said it in a worse way than that. I did hear a loud noise as if Gannon hit something. I'm screaming. I'm sitting there trying to make noises because if they're above me, then maybe someone will hear it on the wood pieces. Nobody helped. Nothing came. No one. No one came for anything. When I came back from hitting my head, which was hit on that wood piece that's in our storage room, Gannon was gone. I freaked out. I get in my car, which I'm sure that they probably seen on camera. That I get in my car, drive maybe once or twice around the neighborhood, thinking, what in the hell am I going to do now? Albert's going to fucking kill me. Everybody's going to kill me. That's all I kept thinking. And Gannon's gone. And I haven't slept in how many days reliving how if I could have done something. I'm not going to fight somebody with a gun, with a knife. I don't know how they live. I don't know. And the only reason I would have known who it was is I told you about the badge. More and more, I kept remembering, as I had nightmares every flipping night, who it was. Images in my mind, pictures, over and over and over and over and over, again and again and again. Can I do anything about it? No. It didn't matter whether I said someone was something happened. It didn't matter what I said in that moment. My mind immediately went to, oh my God. You hear about this? I looked on the neighbor's app all the time. shit goes down and you don't, like, in your brain, you plan if something was to happen, what you're going to do, and then you can't. Your body don't let you. I'm not a person that even remotely tries to be a badass with a gun.
Just don't lie.
All it kept running through my mind. How am I going to go find Gannon? How am I going to go do this? We got to get help, resources. And then if I say, hey, you know, the fucker was in our home, oh, they're going to tell me that I'm fucking crazy. I need mental health. I need to see a psychiatrist or some fucking shit. That's all that's going to be told to me. So I went the very next day. So there was no wasted resources. I went the very next day, that afternoon. When I talked to them, I explained to them exactly what I told you.
Hey, Tisha, hold on. Listen, this is the worst fucking story yet. All right, I'm done with this shit.
Agent Cronan, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath.
I'm not sure as far as scheduling, we're pretty close to the noon hour, Judge, and I was wondering if you want to have her come back. I'm not going to finish with questions before that time. I'm sure defense is going to have cross.
Counsel approach, please. Agent Cronan, you can go ahead and step down. Ladies and gentlemen, we will take our noon recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 1:20, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss case with anyone else. With that, we'll see you at 1:20. All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left. Is there anything else we need to take up from prosecution?
Not at this time, Judge.
No, sir. Okay. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Sound check. How's the sound? Whew, that was a lot. $120. The court will be back. Got so many notes. Okay. Phantom says, I almost stood. Me too. All rise, everyone. Okay, I'm ready. Carly says, this is the worst one yet. Let's go, Al. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Where do we even start? Remember yesterday when Letecia said she was trying to be cool? That's all. Trying to be cool. I was like, she said it like 3 times. Okay, so I've gone over these. Hold on. Oh man, the story she was telling to Special Agent. Sorry for the typos there. It was all Dieter's fault. Sorry, Dieter. If you don't know who Dieter is, go check out my second channel. Dieter apologizes for the typos of the lady's name. Okay, Amber Cronan. Thank you to the Grizzlies for correcting that. So her tone changed completely when she was talking to the FBI Special Agent Amber Cronan. Thank you so much, Angie, for becoming a member. Jane says we need bullet points for sure. I know, right? Oh, man, Dieter, you messed up again. We all know how he feels about typos. Okay, so when she was talking to the FBI special agent, she's talking about going to get a bike. So she went with the Craigslist story again. But did you hear when the FBI special agent asked her, well, with who? Like, who did you make contact with? And she's like, I'll say it again. When she says again, that's already a tell she's about to lie. The yada, 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 whatever. And I told you that, you know, she's about to lie big time, as if she doesn't already lie so much. So they were going to get sport equipment. See, she already introduced in all these calls we heard today, a baseball bat and a gun. Scary. And the board. She also talked about the board in the storeroom. So in all these things we're hearing, there's little bits that are true. And she said, this was interesting. We were going to leave. This is on January 27, 2020. We were going to leave, you know, shop here and there, come back home. And she says come back home to get Lena, but she didn't pick up Lena either. She means to like meet Lena at the house because she could have picked Lena up. She made Lena, you know, take the school bus. So to say we were going to leave we were going to go. But then she also said I was going to leave Gannon at home. It does make me wonder, who's the we? Who are you talking about? Because like, yeah, we were going to go shopping around, whatever. Oh, okay. She said that he had hurt his foot and he had burns from the fire that he set. Okay. To Al, she said he hurt his foot and he had tummy problems. That's why he was sluggish we'll look at the surveillance again. That's why he was sluggish, right? She said that he stayed up, or all of them. Actually, remember when she said to Al that they didn't sleep at all because, you know, everyone was so exhausted the next day, including Lena, even though she made her play outside for an extra hour. Right. But she said we stayed up till 3 or 4 a.m. because Gannon had big problems with his stomach. And she said, you know, he gets like really backed up. By that time, 3 or 4 a.m., he's not backed up anymore because you literally said he pooped his pants like 50 million times that weekend. So she's lying, and she's been giving him Miralax and all sorts of things at that point already. Cedar Snack, thank you so much. The comment she made about Gannon alone in the basement, filling out a memory box of the family he wishes he had. I lost it. That one was too much. Ooh, I know, right? That was too much. Yes. And then, so I'm making notes. If you wonder, what am I doing? I'm making notes and I summarize everything we just heard, right? Just little things that I thought was interesting as we go through. Feel free to comment what you thought was interesting too, or what stuck out to you. Oh, yeah. So she said that they went to Dunkin' Donuts. She got coffee. She was also getting gas. And then she really was deflecting when asking even which Dunkin' Donuts. Where did you get gas? She's like, no. This one across the road and that Dunkin', and making up street names and all that, right? She said that Gannon was playing his Switch in the car. So how much fun was this really for Gannon in her story, right? They were going to go shopping, Petco, whatever, but yet he stayed in the car. You know? So and she was going to leave him at home. So who was she going? What was this big shopping day plan? What a lie. I wonder what she was really, I want to see all the Petco receipts, right? So she said she looked up a bunch of things online. We know. We have seen her Google search history. And if you haven't seen it with us, it's on the playlist. There's a video on the playlist that literally says, let me show you. Here's my playlist. And this one, what Letecia's Google searches reveal. That one. You can see it there. So she said, I said prior I'd looked online and that everything was all paid and that she was going to go and fetch this bicycle, you know, that she was getting for Elle for a present, which is, yeah, right. She had to get back to Lena. So they were going to do Dunkin' Donuts, Petco, and all that. And when the FBI special agent, Amber Cronan, asked her, why did you go back to Petco again? She didn't really answer that, huh? She deflected a lot. But yet to Al, she said she left Gannon's phone in the store. That's why she went back. She also told Al, no, it was her phone that she left in the store. That's why she went back. And yet she told Lena that she left her phone at home. And she even texted from Gannon's phone to say, Tisha left her phone at home. Text me or call me if you need her. Remember that? Yes. So then, she said, I have to go home to get Lena. Makes no sense of that whole story. She said then, I walk inside the house. Gannon walks inside the house. That was very important. Why? Because we've always speculated from that surveillance footage, you could see her get out the truck and walk inside the house. And we couldn't ever see Gannon get out the house. So in the initial stages of Gannon going missing, everybody thought Gannon never came back home with her. But then there's supposedly the shadow, which I'm pretty sure the police will have extra crystal clear quality. We only have what the neighbor, Roderick Drayton, filmed using, I think his phone. He's filming the TV to look at the surveillance. So it's a little bit angled and it's a little bit grainy. Did my best to lighten it up and brighten up with what we have. But we see her go in. We don't see him go in, but he must have gone in. Because he was murdered in his bedroom. And the cops say on the probable cause affidavit that afternoon. So sometime between 2:15 and like 3:30, right? So it's interesting there how she slips up quite a lot here and there. She said, I walk inside the house. Gannon walks inside the house. I was going to work out, put my earphones on. Now, I hate this saying this, but she did work out. She did a terrible, terrible thing. But the whole, I was going to work out, put my earphones on, but then you're hearing loud noises and all this. It doesn't make any sense. She wouldn't have heard a thing if she was working out, right? With her noise-canceling earphones that she couldn't even describe the color of in her interrogation video. She said there was a loud noise downstairs. So she goes down and then she realizes someone's in the house. The guy was standing in the storage room. And then she said, I don't want to make any speculations. Woman, I don't even know what to call a creature. It's all speculation. It's all lies. It's not even speculation. It's pure, flat out lies. Sam Panther, nice to see you. Thank you so much for your £2 super sticker. This necklace is in honor of Gannon. It's a blue heart because Gannon's favorite color was blue, and we're sharing blue hearts in the chat. Yes. That's the thing. Kathleen says, why would she leave her phone at home and take Gannon's? I know. That's just so weird. She really didn't want to be tracked, although Gannon's phone would be tracked. I think she wanted, her plan was to get rid of him on that trip, right? But for some reason, she came back home. Thank goodness, in a way, but also not, because how terrible. So she said there was already motion in there. Okay, now we know that back door ADT had picked up, it had opened and closed like 10 to 15 times that afternoon when she's claiming to be all downstairs with Eduardo, who then became Quincy Brown, who was initially the Craigslist guy. All of those. She said he was going to completely rob us. Wow, speaking in absolutes, it's a bit odd. He was going to completely rob us. But then in other stories, remember, this man demanded suitcases. He really just had the hots for her, and then he demanded a suitcase. Really? Yeah, Letecia, the creature. Thank you for the blue hearts, everyone. She said there's... Where are the weapons? Asked the FBI agent. Where are the weapons? Oh, all over the house. Firstly, Al works for the National Guard. He's not going to leave weapons all over the house. But also, wow, Letecia. So you've got young kids in the house. Lena was 8 years old at the time. Gannon, 11. Her daughter, 17. And you just have guns all over the house. And then she brings in the babysitter story, which is also so weird. The thing is that we saw Gannon get in the truck. That's what's confusing. On the surveillance footage, that doesn't lie. We see him get in the truck at like 10 in the morning, and they come back at 2:14 p.m. So we see him go, right? That's the thing. And he must have come back because he was murdered in his bedroom. So, anyway, so she said her battery is draining and that she's got 2% left. And she just hung up the call with the FBI special agent, which is, that's not a red flag at all, right? But then she called Al immediately, which is that last call we heard. She got 2%. So she lied to an FBI special agent too. She says to Al then they could be messing up the investigation. She hired Nicole, who is an investigative reporter. Now, I was speculating in the chat. I'm sure you saw me say it. If you didn't, welcome to the stream. I'll say it again. Charlotte, I want to say that right. Here they say framboises. Frambois. Thank you so much for that super sticker. You're probably like, oh no, never say my surname again. Sorry about that. Now, Nicole Mobley lived in the neighborhood. She was one of the neighbors, or I say in the neighborhood because it wasn't like right next door from what I understand. In the neighborhood, in the community. Nicole was helping search for Gannon on the day when missing. Nicole asked Letecia some questions on Facebook. Letecia then blocked her on Facebook. Nicole was on the witness stand. I think it was on either the afternoon of day 2 or day 3, somewhere there, and was so good. She was brilliant. Oh my word. Right? Am I getting the day right? It could have even been day 4. Somewhere in the beginning there, first week. She was so good. We were like, is she a Grizzly? Yes, Ben can speak French and he will teach me how to say it later so that I don't say it like that ever again. Sorry about that. So Nicole, when Letecia tells Al that she hired an investigative reporter, I wonder if she's talking about Nicole because she'd blocked Nicole on Facebook, but Nicole found a way around it. She made, another Facebook profile and started talking to Letecia and then totally played her. She was like fully on her side, pretending to be. Oh man, that was such a good testimony. That was one of my favorites. That was one of my favorite moments, when she's like, oh yeah, I was just pretending. I was just trying to get information out of her. I'm like, you go, Nicole. So I'm wondering if at that point, this is now February 15, 2020. So it is at the point when Nicole and Letecia are talking back and forth. So I think Letecia's saying, I hired an investigative reporter, which is Nicole, someone from the neighborhood. Not that Karen, welcome to membership. Welcome to all the new members. We will have a members only stream very soon. Either after today's court time, if I have the energy, because I feel fine now, but we have to see because it's 1 o'clock in the morning when this ends, okay? Or tomorrow. I'd rather say soon though. Okay, so she said, show me everything I'm showing you. To Al, show me everything I'm showing you. What? Love, compassion, respect? No. I mean, what in the heck? Donna Stewart says, girls upstairs, she's screaming. What? I know, right? So the girls are upstairs, she's screaming. Gannon's screaming, but they hear nothing. She's such a liar. Oh, my word. Rosemary Cato, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Swedish, I think. And Kylie, welcome to membership. Paula says, I just wonder, Al did not see any signs. I'm sure he saw signs, but nobody thinks like, damn, this woman is such a liar. She's such a red flag. Yeah, she's going to be a killer of my children. I just don't think that thought crosses our minds, really. We've seen it many times in true crime. Many times. I mean, think of the Delphi case, Richard Allen, daughter, wife, daughter, everything. Like, you just never think, well, okay, we in true crime probably do think that, right? We're looking at everyone like, I see you. You went to Walmart to buy what now? But I just don't think it crosses people's minds that, like, you just can't imagine it. Like the person you married to is going to kill your child. I mean, it sounds like you are not well if you think like that. You know what I mean? It's on my playlist and it's all timestamped. So just go check it out. I just can't remember exactly which day, but she was so good. You guys have to go check that out. All my streams, even though if you look at it at first glance, it's like 8 hours because of these long court days. Of course, it's 8-hour court days. Just if you go click on the stream, everything is timestamped and chaptered out for you so that it's really easy to navigate through all the different witnesses and we can easily go and revisit some of them, right? So she said, if you know this dude has Gannon, why are you blaming me? This dude is Quincy Brown. It's not, Quincy Brown was a real person. He was one of the most wanted men at the time that she Googled. And she's like, he was a sex offender, an SO, I should say, on YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. My word. He was an SO, and Leticia's like, that's the one. He's going to fit the script. Forget Eduardo. Forget the Craigslist guy. Now it's Quincy Brown. She said, and this was the worst one I heard today. One of. There's so many. Don't you have compassion for that? For her being so terrified, frozen in fear, not knowing what to do? It's also interesting if she's claiming to have DID, which is dissociative identity disorder. You wouldn't, it's fight, flight, freeze, fawn, or dissociate. So you would be dissociating if you have DID. You wouldn't be just frozen. That's the freeze response. You know what I mean? She debunks herself the whole time, okay? Thank you so much. Yes, and Dana Bulbrook says, especially after being with these kids for over 6 years, especially like, I mean, she's apparently taking them hiking and they've, you know, they've done stuff together. They had Christmas together. So yes. So don't you have compassion for that? And she's still jealous of Landen. She mentions Landen, Gannon's biological mother, all the time. So jealous of her. So now this part about this SO Quincy Brown trying to, now we're going to have to trigger warning this one. I didn't really, I didn't expect that to come up so much, but here, trigger bunny for the trigger warning because it's very distressing. She's saying that the SO Quincy Brown tried to put something in Gannon's butt. What? And she did at some point in some of her calls say that his butt was bleeding. That makes me very, very worried. I think the story is a lot worse than we know. That's the truth. I think what she did to him probably over the entire weekend, and maybe it was ongoing abuse for a long time. I think it was extensive that weekend. We don't want to be a fly on that wall. So she's also monitoring his insurance claims because she starts grilling him about it. Why you got that insurance claim? He's like, we'll talk about it at the meetup. Dana says, I loved how Elle ended that last call. Yes. Yeah. Yes, Cherry. His foot was so bad to bleed. So it bled so badly that it bled into the concrete floor, but then she took him on a 6-mile hike the next day. 2 hikes, remember? It wasn't even just one. She said we first hiked around Lorson Ranch, okay, taking the dogs out. Then they went to Garden of the Gods. Okay, so this was such a tell. She said nothing had happened at that point in time. Oh, she's talking about that Monday. She's going over it with Elle. Nothing had happened at that point in time. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Because something happened after that point in time. It's quite a slip that she had there. She said 2 out of our 3 children were safe because now in this story, Lena and Harley are upstairs. Eduardo or Quincy Brown or whoever is downstairs. He sounds like he's just standing there. It doesn't sound like he's moving all that much. Gannon's door is locked because remember, one of her stories is that his door is locked. But another one is that Eduardo, whoever's just standing there, and she can see into Gannon's room. So Gannon's screaming and she's screaming. The girls are upstairs. She says she kept 2 out of 3 of our children safe. Yeah, how about 3? How about you try 3? My word, this lady. Anyway, and she says, I didn't pick and choose. Oh, you did. Killer. She did. In a sinister way. I didn't pick and choose. But 2 out of 3 of them are safe. The girls are fine. Gannon, not so much. Then she says she left Harley a note on the counter. Please recall the police. Total BS. Total BS, obviously. But like, remember when she said she's going to write Lena? She should have written a note to give to Lena to run to the neighbors to put in their mailbox, which makes no sense. There's no urgency in that whatsoever. 0. Now she says she left. I mean, at what point did she write this note? So the girls are upstairs. We should never reenact this, but imagine trying to reenact it like, the girls are upstairs. Gannon screaming. She's screaming. Eduardo is standing there. Okay, then she's writing a note. Eduardo, you just wait. I'm just going to write my note here. Okay, now I'm going to put it on the counter, and then on the note, it says, please recall the police. As if anyone called the police already yet. She only called the police at 6:55 p.m. to report Gannon as a runaway, not as being abducted. My word. She then, she also asked Albert, what's our code word? You know the code word for like safety? And he's like, desperado. I'm like, okay, desperado. She says, she said the code word to Harley, but she didn't get it because, you know, she's a little ditzy. Man, I'm telling you, Harley's been through enough. What? Her own killer mother is saying, yeah, you know, she's a little ditzy. She didn't get the code word. Really? But yet you're bragging about her in front of the cameras. You see the narcissist coming out. She's bragging to her in front of the cameras saying that Harley is going to be working for the army. And she actually did take her to the army recruitment center. We heard that yesterday. That was on the day she was arrested. That when Letecia was arrested, Harley had gone to the recruitment offices. Yeah, Iguardo. She said, all I hear is Gannon screaming. I did hear a loud noise. I think that's true in a very terrible way. And I think the baseball bat she introduced is interesting based on the blunt force trauma. She talked about the board. Now, she has not yet ever mentioned something with a sharp force, except something that would have caused the sharp force injuries, except for a box cutter or a carpet cutter. She talked about cutting the carpet and saying she first tried with a box cutter, but it didn't cut deep enough, so she had to use another object. That's how she used. Those are the words she used. That was scary when she said that. And she said nobody helped. She said she hit her head on a wood piece in our storage room, and Gannon was gone. Again, if you take that, it's a little bit true because at that point, Gannon was gone, but deceased, not abducted. Gannon was gone. If we timeline her story, right? And at some point, she had put him on that wooden board that we saw yesterday. They showed both sides of it. They showed where they found it there in Douglas County, and there were bloodstains on it. So she probably put his body on that wooden board. So when she says she hit her head, so much happening here. She's hitting her head. He's hitting his head. Everybody's bleeding everywhere, but yet she's like, no, it's from his foot. She said she sees these pictures in her mind over and over and over again. Can I do anything about it? No. And all she was thinking at that moment was, oh my God. She says when you see something about if you see your neighbors, you just don't think like things like this will happen. She's talking almost like, you never think that you're going to be a true crime case, but you are, basically, is what she's saying. What did I write here? I'm trying to read my own writing. Oh, or some effing SH1T. I don't know what that was about. It says she went that afternoon. Oh, yeah. She said she went to the police station that next day. So that would have been January 28th. No, she didn't. She really didn't. The police said she was extremely difficult to trace. They couldn't get hold of her. She just didn't want to be interviewed by them. So she went on the 29th. Okay, so now what we're going to do is not the trailer. We're going to Gannon Stauch. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to find it quickly. Where is it? This one? Not that one. Yeah. Okay, we're not going to look at that. This. There. Ahmad says, celebrating end of fasting month tomorrow evening. See you Grizzlies in a few days. I'll let the yada fry. The yada. Let the yada fry. And justice for Gannon. Oh, thank you so much and enjoy your celebration. Is my microphone still okay? Interesting. Someone says, could the shadow be her carrying Gannon out the car? I mean, it could be. It could also be that. I wonder what she did to him on that trip. But she didn't just drug him to the point where he wasn't able to defend himself. He had a lot of defense wounds, right? And Yeah, A. Heineman says, I need a story map. A story map like Letecia's story time, right? My word. Okay, so let's play this. I'm actually going to leave it on mute so we can focus. So Letecia walks to the truck with a backpack. This was on January 27th. This footage is from a neighbor's security camera on January 27th. Okay, so she backs into the driveway, waits 40 seconds, and then gets out. You can see the writing on there. There she goes. Now, here comes Gannon, from what we know. Let's just see. So this is apparently Gannon. We have to look so carefully, right? Okay, let's carry on. Drop something. There's no sound on this video, by the way. Okay, picks up what he dropped. See, the footage isn't that great, but at least we can see it. Both get into the vehicle. Okay, let's play some of the song. It's actually honestly better when we mute it, in my opinion, then we can focus. Letecia then exits the vehicle again. So he walked out, dropped something, picked it up again. They both get in the vehicle. Then she gets out and walks back in. Okay? I'm just going to go back slightly so we can see Gannon one more time. So she's running in there. That's true. Nay. She was saying that the dude that was in the house stayed almost till the next morning after the police had been there on Monday. True. Here. Okay, so there is apparently Gannon. Yes. Just going to pause it there so we can look. Vanessa, that's never worked well in court. Lots of people have tried to do that. John Wayne Gacy claimed he had dissociative identity disorder. Didn't work. They said Ted Bundy might have had it. Didn't work. So good luck to Letecia. You can't just, every personality state has to take accountability, because even though someone with DID has compartmentalized personality states, you still can't say this one did it, but this one didn't. It's going to be very hard. They've really chosen a weird defense to go for in court. It's not known to be very successful. You know, if they went with, I don't know, something else, it would have maybe been a better chance. Jean Atlas, not that we want her to have a chance. I believe LS's attorneys coaxed her into pleading not guilty by reason of insanity because her stories were too outrageous and deceitful to be sane. Right? Yes. Okay, so carrying on, carrying on. He's going to pick something up here now. They get in the vehicle. He's getting in. And that car goes by. I wonder what they saw at all. I'm sure they've interviewed everyone. She gets back out the car. Amy K says it was Letecia that, maybe it was Letecia actually, that bent down to pick up. It gets all blurry there when she walks past. Yeah, you guys are saying she picked it up. Let's look one more time together. This is think tank time for lunchtime. Let's go here. Okay. So Letecia backs the truck into the driveway. Remember, this is called lunch break. So, okay, she's running back in. Why is it playing like that now? That was so fast. Zoom in and pinch with your fingers if you can. Yeah, he dropped something. Or whoever's there dropped something. We're assuming it's him. Here she comes. And I always wondered if she's like wearing a wig now. What the hell's going on here? I don't know if you remember the original streams. Look there. Look at her hair. It just looks so weird, man. Anyway, she picks it up. You guys, all right. Yes. He drops something. She picks it up. Yes. Just hold on one second. So, carry on. Ginger Snap says, looks like a bottle he dropped. Wonder if we're going to hear more about that blanket that was found in her bag. So Letecia gets out the vehicle again. You can see what's supposed to be Gannon here. And I agree, this is heartbreaking. This was the last time he was seen alive. Is this footage? The camera is sure bouncing. I think they're filming their TV. They are at lunch break, everyone. They'll be back at 1:20. Quite a while she's going in and not taking her phone along. Letecia returns and gets in the truck. Yes, a wolf, the fictitious attacker got in the house, according to Letecia, because she gave him the code. Off they go. They leave at 10:13 a.m. and return at 2:19 p.m. Police say he was murdered between then and returning and 5:34 p.m. They're going to Dunkin' Donuts, a gas station, and Petco twice. Look how fast she drives back. Remember that the neighbor was filming his TV. That's why it's like in, out. You could see the TV screen there. This is from the neighbor's surveillance. Okay, now let's look. So she backs this vehicle up multiple times. Very strange as well. You could see she's not good at it. She hasn't done it before, clearly, or often. Look at her. She's like, ooh, okay, forwards, backwards, forwards, backwards. And we go forwards again. Yeah, she's definitely up to mischief at this point. Linda says there's another footage of coming home. She comes back out and backs the truck in the garage. I saw it 3 years ago. This is apparently the footage of her coming home. Are you saying that there's another camera angle? If you find it, please send it to me. She comes back out and backs the truck in the garage. Damn, okay. Cynthia, thank you for your super sticker. Do you remember when they talked about meds? One causes random bleeding. I don't know if she was ODing him. I'm sure she was giving him stuff. But clearly the overkill later, blunt force trauma, sharp force injuries, and gunshots, that's a lot. That's a lot. Welcome, Cherry. Okay, so carry on. Now, this is the thing. She's sitting in the car for a while, and we don't see him get out, and not on the side that he got in either. So if you see a shadow, let me know. This is really, it feels like Chris Watts all over again, looking for that shadow. But if you see the shadow, that's what people refer to. Could it be Letecia carrying him out? Maybe. Could he have been left in the car? And based on the footage that one of the Grizzlies just said they saw from 3 years ago, maybe he just stayed in the car, didn't get out the car, and she backed that into the garage and then took him out. That's a possibility too. Claire O'Brien says that's when she drugged him, in my opinion, when he dropped the item. He was on the hydrocodone then. Possibly, yes. And did you notice how when they talked about the medication the other day, they mentioned 5 different ones. Colchicine and, sorry, my notes, there's so many notes, I don't even know how many pages back I have to go. But they never mentioned the hydrocodone. They took 5 medications from the house. I think it was Belle Brooke that said it, but not hydrocodone. There it is. Okay, so it was Perigo, colchicine, lisdexamfetamine, amoxicillin or Cillin, and canine meds, which are, for the dogs. So none of those are hydrocodone, which is interesting that they found all of those prescription pills at the house, but not the hydrocodone. Okay, we're zooming in here. Yes, Nay says Al questioned her on him being sluggish. We could see it maybe just that part when he walks out one more time. Yo, she's just in this car for long. You just heard me say yo. I'm South African. We say yo, which is like, whoa. I'm not sure, Jeremiah. They didn't say well, I didn't hear it. I just heard them say which are canine meds. Now she gets out the car. Look at the door. The door is swinging back and forth. I'm like, let's look closer. Yes, thank you. What G just read out, that's what was removed from the house by law enforcement. So when law enforcement went to the house, they were looking for, you know, all sorts of things. And some of the evidence they had was prescription drugs, which was Perigo, colchicine, there's dexamphetamine, amoxicillin, and canine meds. They mentioned something, but meds for the dogs. And it got double G. So I'm showing it again. And she's got like a bag or something, like a plastic bag or something there. Don't know what she's carrying. Double G time. And now 3. 2 Gs and a Gannon. Yes. Okay. So that's what we have from there. DMNMT says she's demonstrating a premeditated lapse in sanity. With her plea, will she have to testify? I kind of hope she does. Right? Yes, yes. Van says, oh, it's the wig. Could be. Yes, so just to clarify, those meds that I listed, it wasn't what was found in Gannon's system. They found hydrocodone in his system. And something else. I always forget the other name. Sorry. But it wasn't any of these. So these are the 4 other ones and the canine meds that they found. 5 prescription drugs in the house, of which one is for the dogs. Not hydrocodone. Yes. Okay. You guys said, could it be a white beanie on her head? Could see it one more time here. Yeah. Okay. So one more time, then we're gonna have a lunch break. Let's see. We're looking at that walking. We are now at 24:14, so go to 24 like that. And let's slow it. Okay, watch here. There. Yeah, this is him standing here. And then Letecia comes past, picks something up. Don't ask me why her head looks so white. He's getting in the car. Okay. So we've now seen it a few times. If you want to see it again, it is on my playlist over here. There's a whole playlist for you. I would recommend checking it out if you haven't yet. It's linked in the description box because you could see wait, that one was Letecia Stauch Stauch phone calls. Oh yeah, we did a live recap. There was an all-nighter on last week Saturday. So we went over all the calls again. Now we've got even more calls, you guys. We've got the fake polygraph company that she lied to. Oh my word. Here is star witness Nicole Mobley, and in that short, there's actually the link to her testimony, so go check that out. Opening statements, of course, surveillance and audio. And if you're interested in her Google searches, go to this one, which says what Letecia's Google searches reveal. Okay. So let me just bring this over here. And let me just get something set up for you. Just hold on 1 second. To keep you company in this little break, the court's coming back at 1:20, they said. Just looking what you guys are saying. Oh my, yep, we don't know who's on the stand later. I'm eager to see. I wonder if it will be the special agent talking more about the calls or what she learned from Letecia, or if there's going to be new witnesses as well, ones we haven't seen yet on the stand today. Megan Fox says, according to toxicology, the other medication found in the system would result in organ failure and rectal bleeding. The name escapes me. Yes. Janet says, I cannot listen to the calls ever again. Even if we get snarky, I think if we get snarky, you can, but okay, I'm kind of on your page. So I'm going to play the Bears one for you. It's just starting up. Okay, so I'm going to add this to the stream for you. Van Lechimp made this art for us. It's AI art. And when life gives you lemons, as we say on my second channel, get snarky. Okay, so the Bears are having a nice break here. I'm playing this one. I like playing the Gannon one too, but sometimes people say it makes them really sad during the lunch break. So I've made this alternate one as well. Okay, so I'm going to put this on as well. Just wait 1 second. Oh, they said it resumes at 1:20. Yeah, okay. And I'll get a countdown timer going in a moment. So enjoy it, everyone. I'll be back in 40 minutes, 39 minutes, less than that. Okay. Okay, I'm back, everyone. Can you hear me okay or not? Sorry, my lighting is all weird too. Hello, welcome. There, now we can actually see. Yes, and lurker number 1 said, wow, amazing job, Banner Champion, amazing soul. Just want to see. Interesting. Vanderchimp made the art that I was playing in the break. Okay. Just want to see if we can rejoin. Now, what do we have going on here? They're doing something in the courtroom. You can hear me. Oh, okay. They turned the cameras back off. Cameras went back off. Okay, let me quickly find something for you. I want to find this. Okay, this is from day 5 of the trial. We only have like 3 more minutes. Let's just see if we can hear what they found in Gannon's system. It was hydrocodone and paracetamol or Tylenol.
Does that indicate some period of time to achieve all of those injuries for whoever was attacking him?
Yes,
The fact that there's 18 sharp force injuries
yes,
and then 4 blunt force injuries
yes,
and then a gunshot that entered into the lower left chin and traveled through the oral cavity and all that.
yes.
What is the purpose of doing a toxicology report?
Tox report.
We do it in all violent deaths, and it's to determine whether there were any drugs or what drugs were in the system.
Was that performed on Gannon Stauch?
Yes,
Was there anything unusual detected in Gannon Stauch at the time of autopsy?
there were some drugs, or there was a drug that was present.
Okay, so let's talk first. Acetaminophen, a typical over-the-counter medication, was that found in Gannon?
Yes,
Would that be anything?
So it was acetaminophen and hydrocodone found in his system. Before the break, we were discussing prescription drugs that they'd seized from the house. So there was that. This lighting is so bright. Okay, we're waiting for court to come back. It should be back in the next 2 minutes or so. Let's get this all set up, shall we? Stack it, yes. Okay. Thank you for being here throughout the break. Some of you stay throughout the whole break and talk it out. So let's see what the afternoon brings. If you want my Eduardo drawing, it's on Patreon. I don't know if anyone's interested in that, but it's the way Letecia describes Eduardo. There was apparently a teardrop tattoo. Now there's a tattoo on the right arm. Oh, no, she didn't know which arm. On the arm. A belt. Pink boots. Oh, my word. So I don't know if we're going to listen to more stories or not. If anyone bought a sticker during the break, I'm sorry if I missed it. I will review them all afterwards myself. I always do that at my own time. And I'm very, very grateful. Agent Scully Wannabe says, for Fury, aka the CEO, for cat treat of his choosing. Of his choosing. He's very spoiled. Thank you so much. Cherry says we had a group therapy session. Very nice. Schmooby Cake says, Eduardo is my screensaver. Oh, my word. Yes, and Fury's very busy today. It's got the zoomies. Okay, let's see what's happening. Nothing's happening yet. I could just hear someone clearing their throat on the court feed. It's the judge. We're back. We're back.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned, or I'm sorry, the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
Only thing, Judge, is that for our next witness, when we finish up with Special Agent Cronan, I'm going to be running our display computer from up here. And so I think you need to change something from there.
I do.
Okay.
So you're going to be hooked into the wire there.
It's hooked in
Yep.
now.
Okay. All right. And Special Agent Cronan, where there you are.
Right here.
If you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. And I think we're good to go. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Oh, I don't
It's all plugged in.
do anything by memory.
How does my microphone sound? Normally when WebEx is open, I've got Robot G on. Thank you, Mia.
All rise for the jury, please. Oh. So we're still missing two?
No. You only have. I know. I'm working it. That's that game.
We need a good old fashioned psych after each one of those.
Apparently.
What did she do to her hair now, you guys? Look at it. My goodness.
It's good you have so much help.
Okay, we're going to zoom in now.
Okay. You can probably say, bring him in again. He'll hear it.
All right, Todd, go ahead and bring him in, please.
There's only two cameras up. I will show him Sherry. Back up yet.
That'll be fine. All rise for the jury, please.
Look at her hair. She's made two little bolas, two buns. In South Africa, I would say bola. She got them bolas on. She's trying to demonstrate DID.
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the direct examination of Special Agent Cronan. That's where we will resume. Mr. Adam?
Special Agent Cronan, do you remember the portion of time when in that particular call, Mr. Stauch was asking the defendant a location where he could go meet with her?
Yes.
And asking about send me an address and I'll come up there?
Correct.
Do you remember how she responded with conditions before giving any information? Well, did she?
To say that
Yeah.
I recall her saying that she wanted him to agree to allowing her back into the house.
Yeah, that's what I mean, is like she set conditions before she would give any information.
Correct.
Was that fairly consistent throughout this too, that she would do those types of things?
Yes.
There was mention of Michelle and Monument. Was there any Michelle that became of interest in this case, or any real person by the name of Michelle and Monument that was associated with this defendant?
No.
In that particular call, does she basically describe what happened to Gannon, but cloaked in all kinds of misdirection?
Yes. She had mentioned she was using it in the term of saying what she would do to Quincy Brown by saying she was thinking about getting a gun and shooting him or having a knife. And then when she says after the incident, she was driving around thinking, oh my God, Al's going to kill me.
So when you talk about the gun part, the quote, take a gun downstairs and light his butt up, she used a different word. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you know that there, or was there evidence that Gannon was actually shot in the basement?
Yes.
Do you remember when she described all she could hear is Gannon screaming?
Yes.
And then the next thing she remembers, according to her quote, is Gannon was gone.
Yes.
Were you aware at that particular time where Gannon's, whether he was alive or dead, first of all,
At the particular time,
of this call?
he was deceased at that point.
But at that time, his body had not been recovered yet, correct? So when you say that he was deceased at the time, when we go back to that actual call, had his body been recovered yet?
No.
Okay. Was that part of the reason for doing these calls, was to gain evidence that would potentially lead to Gannon's location and discovery?
Yes.
You mentioned at the very beginning of your testimony yesterday, your experience, and you mentioned that you work with Fremont Correctional.
I work with the Bureau of Prisons, so it's
Yeah,
the
that's
federal
also-
system.
That I said it wrong. The Federal Bureau of Prisons. Do you have occasion to interact with people that are dealing with mental health issues?
Yes, there's some inmates that have mental health issues.
Have you had experience dealing with people that have severe mental health issues?
Yes.
What does that look like from your perspective?
It's different. They may not have logical reasons for what they do.
Did this particular defendant appear to have logical reasons for doing what she was doing during the pendency of this investigation?
Yes.
In your observations of her, did you ever hear her say anything about having severe mental health disorders,
No.
diseases?
No.
Did she have consistent personality traits throughout the time that you were able to observe her?
Yes.
During your observation periods with her through these phone calls, you mentioned also going to South Carolina for her arrest. Did you have personal contact with her there?
No.
Okay. Did you see her though?
I did see her.
Okay.
Yes.
Did you ever have occasion to hear her refer to herself by the name Taylor?
No.
Did you ever hear her refer to herself by the name Maria Sanchez?
No.
What about Jasmine?
No.
What about Harmony?
No.
Christina?
No.
Little Lucia?
No.
Did she ever talk with a Spanish accent?
No.
What was, based on the time that you were with, not necessarily with her, but able to observe her, what is your opinion as to her sanity?
Well, I'm not going to allow it from this witness unless you can lay more foundation that she has personal interaction with the defendant. My understanding is that most of it was observed through a phone call, and she's not had personal contact with the defendant.
Well, I think that would be the basis of it, Judge. She was present for every single one of these individual phone calls, which is, I think, 16 total phone calls, some over an hour long. And then also observing her in South Carolina.
I just don't think there's enough foundation laid for that. I'm not going to allow it from this witness.
Okay. All right.
Ask
That's
the other foundational questions, but I won't.
Well, I've already asked those. Yep. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Cook, cross-examination.
Just a few. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good, sir.
Should I refer to you as special agent? Is that
That.
your working title?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How long did you get to view Miss Stauch when you were in South Carolina, special agent?
With her, I wasn't personally interacting with her. I just saw her after the interview that Mr. Grusing had with her.
Or just like walking down the hallway?
Yes, sir.
Just for a few minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were with Gannon's father in the room during these phone calls?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Mr. Allen had stated earlier you were sliding him notes back and forth about what to say.
Periodically, he did the majority of the phone calls and he would have the conversations with her. It's just periodically, if there was something we wanted to know, we would give him a note and ask him
Did what you were looking for as far as answers go change from the first phone call you recorded to the last one? Is the investigation involved, I guess, so to speak?
Our point was to try to find what happened to Gannon and get the straight story from her because it did keep changing.
Okay. When did the warrant for the defendant's arrest go out?
I couldn't probably tell you the exact day
Okay.
as to when that happened.
How long after the warrant for the defendant's arrest went out was it before she was apprehended and actually taken into custody?
Probably within the week, if I would imagine. But that's just a guess. I really can't recall. We got the warrant and then a team of us had to travel to South Carolina to arrest her out there.
By plane or car?
We flew by plane.
If you had a defendant on all these phone calls by, I guess some of the phone calls we've heard were, I keep pointing there because that's, I'm used to looking at, but my speaker is, but if you had these phone calls from February 15th, 16th, 17th, mid-February 2020, you've got a defendant who's telling a lot of different stories, admitting that she knew there was Gannon's blood, admitting that something happened and Gannon was possibly dead. Why not make an arrest then, mid-February?
It's not really our decision. It would be the decision of the district attorney to determine when we have enough to get an arrest warrant.
Okay, so that was the call of the DA?
Mhm.
Okay. Just a second, Your Honor.
All right.
I don't have anything else. Thank you, Special.
Mr. Allen?
Do you remember if the arrest warrant was issued on February 28th, 2020 at 1:26 p.m.?
I don't remember the exact date, so I can't confirm that.
Okay. What day did you travel to South Carolina to effectuate that arrest?
Again, I'm sorry, I don't recall the exact date as to when we did.
Okay. Was it early March,
Yes,
which would be very close in time to February 28th if the arrest warrant was issued that date?
yes, sir, it would be.
Okay. We've already gone over this with another witness, but from your perspective, what do you have to have before you can determine that somebody's able to be arrested?
Well, we'd have to have probable cause that the person has been murdered. So without Gannon's body being found, we don't know that he actually was murdered at that time.
The lack of a body, can that cause difficulties in both the investigation and then ultimately the prosecution effort?
Yes, because if he'd actually been kidnapped, we wouldn't have a homicide investigation, obviously.
Have you been involved with other no body homicide investigations?
Yes,
Are there inherent difficulties present because there's no body?
yes.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Do any of the jurors have any questions for Special Agent Cronan? No? All right. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Prosecution, call your next witness, please.
We'll call Johnny Grusing.
And last name again?
Grusing, sorry, Grusing.
Mr. Grusing, if you would step forward and raise your right hand, please, sir. A little further. Do you swear affirm the testimony about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead and have a seat in the witness stand. Please watch your step as you step into the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. Will you please introduce yourself to our jury and then spell your name for the record?
My name is Jonathan Grusing. Last name is Grusing.
Mr. Grusing, what do you do currently for work?
I am Director of Safety and Security for Douglas County School District.
How long have you been doing that?
Not quite 2 years.
What did you do before that?
I was a special agent with the FBI in Denver.
How long had you been with the FBI?
Almost 25 years.
What kind of training and education did you have that allowed you to do that job?
I got an undergraduate degree in management, Texas Tech University, got a master's degree there as well in business. I worked in Dallas for 4 years while I was basically biding time to try to get into the FBI.
What kind of experience or positions, I should say, or roles did you play with the FBI?
So I was a special agent the entire 25 years. For my first 2 years, I worked terrorism matters, and for my last 23, I was primarily violent crime matters.
What kind of cases did you work on as far as violent crime investigations?
Up until 2006, I primarily worked kidnappings, fugitives, bank robbers, some federal jurisdiction crimes, like if there was a homicide in the prison. It was mainly that until 2006. And in that year, I was assigned a serial killer case. It was an informant of ours who the FBI did not know he was going around killing people and enjoying it. And I spent 15 years working that case. And that got me working closely with the profiling unit, which is called the Behavior Analysis Unit. I worked with them from 2006 until my retirement.
What is the Behavioral Analysis Unit?
It is a unit of supervisors with the FBI. They've also now incorporated homicide detectives, other federal agencies like ATF, Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. And they are basically a consult of experts in different categories. Like we'll have cybercrime is a new one, terrorism or threats, crimes against children, and crimes against adults.
How is, I guess, either that discipline or that unit, how is it used in criminal investigations?
So for my serial killer case, since I had never worked anything like that before, they consulted with me of how to approach someone like that, how someone like that functions, and how we might be able to find his victims, because we just had missing people at that time. So they taught me how behavior works. I went to a lot of their in-services. I eventually became the coordinator for Colorado as an arm for the Behavior Analysis Unit to both assist local agencies in some profiling type matters, but also to hook up local departments with the profiling unit. So I was basically an extension of them to Colorado. And following that case in 2006, I kept getting assigned other cases where I could utilize the profiling unit on whether it's missing children, missing adults, strange homicides, serial rapists, those sorts of things.
I guess, how do you use that behavior patterns, or however you want to use the term, in trying to determine or help you as you're interviewing people?
So, in attending a lot of their in-services, but even more so in working with people who did awful things, took other people's lives, the profiling unit had taught us that people follow a certain pattern of behavior. And knowing that pattern assists us in how to approach them and possibly get them to talk to us. It's not an accusatory manner. It's more of a manner on where we try to think like the offender, someone who's done an awful thing, and try to help that person wrestle with what they've done, and even almost explain to them what they've done and assist them in moving forward. So it's looking at the crime as best we can from the offender's viewpoint and trying to understand that person.
Does thinking like the offender work in a generalized sense, or is it better to know something about the investigation itself and things that that person may have been doing or saying while the investigation is unfolding?
Yeah, it requires a lot of homework. That's what they taught me, because when we would send a case to the profiling unit, they would digest it completely. It's not some magic formula where they know how people think. They would read the entire case reports. They would ask a lot of questions of the investigator, and then they would just give the investigator some thoughts on how they might move forward. It's not, they would never dictate, this is what you should do. They would say, here are some considerations you might have in dealing with the person like you're dealing with today. The transition for me out of the FBI and really towards the school district was in 2013. This was after the Sandy Hook attack on the first graders. I started getting yearly training, and it was more in depth on pathways of violence. Because we as the FBI were trying to prevent school attacks in particular. So every year we would do more in-depth study on behavior patterns, and we as people, how we go down a pathway of violence before we do something. And so that got me talking to a lot of school districts for the next, 8 years or so, which eventually led to the job that I'm doing today.
So when you're talking about pattern of behavior, you're not talking, then it doesn't sound like a generalized pattern of a behavior. This would be a very specific pattern of behavior for a specific person and case.
Yes, they call it the pathway of violence, and both the FBI and the Secret Service have studied that for years and years.
What do you mean when you say that phrase, pathway of violence?
It means that we as human beings exhibit almost predictors before we do something we're going to regret later. It starts with a grievance. A grievance means something that you perceive is done wrong to you. And so then you have to wrestle with how you're going to deal with that. And you have an idea of how to deal with it. And that sometimes for us is not a healthy idea. If we have stabilizers in our life, we'll go back and figure out a better way to deal with things. From there, we go to planning. And that's if you're going down an unhealthy or a violent pathway, you'll start planning what you're going to do. You take steps of preparation. Then you do what's called a breach. A breach is that you enter into almost a point of no turning back, and then you do an attack. And we studied that for years and years to try to prevent school attacks. And that's what I still do today with the school district. If we see a student or even an adult struggling with that pathway of violence, we try to find out what that grievance is and if they're on a pathway to harm themselves or other people.
So in your experience, have you actually seen this pathway of violence go all the way through that pathway where it does lead to some violent act?
Absolutely.
How did you get involved in the investigation of Gannon Stauch's disappearance?
I had been assisting the Colorado Springs FBI resident agency. It's a smaller satellite down here I was stationed up in Denver on numerous cases if they involved missing adults, missing children, just to come in and assist them with whatever help I could give from the profiling unit. And the supervisor, John Cronan, had asked me to come assist with the Gannon Stauch case.
What was your role in the investigation?
I didn't come in till about a little over 2 weeks later, and the investigators, both FBI and El Paso sheriffs, just asked me to listen to one of Letecia's phone calls to, I believe it was Al, and see if I can assist, because they had no idea where Gannon was, and to see what we could do as far as where do we go from here, because they believed that she was misdirecting the authorities and wasn't assisting in the investigation. So after listening to the phone call, I spoke with Al, the dad, and with the investigative team and said, I do believe if we don't accuse Letecia of killing Gannon, that she would continue to talk with us and maybe give us clues to what happened to him.
So did that become a strategy for you as you proceeded to help out with this investigation, to not accuse her directly?
Yes.
Why did you believe that if you avoided making an accusation that she would continue to speak?
She had already shown a propensity to change her story to fit the facts of the case. And I had seen that in prior offenders as well. And I figured that if we could just keep
Approach.
Just a second. I thought, yes, you may.
Just like that, just like approach. I hope you guys can hear me. How's my mic? Thank you, Mikey's mammy. Yeah. Elsa is my favorite witness thus far. Me too. They're not loving this. Checking my mic, please, you guys. Am I robot voice? Is it robot G or me? Okay. What I want to say is she's trying to possibly speculating. She's demonstrating she's got dissociative identity disorder with a new little. But as I typed in the chat, people with DID, you need a trigger to trigger out a different state. That's how the coping mechanism works, right? You don't just randomly decide, ooh, I'm going to change my hair now. Now I'm a different person. It just doesn't work like this. Where's the dissociation as well? It's a hallmark sign of DID. We just don't see her dissociating or like being confused. You know, she would, let's say if she was dissociating and if she were to come around again, she'd be like, where am I? Like, what is this? What am I doing in court? Never. None of that. None of that. Goodies gumdrops. I'll answer this quickly. Goodies gumdrops. PayPal, direct, no middleman, pure gift. Patreon, you get cool perks. Oh, did you see? She's like, ugh, just can't even with her.
So, Mr. Grusing, so we were talking about that pathway of violence and how you used your experience to guide your strategy with this particular case. What about this jury's heard a bunch of phone calls already, heard testimony that you were involved with both the planning and carrying out of these consensually recorded phone calls. Was it also part of your strategy to get her to just keep talking because she would give information sort of on the margins?
Yes, she was the last person to be with Gannon, and she was our best source of information. But we being the FBI, had different teams looking at computers, phones, cars, her travel. But our best source to find out what happened to Gannon was to maintain communication with Letecia, and that was my goal, was just to have Al keep talking with her so we could find out what happened to him.
On all of these recorded consensual phone calls that involve Mr. Stauch and the defendant, is it fairly consistent that the defendant would show more concern for herself than helping find Gannon, or what might even have happened to Gannon?
Yes, it was.
Was the defendant at the center of her own universe in that regard?
She was.
Did you have, prior to the phone calls, had you ever had any interaction with her before?
No.
During the phone calls, did you have any chance to see her?
No,
Did you eventually have a chance to see her?
I did.
What was that?
It was once an arrest warrant was drafted, and we being an investigative team with El Paso County Sheriff's Office and FBI on March 2nd, arrested her, and I spoke with her in South Carolina.
The person that you went there to arrest and then interview, is she here in the courtroom?
She is.
Will you identify her, please, by pointing to where she's sitting, describing what she's wearing?
She's sitting at that table wearing a red shirt.
Between the two defense attorneys?
Correct.
All right, at this time, I'd ask that the record reflects he's identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Mr. Grusing, was it also consistent that this defendant would mislead the investigation?
Yes, that's correct.
Give us what you mean by that.
Well, in her conversations with Al, she was pretending to be in Colorado Springs when we knew she was in South Carolina. Her stories changed, and it really affected the law enforcement response for her to say Gannon walked away to a friend's house versus being abducted or something that would cause a greater and more intense law enforcement response initially. And then, as I'm sure the jury's aware, the stories kept changing.
How does that dynamic where the last person to see an 11-year-old child alive is giving these sometimes very wildly divergent statements as to what happened? How does that affect the investigation?
Well, it makes it difficult, but someone like Letecia can't help but giving out facts in the case while she's making up these stories. The stories are to avoid punishment for her possibly being responsible for what happened and being found guilty. And in my experience, that is what, both in my experience as an interviewer with the FBI and what I learned from working with the behavior analysis unit, that's what we as human beings do, is we fabricate and we misdirect to avoid punishment.
Was it consistent in this case that different times during these recorded phone calls that she would try to shift blame to other people?
Yes,
Did that include Al Stauch?
it did.
Did it include Landen Hyatt, Gannon's mother?
It did.
Did it include Landen's ex-husband, Mike?
Yes.
Were there other people that she would try to shift blame to that were known entities, known people that were real?
Yes.
I want to jump into now, I'm sure everybody's very excited about this, but some more of these recorded phone calls. We've previously had admitted and published a number of these phone calls through prior witnesses. But before we jump into that, how were you involved in this specific process of preparing Mr. Stauch for these calls?
So I would meet with Al along with our team in the morning early before we knew the phone calls would happen. First of all, to check on how he's doing, see if he got any texts through the night, and then to prepare him mentally for what would be a very difficult day of getting news stories of what happened to Gannon. And to watch him was difficult on us as investigators because Letecia was describing a lot of trauma happening to Gannon through this. It's forms of blood gushing and injuries to face and knees, and it just would keep coming, and it was difficult for him to take that in as Gannon's father, but he maintained a very even keel, and I think we were able to help him do that. It was very difficult for him not to accuse Letecia, but Al was also able to refrain from doing that as well.
Would you see physical reactions in Mr. Stauch as these descriptions are coming out?
Yes.
Was it important while you're doing this with Mr. Stauch to protect the viability of the investigation, meaning instructing him that he couldn't talk to people outside the investigation about these calls?
Yes, he knew that, and as far as I know, he adhered to that.
Okay. So I want to jump into People's Exhibit. Hold on just a second. People's Exhibit number 54, which was previously admitted through Mr. Stauch's testimony. It's a pre-tell or these consensual calls that was recorded on February 16th, 2020. Your Honor, this one is 4 minutes and 23 seconds.
All right, I think the witness can stay in the stand for that one.
Yep.
And from the podium?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Hello?
Yeah.
So I just got off the phone with your girl Nicole, and then I talked to the investigative reporter. You know what I found out?
What?
I found out where Quincy is. So
Okay.
we're making progress. His family at the house believes he's been in Mexico for over 2 years and hasn't been back.
Yeah, no, that's not true.
How do you know?
Oh, okay, whatever. If you're not gonna listen to me,
I did. I listened
now
to
you're
you.
gonna do thing and make up these stories. Really?
No, I listened to you. I listened to your contact of Nicole. I listened to her, the person she sent, okay, who was the investigative reporter that you were referencing. So all that was true. So thank you for telling the truth on that, okay? The part that's not true is Quincy Brown. He's been in Mexico for 2 years. Quincy Brown is not involved in this.
Mexico? You don't know Mexico.
That's what his family said, yeah, that's what his family said.
Oh yeah, okay, the family said Mexico?
Yeah, because they've been looking for him too, believe it or not. Go figure.
Uh-huh. Yeah, sure.
So why the misinformation? Why are you telling me not true? Okay, the news people said this was misinformation. That's why they're not running your story. Okay?
I didn't give him.
Yeah, you did. You gave him Quincy Brown. You gave him misinformation. You gave him a story. Okay?
I didn't give it any news story.
Yeah, Nicole's a news person. You know that. You called her and did an interview with her or statement or whatever. So yeah, you did give her misinformation. That's what they called it. That's what they called it, Tisha. Call them back and cuss them out. Don't talk to me like this. You gave them misinformation.
Okay. That's who the ID said. That's what it is.
Okay, that's who the ID said, and somebody's took his ID from 2 years ago and is now.
Maybe you need to figure that out because he's not Mexico.
So that's what I'm doing, trying to figure it out. Okay, and you're not working with me here. You said you want to be an involved parent.
In Mexico.
I'm just blown away because you say you want to be an involved parent. You sent me a picture of this dude. Okay, where'd you get the picture from?
Nicole, send this in. I said yes.
Okay, so Nicole sent you the picture. You've also got messages from this dude. Okay, and he never says who he is. Yeah, I got it, but it never said, "Hey, this is Quincy. Send me my money." You know, I'm the guy.
That's what his ID said. That's what he looks like.
Okay.
Then he has in Mexico.
For 2
You just stupid Mexico. That's perfect. That's just what people do.
Okay, but you said that he wasn't in Mexico. Now you're saying he's in Mexico. They said he was there for 2 years.
I said people can go back and forth to Mexico. Well, should be an indicator to you right there.
Yeah, but you know what? But you could check it out though. Check it out though. He's been wanted for over 2 years. If he came back and forth across the border in the past month, they would have stopped him because he's a wanted man. Okay.
No, they wouldn't.
And you just said it's perfect that Gannon's in Mexico? That's one of the worst places on the world right now.
It's an area for his.
For who? What's wrong is my son's missing and you keep lying to me. Okay. That's what's wrong, Tisha. That's what's wrong. Okay, fine. Give me my son back. Tell the truth. Give me my son back. Yeah. Where's he at then? Who has him? You haven't answered not one of my questions.
To do that.
Well, guess what? I don't want you to call me back because you're not doing nothing but lying to me and sending me in a different direction than what you know is the truth.
Okay, whatever. Good for you. Thank you.
Yep. All right.
So, Mr. Grusing, just a couple of preliminary things. There was a word of Nicole in this particular call. Were you aware of who Nicole was?
Yes,
Who is that?
she was a local news reporter.
Okay. And then Quincy, we've had some prior testimony on this from other folks as well. But this is that Quincy Brown.
Correct.
Any indication that he was involved in this case?
No.
What is important from your perspective as an investigator with your years of experience regarding this particular phone call?
Again, Letecia is not taking any responsibility for Gannon being missing. She actually, as Al was able to catch, was almost relieved or pleased that he might be in Mexico, that might even be a possibility. And we had already found out by this point that Quincy Brown he was a fugitive on a wanted page. And like I think you'd said prior testimony, it had already been vetted that he was in Mexico.
Okay. When we talk about misdirection, is this an example of that misdirection as applied to the investigation by the defendant herself?
Yes.
Next, want to jump into People's Exhibit number 55, another one of these recorded phone calls admitted previously under Mr. Stauch's testimony. This is 18 minutes and 42 seconds long, and it's occurred on February 16th, 2020 at 2:34 p.m.
And you said 18 minutes?
Yes, sir. A little over 18 minutes.
Mr. Grusing, you can go ahead and step down and sit in the back. This is are you still playing it from there?
February 16th.
Are you still playing it from there, Mr. Allen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is about that other. Been wrong. Yeah.
What?
Do what?
What?
I'm just trying to help get to the bottom of this, teacher, like you said in the message. Like, I'm just trying to do this for Gannon.
Yeah, but this whole time, for 3 weeks, you've been just like all these people. So you know what? I'm gonna be just like you. Full of speculation, full of lies, full of craziness. I'm gonna be fucking crazy as hell, just like them.
So you're starting that now?
That's the truth, huh?
You're starting that now is what you're telling me?
No, I'm telling you, no, that's just what, I mean, that's how you treated me. So
No,
you think
no.
that I've been sitting there playing into your game and all the listening and people. You think I'm stupid?
No, I'm just trying to like I said, I'm just trying to get to the truth and get to Gannon. I mean, you think I'm stupid.
You wanted to get to Gannon?
Yeah.
And you think I'm not gonna fucking be a fucking crazy ass? You think that for a second? You think I'm not smart enough now? Oh, I've invested a lot because, oh my God, I worked at the ground you walked on.
Okay, but that being said, why would you give me Nicole's number?
I don't.
Okay. No, well, that's fine. That's fine. We're miles away from that. So, but for
Miles away from what?
miles away from the truth. First of all, because this Quincy guy's been gone for 2 years. The news said that, not me. Okay. All right. The news said that. They also got it confirmation from the sheriff. Okay, that this guy was not involved. Period. It's misinformation.
That's what they say. Then they have the answer.
Okay, well, but between me and you, why can't we just move past Quincy? Okay.
Because you're not trying to move forward in your life with your wife and your family. And as long as you treat me like that, act like that, I'm going to be the same damn way.
Okay, but hear me out. Hear me out.
You treat me like shit.
Okay, all right.
Do you think I'm supposed to come be your hero?
Okay, listen. I am trying to get past that point because Quincy being involved in this.
You don't have anywhere to live and no food. You still been lay up in a hotel.
Yeah, but you had me believing Quincy until the news in the El Paso told me it wasn't true.
But no, you don't care.
I do. I no.
Don't fucking matter to you.
Okay, so you've been telling me stories this whole time. Is that what you're telling me? You've been lying to me intentionally?
No. Why not?
So
Because
but you gotta know, I think you're freaking out because I don't even have to tell you, that Quincy being not legit anymore is not good for you and it's not good for Gannon.
okay.
All right, so listen, I want to start over with this, okay? I want to start over, and no, I got you, and I want you.
If you had me, you wouldn't have dated me for 2 weeks.
Okay, but listen, when I started talking to you on the phone, the most honest you've been to me in this whole freaking process is when you asked me and you showed me that you cared and love for me. You asked me, you said, Albert, do you love me? And then I answered and I said, yes, right?
No, Albert, you don't.
No, listen to me. I said yes, okay?
Get on the phone and tell them all how many. Tell me.
I said yes, and what you said, okay? What you said, if this was an accident, will you stand by me? And I said yes. I said I will stand by you if this was an accident.
Many people did you start texting and telling them that I'm lying? I just want to know because this is where I know. This is why I know you never were trusted through the whole 2 weeks.
You were trusted? I didn't get on the phone and text nobody about this. And I know you're surprised by that. You can be, okay?
Whatever. You ain't told a soul about no names or nothing.
The only person I've been talking about is the fact that Quincy Brown, with this whatever Nicole Fiaro told me, okay, that the El Paso County Sheriff, so that you said, Paul, I did exactly what you said. I trusted in you. I got in touch with them. See, you don't even want to talk about Gannon. You're not talking about Gannon. You're talking about you, okay?
No, this is not about
It is. It is about you. That's not true, Gannon. Because you're somewhere. You're healthy and talking to me. Gannon's not. That's why it's about Gannon. Okay. All right. Like I said, I want your honesty. The most honest you've been.
Even understand any of it. If I try to tell you that your baby mama has something to do with it, you're not gonna believe me. But she did.
Okay, then let's prove it. Give me the proof.
So you fucking laugh at hotels with her?
I'm not. I haven't once. I've told you that. I don't care. You can accuse me all you want to, like you've done for 5 years. Okay. I don't have nothing to hide.
You won't even tell me anything. You haven't had the decency to tell me anything about nothing. You start kicking me out of the car, but you saw her every day, though, didn't you?
Not really, actually.
No, because she's your children's mother, right?
Yeah, yep, absolutely. And you have information that you're not telling me, and you have the chance to show that you're better than her. Okay? If she's involved in this, let's take her down. If
you go make a statement that you are standing by your watch and then see what you did.
Okay, if you sit right here, do that. Okay? If you sit right here. No, absolutely not. I'm not putting you down at all. You told me the closest we've been to the truth, I'm gonna keep saying this, is when you asked me if I loved you, and I said yes, okay? And then you said, if this was an accident, and then you said, stand by me. Okay, so I think that's the closest to the truth we've been, that something happened, it was an accident, and that's the most.
Something happened, it was an accident. Where the hell did I put Gannon? What you think, what the rest of the people think? You think it was an accident that I heard it and did away with it?
Listen, hold on. And I'm going to tell you the truth right now. I'm not worried about Gannon right now, okay? I'm worried about you. I'm worried about standing by you. The only way you're going to... I'm not telling you what you want to hear. The only way to move forward with this is that it was an accident, which I think is the truth, and that you freaked out. And I told you that over and over and over again. Accidents happen. People freak out with accidents. They will understand that. Okay, but the fact that you sent me on a 3-day chase of Quincy Brown, which is misinformation and not true, okay, that's not good for you. What is good for you is that we can make it through this going down the road of an accident. No, I'm telling you the truth. 10%
of people don't make it through. If I had to save Gannon's life in a fire, you'd still be treating me the same way.
You saved his life from a fire?
If I didn't, God knows, because I couldn't figure out where the hell the fire was coming from. And I went downstairs, Kevin, don't tell you for a second that if that house was on fire, Gannon would not be alive. Oh, but
No, I said you that from day one that you did what you had to do there. But how did you save his life? Okay, what was it from? The accident of the candle that Gannon did, or what? That's what.
Now, had I just laid back down because I'd already cut the darn alarm off.
Yeah, but you're a good person. You're a good mom. That's what good people do. Okay, so that's never been in question. Okay, the fact that you're a good person, that just comes natural. Okay, the fact that what happened subsequent to that, what happened after that, was just further like made the accident 10 times. It compounded it 10 times, and now it's got way out of hand. But that's the only way we get out of this is to figure out what the accident was and go from there. I can't hear you.
I'm asking somebody because we don't have any food.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, I see. All right, thanks. That's really great, right? Albert,
Yeah, I'm here.
told you every single day. I woke up every single day and told you. I want to tell you that I'm this bad person and something bad. I want to tell you all that. I do.
Why?
Because that is what you think. You have trashed me to everyone.
I have not. Prove it. I have not trashed you to no one. I have not put anything out in the public intentionally so we could get to the bottom of this, me and you, okay? And here we are trying to get to the bottom of it.
I'm sure you had your family thinking I'm a murderer.
My family's not even here. I'm all alone again. I told you that. My family just wants to find their nephew, their grandson, their cousin, okay? That's what they want. How about Lena, their brother? Lena's losing her mind because her brother's missing.
You think I don't want to see Lena?
I didn't say see Lena. I said Lena's freaking out because Gannon's missing. What are you talking about?
No, I said I do want to see Lena.
I didn't say you didn't want to see her. Why? Where did that come from? I said my mom's worried about her grandson. Okay. My siblings are worried about their nephew. Their children are worried about their cousin. And then I said Lena's worried about her brother. And you said you want to see Lena. Well, everybody wants to see Gannon. Everybody.
No, not Albert.
Okay, everybody wants to see Gannon. And if it was, and I'm trying to get you to understand that if this was just an accident and it got out of hand and you panicked or whoever panicked, okay, that's something we can make it through. Okay, you can make it through that.
You're not going to believe that because you're going to think.
No, fine. Gannon panicked. No, I'm not blaming you. I said it was an accident. Accidents really have no one to blame. If an accident happens.
Okay, I was trying to be a cool parent. I already told you that. We pushed the bed together. You were talking about having to sleep over.
Okay.
We were just acting crazy. Okay, I already told you that Gannon fell and busted his lip in his nose. That's where the blood came from. Don't you think that there's some crime scene to kick everybody out of the home? When that's not even, nothing happened to Gannon, deadly, hurtful, anything like that in the home. I'm sick of it. I'm supposed to help people when people won't even move past that. I told you this morning. That was the accident I was talking about.
Okay, so there was an accident with Gannon. Okay. That's what I'm trying to say. So what next? That's what I. Okay. Okay.
Feeling horrible. He's absolutely feeling horrible because we had a fire. We had to run out. He's thinking, and whatever you're going to say, you're going to be like, oh, whatever. You're not going to let me just tell you and be genuine. Unless you just be like, baby, how can you, even deal with this? Because I'm dealing with it hard and comfort each other. You're not going to do that. You think it's not killing me? Do you think that for a second?
No, I know it's killing you. I know how you are when, because you're a good mom and you're a good person. And when things don't go perfect, I know how you are.
Albert, do you love me?
Yes.
Tell me the truth. Are you going? Don't say I'm gonna make you no promises. Are you gonna make this right? Stand by your wife?
I told you that the other day. I will stand by you. Yes.
And I said, are you gonna make this right?
Yeah, we're gonna make this whole situation right.
I'm talking about with our family.
Absolutely. That's what this is all about, is our family. I said that from day one and every day. This is about our family.
Okay? He just shot because all he kept thinking about is how he was supposed, I don't know what somebody was supposed to be sending him from online on Amazon. I don't know what promises people had made. I don't know about any kind of promises that people made about coming in March. I don't know about any of that. I just know he was upset thinking, A, he was not going to get any of those promises. He was upset about the whole camera thing, and he kept saying to me that he messes up everything. Saying that to me. And I kept saying, no, you didn't. That's why I didn't let Gannon go to school. He felt horrible with himself. He felt really bad with himself. He was very upset. So we go on our same trip. We went on everything about the bike. We did all that. All that's true. We did all that. We go to Petco. We did all that.
Okay.
Then we leave. We were supposed to go meet somebody about the fire. Then end up and I realized that I did think somebody was following us. That's the God's honest truth. Because when I got on, they got a I got a turn, they got. Swear to God, I thought somebody was following us all the time. Anyway, so I realized that I didn't have phone for directions, so I turn around. Come back up to Petco. Go back into Petco again. And still playing the glitch. He's still whatever. Go back to myself for a second. If you think for a second on some video, he might have been whatever, he had busted his nose and his mouth. Did you think I want to send him to school like that? Honestly. Did you?
I mean, obviously not.
Okay. I did. And then I was sitting there feeling so sorry. He didn't have that first. It was therapy. They were a little bit bumpy, but I was able to jump on it and put it out. So then we go back to Petco and I said, Gannon, hey, we are gonna have to hurry up, get back, and get Lena. Albert, when I got back, Gannon was not in the car. At all. I didn't even know that he wasn't in the car.
From when you left Petco?
Feel horrible because I feel like one of those people that didn't realize that they left their baby in the car. Do you realize how freaked out? People want to know why I drove around everywhere, why my GPS went everywhere for days, because I tried looking. Now I have to sit back and have people fuss at me and say, first of all, where's Gannon? I don't know. I told you this from the beginning. I don't know. I don't. You think it's not driving me insane? I don't know. You think I have to feel like, oh, whatever you have to I said something about the music? I didn't even pay attention. He's always just so quiet. I wasn't even thinking. And then I go into panic mode. Thinking surely he's going to be home. Surely, because he was talking about a friend with a car. They had a car. I said, surely, maybe he thinks he feels horrible.
Yeah.
He's going to call this person or do whatever, and he'll be back home. That's it. And you think I don't have to live with this every single day? Hello?
I'm here. I'm just listening.
See? Now you're just listening. I give you what you want and you're just listening.
Well, what do you want me to do? You want me to pick holes in it? I promised you I'd listen. You asked me to listen. I promised it.
Oh, so now there's holes to pick in it?
That's not. Yeah, I mean, I can if you want me to. You want to do that?
There's no holes to pick in it.
All right, listen. I'm done. Okay, because we started off talking about an accident. Okay, now basically we got another Quincy Brown. So what's this guy's name? Okay, when you come up with that, when you come up with the next person's name, you call me back. All right.
Mr. Grusing, if you would resume your seat in the witness stand, I remind you, sir, that you're still under oath.
One of the benefits of doing it this way is you get your steps in while you're still testifying.
Appreciate that.
The whispering that we hear in the background, is that you and Al just conversing and you giving him tips on how to go forward?
Yeah, one of us on the team.
Okay. The accident suggestion, do you remember that at the very beginning of this where Al suggests, was there some accident kind of thing?
I do.
What was the strategy behind suggesting an accident?
By now, we as a team had been able to shoot down the Eduardo story, and now the Quincy Brown story, because we had put him in Mexico. Letecia knew that that story wasn't going to be able to move forward with Al, and as you can see, she wants a relationship with Al, and we decided to do both the accident scenario and remind Letecia that she's a good person and a good parent, and see if she would give us something else as far as a clue we could move forward with.
Is that essentially building an escape hatch for her to take that gives her potentially some less exposure?
Yes,
Did she take advantage of that?
she did.
Okay, in what way?
Well, she described again more injuries to Gannon about, I believe it was busting a lip, and I couldn't hear if it was a nose or something else that happened in the house. And then that's why she would call him out of school. She also continued to blame him, though, as a victim, of saying he was scared, he wasn't acting rightly, and a lot of those sorts of responsibilities landed on Gannon. And then she calls him out of school, but now she has him being abducted, it sounds like, from the Petco, and now we don't have a new suspect to chase.
Is this a new development in her evolution of stories that now an abduction, kidnapping has occurred outside of the home?
Yes.
At Petco, I should say.
Yes.
Because there had been the previous one of Quincy Brown up northern El Paso County, correct?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I would like to jump into the next phone call previously admitted during Al Stauch's testimony. This is People's Exhibit 56. It's from February 17th, 2020 at 11:49 p.m. And it's 43 minutes long, so that may get us to a good break point after that one's done.
That will. And Mr. Grunson, you can go ahead and step down.
Playing now People's 56.
Doctor and all that other junk.
Should we call her?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Well,
Hello. What's up?
talking about it.
Huh?
But just got back to the doctor.
What for?
Really?
Yeah.
I've already told you this, but I didn't have a period and I'm 5 weeks pregnant.
Okay. How'd it go? Was that you messaging me this morning from another number?
I don't know, just blame me for whatever.
No, I'm just asking. That way I know for sure. Huh?
I don't know. I don't know, Albert. I don't know. Just blame me for whatever.
No, it's not. No, we're not playing the blame game. I just wanted to know because there may have been some details that I wanted to talk about because it was obviously relevant to what the things we've been talking about over the past couple of days. So,
Yeah, you would have thought that you would have just called me and said anything nice.
Keisha, you know what my mind's on. My mind's on Gannon, okay? And I told you I'd stand by you if we got to the truth. So, I mean, that's what my mind's on. My mind's on the truth about Gannon.
I've given you the truth. I've given it to you, and then I've given you 15 different things that were not true, just to prove a point. Call it what you want. Call it crazy or making up stories or lying or whatever you want to call it. And go text people and tell them how horrible a person I am, and I'm just lying, and you're backing me in a corner. So that when you say something to people, I hope you know they're posting your stuff online.
When I say something to who?
Anybody. Unless it's probably like legitimately people that you are blood related to, or they send it to anybody or anyone says anything, send it to their best friends in kindergarten, they're posting it online.
Well, I mean, I haven't said nothing to nobody, so I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm just telling you, that's probably you were saying something about people calling you or something. That's probably how they got your number. But your number's online everywhere.
I know it is, and I mean,
People are posting messages that she supposedly sent people. Just so you. So, I mean, so you know, whoever you be talking junk to or whatever to, people are putting it out there.
well, good for them. I mean,
I'm just telling you that to let you know that, not to talk bad to you or talk about you or nothing. I just told you that. Trust me, Brent and I was getting accused of being with Mike, messages made up on me as being with Mike, all kinds of stuff. Like anything, you can know that. I'm just telling you that. These people are nut jobs.
yeah. So back to what you said a second ago. You told me that you made up all these stories to prove a point. Why would you tell me all these different stories? That doesn't make any sense. Well, I mean, what point is there to prove other than the point of finding Gannon?
Because I cannot give you, no matter what I give you of how Gannon is missing, I can't give you the answer of how to get him.
Why? But you told me.
If you guys are there to question me, check off Jose Baez law firm.
I just want to know why you told me all these different stories, but you told me to you're telling me that you've given me the truth so many times, but then you say it's a bunch of different stories. So I don't understand what you're trying to say. I mean, the only thing okay, go ahead.
I'm not walking you through any more stories or truths. I'm not doing that. Because it does nothing for me but it makes me unhealthy, make me stressed, and I'm not in a position because I'm not eating to be like this. I'm just not healthy. And then if you guys think that you're going to get me to kill myself or admit to something I did too, you guys are all wrong. So the point on that is, if you're going to call me, only not to stand by my side, not to make any kind of statement to say that people need to stop threatening your life. If you're not going to call me to do any of that in your family, then of course I'm just going to sit there and play into your game. If you're treating me like crap, which you've done, why would I treat you with any?
I didn't hear what you said. You broke up. Why would you treat me with what?
I said, if you're not treating me with compassion, kindness, with any kind of support, with any kind of help, you're not treating me with any of that. Why do I have to owe you any kind of the same respect back?
But I've offered that. I've offered that to you. Okay, I've offered that to you. I said I'll stand by you once we get the truth. Okay, that's what I've said the whole time, and I've told you that you can survive and you can get through this. Okay, it all comes down to the truth. That's the important point.
To get through something, for y'all to think that I'm gonna make up something and get charged with something that I didn't even do. I'm not doing that. If you just think that.
I mean,
You call me and say things like, "Oh, you're a teacher." You never even said a kind word to me about anything like that. Do you think that I didn't think that was all a played up thing?
You can listen. You're welcome to think whatever you want. I mean, you said you've loved me numerous times over the past couple of days, and I've replied with the same thing. Yes.
You called me to say that to me. You called me. I woke up in the morning and said, "Be kind to me. I love you." And it's nothing. Have you said anything to me?
I have, but the problem is what you're telling me is finding Gannon is conditional on what you want and what you need. That is what you're saying. The truth is conditional on that.
Do you not think if I knew for a second how to get Gannon, it would not be sitting there waiting on you like,
Well, I don't know. I don't know the truth on that because I know what you've said, that an accident happened and that you panicked. And when you panic and bad things and things get out of control or whatever you said, they go downhill.
You didn't accept the accident about jumping on the bed. You didn't accept it.
I accepted that there was an accident that happened. You're absolutely right. I accepted that an accident happened and you panicked.
That's not what you see. That's not what you accepted. I told you the truth. You asked me about the bedroom, and I've already told you this.
But okay. Let's accept that accident happened, okay, for a moment. Okay, but you keep putting somebody else into the picture, okay, and that is absolutely bad for you. In the context of an accident or in context of anything, if somebody else comes into the picture and you keep going down that road, if I'm sitting here and poking holes in it, okay, which I don't want to do, but it just doesn't jive with me. What do you think law enforcement is going to do? Okay, because
I don't think about what law enforcement is going to do because Jose Baez is going to whistle this thing. I'm not worried about that.
But
I'm not worried about law enforcement because I didn't do anything wrong.
right, because it was an accident. We've established that. So why would Jose Baez have to rip anybody apart if you were involved in an accident?
That is, I never told you that anything was an accident other than what you asked me about the word. And I'm going to keep telling you that 14 times, and then you're going to get mad. You'll be screaming at me, hang up the phone. It's not a good enough answer.
But you did tell me there was an accident. You told me there was a fire, there was burns, there was a candle spill. You told me he accidentally stepped on a piece of wood.
You already knew all this.
Right, but those are the accidents that you said happened, that he got injured somehow from these accidents. That's what you said. I'm not putting words in your mouth.
About him. I've already told you about this. He had a hard time just being basically a boy, barefooted.
Yeah, I know it, and he freaked out. I got it. He freaked out after the accidents happened. There was a couple different accidents that happened. He freaked out, got overwhelmed. Then what happened?
He's never had that many accidents.
I agree. Okay, I agree. That's a lot in like 12 hours. That's a lot of accidents in 12 hours on one little field. Okay, whatever. I'm just using that as a random guess. Okay, I don't know the exact time frame.
Me explaining anything to you, if your people want more statements or whatever, they know I've listened to you who I have as my representation in a free investigation. I listen that to you. I'm not going to sit here and walk down 15 more trails again with you for you to hang up, yell at me, scream, and
Well, I'm your husband. I'm not the sheriff. I'm your husband, and it's my son that's missing.
that you've done.
Yes, he does. A father does. A father does. Okay. And once again, I'm trying to do this because I'm feeling the guilt of not being there to help him through all these accidents. Okay. So I'm trying to do what I can outside of the law enforcement. Okay. Because you don't freaking trust them anyways. And they've screwed a lot of this up. So I'm sitting here trying.
Trust them?
Do I trust him? Not based on what I've seen. So that's why I'm going straight to you, straight to the last person that saw him.
I'm not. If I would be the last person that saw him, then I would be the person that has him.
So then who was the last person that saw him? This is
No.
okay.
I don't know.
So you don't know who it was?
I don't know anything. I just told you. I don't know anything because I've been emotionally beat down.
By who?
Emotionally beat down.
By who?
What?
By who's emotionally beat you down? Hello?
Albert, I understand that as a parent, you know that 100% of your mind is focused on someone that God gave you the ability to bring into this world. Okay? If anybody knows that, I understand that.
Well, but you're contradicting yourself because you told me.
Okay.
No.
I'm not even going
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't have anything to say because as soon as I couldn't even finish the second part. I sentence without you attacking me.
Okay.
And I also know that you should be, under no circumstances, be warned with me. Because that's what God intended you to be. Be warned. And that's what? That's what you're supposed to be doing. And that doesn't include. I haven't even spoke to my husband in weeks. Been there to comfort him. He's been there to comfort me in this situation. So, no. I know that God says we put him first. Then we put everything in the order that it's supposed to be. That happened, and I'm not going to apologize for that. When I've given you information, I've given you a set of information that actual truth, and it's still not good enough. Tell you what that is, because I'm not doing it. You don't care. You're not going to be as a parent and accept Hey, no, sometimes our kids are gonna make choices that we don't like. They're not gonna accept that. But who am I gonna be a parent? I'm gonna try to tell you to accept something. How? Because other than me trying to make up a story to keep someone else looking bad, to protect the child, then I'm still the bad person. You should have my back no matter what. You should have my back to the point where we together were talking with these people and demanding a better answer. But you have not. I don't know what you do every day. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know where you're at. If my son and return may not even be here. I mean, it's on mine to do Texas. I don't know anything. I don't even. I almost have laid his head. You are my teammate. You know you're going to go up to me. I'm not favoring on any of it. I'm not. This is the you tell me exactly where standing is right now. I'm never going to vote for my family again. That's the mission that you basically put on me. I don't know where he's at. This ain't going to be on. You have been married me long enough to know that. Right. It's any situation, whether it's out or not, whatever it may be, but I have felt truth and nil. Maybe not the best at being like, oh, you got a cut, or whatever. Maybe not the best in that aspect. But as far as protection, man, that would have been. We should have been seen before you get away. Congresswomen were telling us that, knowing. Anytime anybody does this, anyone in our family, who is that? Me. Who protects them? Me. If I could give you out, I would.
All right, can I talk now? Huh?
Sure, thank you.
All right, so I'm gonna. I know you don't want to hear this, but I'm gonna walk you back through where I'm at, and then I'm gonna let you know how I feel. Okay? All right. I fully believe that something happened. It was an accident, and that you panicked. Okay. And that you keep putting somebody else into it, and as long as you do that, it just doesn't look good for you. And I'm trying to be by your side when I say that, okay? And I've said this over and over again that you can get through this, and if you give me the truth, okay, I'll stand by you. Okay, but here's where I'm at. Here's my feelings on it, okay? You just need to hear me out, please, okay? All right. I know that you did something. I know that you're responsible. Okay. And I hope there was a good reason for it. But the problem is it's clear to me that I can't get it back through you. Okay. I had serious hope that, we could stand by each other through this. But you know what? I'm past that point now. After all these lies, and you just admitted that you lied to me for a reason to prove a point, I don't have hope for us. And you know what I'm worried to death about? I'm gonna have to testify eventually about this, and I don't know what I should say. I have no clue what to say about this. 'Cause now I'm put in a position of the truth of my wife. And I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say when I get called up there to testify eventually. What?
You just start your conversation. True, please, that I did something.
I absolutely said that, and I want you to know what you think I should say when I get to have to testify, because I'm gonna get called up there
What?
to testify in this situation.
What is it?
I don't know. I'm hoping it doesn't come down to murder. I haven't seen my son in 3 weeks, and nobody can find him. Okay, or maybe it was an accident and somebody just panicked. But I don't have it. I'm farther away from the truth than I was when I started talking to you after 2 weeks. You were the last one to see him, and I just don't know what I'm going to say when I have to sit on that stand and freaking cry in front of the world about my son. I don't know what the hell I'm going to say. Other than that, you freaking lied over and over and over and over, and then never told me any element of the truth. So what should I say? I mean, hello? I guess I lost you.
You're saying, so basically now you're saying someone's been proven. What you're saying.
No, I said that could be the worst case. I don't know for sure because there's no body, there's no evidence, there's no nothing. I mean, what else do you want me to think in this case? Okay, you're the last one to see him. You're the last one to heard him talk. You're the last one to anything of Gannon on this earth, to my knowledge. Okay, no one else. I mean, what else are you? I mean, what do you want me to say, teacher? What do you want me to think? And I'm as freaking serious and freaked out as I've been this whole time. All these freaking injuries in that short time period, accident or not, you had something to do with it. Okay. I mean, how else? All that put together, how else am I supposed to look at it? Just like you're always putting me on the stand and questioning me for stuff you think I do that adds up. Okay, well, that's what I'm doing here. There's no other way for me to look at this other than you're involved to some level, if not ultimately responsible. So you tell me what I'm supposed to say, what I'm supposed to think. You can say no all you want to, but all you've done is lie to me and make up people that are in Mexico right now. Tell me the truth, Tisha. Tell me what I'm supposed to say. Tell me how to stand by you.
You've already said what you think is in your mind and what people have put in their mind.
Yeah, it's not about what I think, though. Okay, I'm asking you how I can stand by you, what the truth is, so I can stand by you through this.
I'm just let you sit there and accuse yourself. Because my own husband has just said I would murder someone. Listen to what you said.
That's not what I said. Okay, you said that, not me. I said you're responsible. You're responsible to some degree. That's what I said.
We're worried about you testifying, is what you said.
Yeah, absolutely.
Testifying for someone, what you said.
Because I got to get up there. I'm going to have to get up there on the stand and look you in the eye and tell them you lied to me and told me 15 stories. And that when they ask me what I think, I'm going to tell them I think you're responsible. I want to know what you think I should say. That's where I'm at right now. I told you that.
If that's what you feel in your heart, then go with it. That's all I can do.
No, that's not. I'm asking you to convince me. Tell me otherwise, Tisha. No. Convince me otherwise. I'm begging you. I'm on my knees begging you to prove me wrong again. Okay, prove me wrong. Tell me right now. Prove me wrong. Give me what I need. Give me the facts of the matter that prove that you had nothing to do with this, or that was an accident and you freaked out, or something. I'm here theorizing all these different stories.
Are you delusional that there's an accident and then you still think I just murdered someone over an accident?
No, that's not what I said. If it was an accident, that explains it. You killed him, that explains it. I mean, it's pretty simple. Okay, it was an accident. Okay, an accident.
I have nothing with that. I'm asking you a daggone question. Not like yelling at me. I said, if you just said that you was doing basically on the fence. It's what you told me.
No.
No, you said if they ask me what I think, that's speculation, okay? So you're telling me that you're gonna speculate what you think happened. You just told me there's no this, there's no evidence, there's no other.
No, all right, you're right. Back off of that. What I will tell them is this. I will tell them this, that my wife had the opportunity to tell me the truth, but she chose to lie to me repeatedly, make up fake people, Uncle Matt, Eduardo, freaking Quincy Jones or whatever his name was in Mexico, okay? She told me all these stories to get me going in 17 different directions that I still don't know the truth, and that I know for a fact she was the last one to see him in our home.
I'm gonna let you just be like, I'm gonna let you just have that opinion because that's.
No, stop. No, that's not an opinion, okay? I stated all the facts, I dropped the mic and I'm out, okay? That's what that is. I got nothing else to say about it other than you lied to me, and you're the last one to hear my little boy cry and little boy say I'm bleeding and to see him live and well.
Oh my God, they edited that video. You're an idiot. The actors editing that made that video like that. Oh my God.
Okay, then tell me something that's truth. You didn't deny it. You didn't deny. Okay, fine. I'm sorry I said that. Okay, maybe it is edited, but you didn't flip out when I said you're the last one to see him alive. Okay, you flipped out when I said he said that he was bleeding. So explain that to me, Tisha.
As far as I know, he was alive. I'm not going to say any differently because I'm not going to be a parent.
Okay, you still didn't answer the question. Now you're telling me your opinion. You told me not to give opinion. Now you're giving me opinion. Okay, I said you're the last one to see him alive and or in the house. Okay, because you are. So now fill in the blank. No, that's not what I think. That's the truth, and you haven't denied that one time.
You think that I'm not going to say anything because why would I say anything?
Well, you freaking jump on me when I say he's in the video. He said he was bleeding. You said they edited that. So you can't have it both ways. You're going to deny it. You're not going to deny it because you're denying stuff you think is not true.
I've already denied what you just said.
That you're the last one to see him.
That I am not the last one to see him.
Then who is? Yeah, you told me Quincy Brown. We proved him false. Okay, that was easy. All I had to do was call a reporter. Okay, I didn't have to have any evidence. I just called a reporter, and she said, "Yep, he ain't been around for a while. He's been gone a minute." Okay, so who was it?
You've already said that it was no one else, so why does it matter?
But you just said it was, so I'm asking who it was.
I am not listening.
See, here you go again. You can't spin me, Tisha. You can spin Facebook, you can spin the media, but you can't spin me, all right?
Facebook.
If you want.
So many times I ain't been on there.
Yeah, I mean, fine. But you can't spin me, I'm telling you. You should know that by now.
I'm not trying to spin you.
Hey, you know what? What about the blood in the corner? Okay, that came from Gannon knocking his nose. Yeah, the corner of his bedroom where you push the beds together. What about the blood?
Oh God, you're grasping, but then
I saw blood. Okay, that's not grasping. I saw it.
Oh, hold on a minute. Tell me again. You saw it.
Saw what?
Tell me what you saw.
Are you recording me now? Go ahead, just tell me. I'll say it.
Say this.
I saw it. Blood in the corner of his room. Record me. I don't give a fuck, Tisha. That's my son's blood, and I saw it.
Okay, you proved it, A, that you saw it. B, you proved it's identical blood.
So how to get there, Tisha? You prove that.
You just said you're going on facts, so I'm trying to get this straight. You're going on facts.
Yep,
You're telling me you were able to walk in and they showed you this. So what you saw, you are. Is that a fact?
I saw it. You tell me whose blood it was. You were there.
Okay. So there we go.
You were there.
What?
You were part of the crime, so you tell me.
No, I was not. There was 18 people in that house.
Oh, there was 18 people when Gannon got hurt and all these accidents happened, and then he. Okay. All right. Now, see, I told you you can't spin me, Tisha. But go ahead. I'll listen to you spin. Go ahead, spin it around.
I'm not trying to spin you. I'm not trying to spin you at all. I'm saying what you. I'm just trying to get the facts from you. What you're saying. One, you told me that all you and whoever else had blood in the middle of a supposed crime.
No, what you're doing, no, hold on, no, stop for a second. What you're doing is you're not focusing on the crime, you're focusing on all the people here helping to find Gannon, okay? But that's gonna fly. You're gonna go up there and say, no, it's bullshit, Tisha.
They're gonna rip you guys this theory apart because it's a lie.
Okay.
You contaminated the crime scene, supposedly, is what you said.
Okay, so whatever.
That's what you said.
But what you said was it was Gannon's blood, so I'm going based off the facts that you told me.
You said, I never said that.
Yeah, you did. No, you said it was yours and Gannon's blood, okay? That's what you said. That's exactly what you said. That's what you said.
You was finding Gannon's blood on any comment.
You are lying.
I never told you about any concrete.
Okay. You're lying.
You said you saw it.
That's going to be noted. Okay. I'm writing down notes right now. You're lying. Tisha lies again.
Down.
Tisha admitted at the beginning of the conversation she lied 15 times.
As long as you and whoever else you had in this home were in the home in the middle of a supposed crime scene, they're going to rip y'all to shreds.
Why would you even say that if it's not a crime scene? You told me it was an accident. So is it a crime or an accident?
You said it was.
You told me it was the scene of an accident. So is it an accident or a crime scene?
Let me ask you this question then. Okay. This was a supposed scene.
I can't.
Okay? This was a supposed crime scene. And then you saw, but you have not came out and said differently. You've done up a y'all talking shit about, okay? So then your friendly neighbor that fucking got paid money who released the video that says Gannon didn't come back is the house of crime scene.
You're the one telling me it's a crime scene.
You told me it was.
You told me it was an accident, and now you're telling me it's a crime scene.
Okay, question.
What question?
How in the hell our home, a supposed crime scene, will put photos when you guys have done nothing to portray the world?
Hey, do you want me to tell you what I think or what I know? You want me to tell you what I think or what I know? I am. Do you want the what I think or what I feel or what I know for sure?
Whatever you want to give me.
Okay, what I think is that you did it. What I feel is that you're involved. Excuse me. I think and feel is that you did it. What I know is that you're involved somehow. Okay, that's the bare bones where I'm at right now. I have nothing else. You're involved to some extent. Gannon getting hurt, whether there's an accident or not. There's blood all over the place down in his room. However, I saw it. Who gives a crap at this point? Because the boy's out there hurt. Okay, what I feel like and what I think that you did it and you're trying to hide it. And you dumped his body somewhere. That's what I think.
Dumped his body.
Yep.
In your theory that you are saying, your theory, okay? You were telling me that supposedly you think that there was some accident that someone got hurt really bad.
Yep.
Inside of Gannon's room. Gannon walked outside to the car, okay?
I didn't say you killed him in his room, okay? Why would, I mean, I already told you, and you told me I was stupid for saying this. I think an accident happened that you're involved with, and then I made the assessment, and everybody who saw the video online made the assessment. Gannon was walking kind of sluggish to the truck, and you told me I was a fucking idiot for saying that. Okay, but it makes sense if he had got hurt, okay, lightheaded, queasy, I don't know, whatever, and now he's having to walk to the truck so you can take him somewhere. Okay?
Okay, this we're taking someone to do what?
You tell me.
No, you said you were going on your theory, so I want to hear your theory.
Okay, you want to hear my theory? Okay, you took him somewhere. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna tell you what I think. You went around town acting all normal, left your phone at the fucking Petco on purpose, okay, and took him out somewhere, God knows where, and left him there. And maybe whacked him over the head with a 2x4 or something. I don't know.
Took him out by somewhere you said whack somebody in the head. So I committed a murder. Is what you're saying?
No, because he could have just been knocked out.
What?
You could have knocked him out with a 2x4, not killed him. I mean, if he died, I guess that is murder. I don't know. You're the legal expert here. So actually, let's back up a second, because here's where I'm at. You're lying, okay? Are you lying to cover yourself? Are you lying to cover for Harley? Which one is it?
Harley?
Yeah, which one is it?
It's already been proved, first of all, to have been at work during all y'all's episodes.
So you're lying for yourself?
I'm not lying for anyone.
Okay.
I'm not lying for a soul.
But you have this whole time. The first thing you said this morning to me, one of the first things was, I've lied to you repeatedly. I've lied over and over and over again. And I had a point to do it. I had a reason. So what's your reason for lying now?
I'm not lying.
But you've been lying the whole time, so how do I know that?
Exactly what happened from the beginning.
Yeah, but you just said they were lies. You said all that was a lie. Now it's the truth.
Didn't
So
like it, so therefore, just make up all your stories. So now you got this theory of some 2x4.
no, that's just okay. But see, you're still not telling the truth, because you said you told everybody from the beginning. The first story from the beginning was Gannon ran away. Okay, immediately proven false. Second story, you got raped in Gannon's room. So proven false. So you've been lying from the beginning, not telling the truth, and you're still lying. So I mean, what's the next lie, Tisha?
I haven't lied.
So now you're lying about saying you were lying?
The beginning is what I'm talking about. You just are never going to believe it.
I know he didn't run away.
Why not just okay then? If that's what you think, you are entitled. You think you know, in your opinion, you are entitled to that. You are. You think for a second that your own wife, your son, you actually need to get mental health.
I probably will need to get some after this. You're right. My son's out there missing. My wife just admitted to me today that she's lied to me for 3 weeks now. Okay, and you did lie you lied to me from the beginning. All these stories, you said you had a point. Okay, you still haven't told me what the point is. So now you're lying again. And we've narrowed it down to the other person. It's either you by yourself, you and Harley, or Harley had some involvement. Who are you lying for?
Really?
Yeah, really.
So that's what you think? You think that that's what you're going to do when somebody was at work?
Look at you. So you're defending your 17-year-old, and all I'm trying to do is find my 11-year-old. Please.
You said you're defending your work.
Oh, don't even start with me on that, because I begged you to let me adopt that child for 5 years, so you can shove that one up your ass right now, okay? You can go ahead and shove that one wherever you want to shove it. But you're just disrespecting me. Why don't you just respect me and tell me what happened to Gannon? He's a freaking 11-year-old child out there all by himself somewhere. He's with somebody that he don't need to be with, and you're the only one that has the truth. You. And you admittedly, yes, you did. You said you lied over and over and over again.
With somebody you don't need to be with. You just said that, but then you told me that no one else is involved.
So which one is it? You tell me. You keep.
You. You think that I had an involvement in killing a child? That's what you think.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you were there. Gannon's missing. We can't find him. Okay. Nobody would stick to the plan this long after the whole world's looking for him. Okay. So it's you. You're the only one sticking to the plan. You're the only one in the spin machine. You're the only one lying. Everybody else is trying to find the truth. Everybody, Tisha. Even Landen, the one that you think I'm hooking up with. She's just trying to find the truth about her baby boy. Okay.
I'm glad you get to spend the rest of your life with Landen.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. If you think that, that's fine. Like you tell me, you're entitled to your opinion, but there's a fact here that you were the last one to see him. I wasn't there, so I don't know anything. You know everything, and you're lying repeatedly over and over again. You didn't get raped. Gannon didn't run away. There's no Quincy Brown, Eduardo, Uncle Matt. There's no high fives. There's no Gannon jumping in his back. Okay, what there is blood in his room. Okay, he's gone, and we can't find him. That's what, and you were left with him and didn't come home with them, okay? And you still haven't filled any of the blanks. I mean, there's facts out there, okay? There's facts out there, and you won't even tell me the truth. You keep lying to me, making up some bike bullshit, okay? Gannon fell off his bike and busted his head and needed 911. Are you serious? And then as soon as I say that, we go back to the house. I mean, I don't even want to do this, okay? You're just going to continue to lie to me. Why am I even wasting my time? So when I testify on the stand, that's what I'm going to say. My wife had all the information. She chose to lie about it. I have nothing else to say. Okay? That's where I'm at. All right. Have a good day.
Yeah, we're good for a break. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon break. If I can have everyone back in the jury room at say 3:25, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. With that, all rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. What's the plan for when we come back?
Continuing with this, Judge, we still have 3 more phone calls potentially.
Okay. All right. All right. Court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Sorry, I'll be right back. I just always have to adjust. Firstly, can you hear me? Mic check. You guys are like, 3 more calls. Come on. We're Grizzlies. We got stamina, people. We got this, right? I quickly want to find something. Just hold on 1 second. Where's that thing? That. Oh my word. Okay, hold on. Where is it? Found it. Okay. You can hear me. Great stuff. I don't know why the lights just changed. Hold on. Ah. Yes, more phone calls. Come on, we can do it. Yeah, there must be something in... Well, as we go along, we find out more things. I like when Elle said, Tisha lies again. I mean, she's the one that just said, oh, so according to you, I killed him in his room. And he's like, nope, I never said that. Like, you said that. Whoa. She spills the tea all the time on herself. It's terrible. And yes, Stefan, together The Grizzlies can handle everything. Welcome to all the new members, by the way. And let's quickly see where we're at here. Okay, we need 47 more subscribers, and then we hit the next milestone. So feel free to smash that subscribe button. Okay, so what I want to show you is this. I don't know why sometimes the Maptime song double plays. No idea. I think it's literally my computer gets confused with WebEx. Okay, so we're not going to play it right now. I'm going to show you this map though, and we're going to be panning a little bit. Okay. Is this okay? Right. Wait, I want to see your comments. Okay. No. Gamer Ducko, you're a grizzly. You here. You're a grizzly. You're strong. What the duck? You're strong like us. Okay, Lee, welcome to membership. So I'm not gonna go over that. I want to just clear up this map time thing. Because man, we're still gonna hear even more calls. And yes, she was faking being pregnant with twins. She even sent what do you call it? A sonar, a picture to show that she's now pregnant with twins. What? Okay, let's quickly see this. Come on, pen, where you at? I want to use my pen. Remember the pen, you guys? Okay, wait. Is it even working? Ooh, it's working. Okay, okay. There we go. Now. Nope, can't use blue. Maybe we could use pink. Ultrasound, thank you. You can tell I don't have children. I'm like, what's that thing you called again? Sorry about that. My brain is also tired, yes. Okay, so this is the house, okay? So what I'm going to do is what Letecia did is on January 27th, okay? I hope this is zoomed in enough. On January 27th, from this house, she said she went to Dunkin' Donuts. This is the address that she mentioned to the FBI special agent, okay? I do have the pen dirt in my eye, and I hope you could see it. So she went, I want to show you this with the TIG one. So the TIG one goes from here to Dunkin' Donuts. The TIG one goes to Petco. This TIG one, we don't know then where it goes from there, but she disappears for about 2 hours. She leaves her phone at home. And she's with Gannon because we could see the surveillance footage, unless that's some other little boy. I wouldn't put it past her. I'm not trying to make a conspiracy theory. I'm just saying. Apparently, it's Gannon. Everyone refers to it as being Gannon in the surveillance footage, leaving in the morning on January 27th, 2020, the day he was booked off from school, the day she booked off from work, and later she murdered him in his bedroom. Okay? So, leaving on January 27th, going from the house to the Dunkin' to the Petco. I would speculate she drove like this, practiced a few things, because she lied about that too, came back to the Petco to do who knows what, and then she went home, okay? So she's there in the TIG one. Now, that night, Harley comes home at 4:37 p.m., I think they said, 4:37 p.m. Harley was at work at Massage Envy, which was 25 minutes away or so. I could also put it on the map, but for now, it's not far. Okay, maybe I should. Hold on. It's just because I found it the other day. It has to be up here somewhere. Is it this one? Yeah, okay. So, this was Monday, the 27th. Monday, the 27th. Monday, January 27th, 2020. The day that Gannon was murdered. Went from the house to Dunkin' to the Petco. Who knows where for 2 hours. I would speculate up there. Came back to the Petco a second time. Now, in these calls we heard, she tells Albert a news story and says Gannon wasn't even in the car when she drove home. Oh my word. He wasn't even... Oh, wow. Anyway, so we know he had to have been in the car because he was murdered in his bedroom that afternoon is what the police have told us, right? Yes, that's what I'm thinking, Van. Dump site window shopping. Yes. Yes, it was Monday. Oh, yeah. Sorry, you're right. Truck. We're getting to the Tiguan. Thought she drove the truck. She did. True, because we saw that on the surveillance. So the truck. The journey was like that, going there, coming back. Okay, now, on the 27th, between when they got home, 2:15 and 5, she murdered Gannon in his bedroom. That's what the probable cause affidavit says. Then that day, Harley comes home. Lena comes home. She makes her play outside a bit. And then Harley comes home. Then she says to Harley, you take Lena and you go to the dollar store. Okay? Yes, this is the thing. The bag lady, she took a wrong turn and put a... Yes, but she was talking... I think she was talking about this area. I think because she talked about Palmer Lake a little bit and all that. And that's where she eventually went to stash the remains at first. Oh, there were so many points. Okay. So then, that night at 6:55 p.m., she calls 911. She's not looking for Gannon. Everyone's looking for Gannon. She's in the house in case he comes back. But then she also tells Harley and Lena, don't you open the door if anyone comes to the door. Now, the 28th is what's interesting. This is when she goes with a Tiguan, okay? So on the 28th, she goes from the house to the Colorado Springs airport in the Tiguan. She then leaves the Tiguan there and picks up L. In a rental vehicle. I'm trying to make a different color here. So she goes here in the Tiguan, okay? I'm hoping the colors will help. She parks the car, the Tiguan, in the short-term parking, then rents a Kia Rio. And she drives L home in the Kia Rio. So the pink is now the Rio, okay? She drives L home in the Rio. This is on the 28th. On that same day, on the 28th, she takes this Kia Rio, drives it back, parks it in the short-term parking area around 7 p.m. Okay? But she doesn't give the keys in yet. She just parks it there in the short-term parking where she left her Tiguan as well. She then switches vehicles. And remember, she drove with, speculatively, that's what they say, with Gannon's remains in the Tiguan, parking it there. In the morning, okay? So the remains were in a suitcase in the vehicle from like 9 in the morning until 7 that night. Then 7 at night, she leaves the rental car there, takes the Tiguan, and she drives. Oh, she's driving all the way up to this South Perry Park Road area. And there she dumps the suitcase, the olive green suitcase, Gannon's remains, and then that wooden board. She leaves the wooden board there, though, because they find that later, which is quite odd. Quite odd. Right? Okay, wait. I'm looking. What are Rachel's comments? What did I miss? Mods, let me know. I'm going up. It better be good, because I'm pausing everything. Oh, Rochella. Okay. Yeah, get her, Al. Tisha lies again. Are we talking about the pickup? Because that I've already corrected. So what we have on the screen, the pink route is the Tiguan. The yellow route is the rental vehicle, okay? Oh, we got it? But on the day when she had taken Gannon in the morning, on the day she murdered him, she drove Al's truck for a bit. Yes. Okay. I'll do it one more time. Wait, what time did they say they're coming back? Half past. Is it half past? Okay. So. Okay, it was good. It was good, right? So we're going to do it one more time. Let's do a blue line. So on January 27th in the morning when Gannon's still alive, they leave the house. They go to the Dunkin' Donuts. I know it's all blue. Go to the Dunkin' Donuts. Go to the Petco. Disappear around somewhere for 2 hours. Go back to the Petco. Go back home. Okay? That's in Al's truck. You're right. It's from the surveillance footage. The truck. Okay. Then The 28th. I'm just making sure you all understand, okay? On the 28th, because I've gone over this in my mind. This keeps me up. On the 28th, January 28th, Harley goes to work. Letecia takes her Tiguan from the house. Ooh, that's a big dot. That's a huge dot. She takes her Tiguan from the house. And she's like, I'll pick Albert up because he's not very worried. She's like, I'll pick him up. Parks at the short-term parking area. Meanders across to the airport. And rents herself a Kia Rio. She drives home with Albert in the Kia Rio. And he's like, why the hell are you driving a rental vehicle? She says she doesn't want to put miles on her leased vehicle. So that's on the 28th. That's happening at 9 in the morning, which means the yellow line is her Tiguan with Gannon's remains in, with the board in. She's leaving it in the short-term parking. She's got the Kia Rio is the pink line. Okay. Then she decides it's 7 o'clock, well, before, like 6:30 that night, she's driving back to the airport. She takes that rental vehicle. She drives back to the airport and parks it back at the short-term parking. Okay. Quickly hops in her car. Okay. She quickly hops in her car in the short-term parking, does not hand the keys back for the rental vehicle. Now she's in her car with Gannon's remains in, and she drives from the airport all the way like this, turning her phone off. It was on flight mode until January 29th. She goes all the way up here, which is why I speculate she did a practice run, and she dumps it here. The suitcase, Gannon's remains, and a wooden plank. She then, oh yeah, this was actually before. This was probably more like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. You know why? Because she drove there, broad daylight then, my word, jumped the remains, and then came back. So I'm just going to draw next to you. Came back here, back to the airport, okay? Back to the airport. And you know what she does? She leaves the car there. Then she takes her Tiguan. The pink is the Tiguan. She takes her Tiguan. And she says to Harley, meet me at your work. We're going to stay at a hotel. So she now leaves the rental vehicle at the airport. She drives to Massage Envy in her Tiguan. Leaving the rental vehicle overnight over there without handing in the keys. You don't have the pen? Come on, we can see the pen. There's no color? Was there color before? You're like, there's no pink. Ignore the update. Okay. I hate it when the pen doesn't work. It works so well and then it just stops working. How about now? I dropped their pencil at the airport, no visual. Stand by. Just testing. Are we following? Are we following? So, when I hope this is working now. Is that working? My gosh, I hate it when this happens. Sorry about that. She tells Harley, I'm going to meet you outside your work. Okay? I'm going to meet you outside your work. But she leaves the rental vehicle at the airport. She takes her Tiguan. She says, I'm going to meet you at your work. Harley's waiting there for like half an hour. Like, where the hell is she? And she's acting really weird. So anyway, Letecia doesn't hand in the keys. She leaves the rental vehicle at the airport, drives the Tiguan, meets Harley there. And then they go in Harley's car back to the house to go fetch some stuff. They leave she leaves her vehicle at this Massage Envy place at a hotel right across the road. They go in the Jetta back to the house. Okay, I'm not drawing anything now. I'm just telling you. They drive in the Jetta back to the house, get some clothes and stuff, and they go back to this Massage Envy hotel in proximity, right? Okay. And then The next morning, they go, Letecia needs to hand in this vehicle, right? So she goes back to the airport just to hand in the keys of the Kia Rio. That's all she did. And the rental company, we heard them say that, let me zoom in for you guys. That rental, the car rental company said that she literally just dropped the keys and they're like, where's the vehicle? She's like, short-term parking, and she was out. That's it. Okay. Okay, court's back. Stand by. That was a big map time we did there. I don't see court back. Yeah. Her excuse for dropping L off and leaving again. Why is I don't see the court time here. Is it court time? Do you see it back? Okay, it's not back here, so I'm going to have to rejoin. Stand by. Too much map time. Go, go, go. Are we lying? Because they're not back. Yes, more premeditated with a map. That's why we look at that. Yes, they tricked us. Did they just put it on momentarily or what? I hope that helped a little bit at least. But Letecia was very calculated and very busy. Now they're back. Okay.
We'll recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury have returned to the court or is not present in the courtroom. Do we need Mr. Grusing?
He's here, Judge. He's in the back. One thing I would just wanted to give the court an update on. We've got 3 of these phone calls left. I'd like to get these done before the end of today.
Okay.
And so I'm not going to necessarily call Mr. Grusing back up to the stand between each phone call. The next one is 22 minutes. Then we've got a 58 minutes, and then we got a 29 minutes, which should be about right.
It'll be pretty close.
It'll be really close. But then that will allow us to jump into his interview of the defendant on Friday morning. And again,
About 5 hours, that one.
that one is. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Is this what 58, 59?
So 57, 58, and 59 are the last 3.
Okay, and they've already been admitted, so you can go ahead and play them.
They have
one
been,
after the other. All right.
Yep.
And then do all your questioning in one chunk.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep. Exactly. Yep.
All right. All right. Let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
And I'll just make a brief record of the dates and how long each call
That's
is.
fine.
Look at her hair now.
I think it's changed to about 31,000. He would.
I think it would. Surely have to.
We can do it, and we can do it together on Friday.
Yeah, let's keep that.
Yes, it is.
Let's keep that between us.
I can take it anymore.
Maybe he's one of them.
Not Kane, for sure. I don't know about you.
Is WebEx on, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering if he was gonna come in wearing a Hawaiian flower shirt today under his robe.
All right, for the jury, please.
With it. With TC.
Look at Will. Class clown. Oh, my word.
Only old guys like us.
Now she's got a giant
Thank you, may all be
nest.
seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358 versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good news is we have more phone calls to listen to. Bad news, it is only 3 left.
Okay.
So at this particular point, Judge, we'd like to publish People's Exhibit 57,
All right.
which is a recorded phone call February 17, 2020 at 2:24 p.m., previously admitted during Al Stauch's testimony.
All right. And can we let the jury know how long that one is?
It is 22 minutes and 18 seconds.
Thank you. Podium again.
Yes.
Hello?
I didn't get anything from question mark.
Oh, I said, did you want to talk about, like, did you set up an appointment for this? How much is it going to cost?
No, here's my approach on it. My approach is, if you don't, in my opinion, and this is how I want it to be, so there's no question or anything. If you don't control the aspect of it as far as validity, checking out, like, I feel like you will try to take it and say that it's not what you do, or I want to prove 100% to you. Because I know you're hurt, I know you're pissed, but those things are not true what you said. They're just not true. And I don't care about a court of law because you know why? My attorney was shredded apart. I'm worried about my husband knowing that I did not do such a thing.
All right, well.
Because I care about you, and I feel like if you know that that's the truth, that I did not, then everything could be okay.
Yeah,
right? If you know for 100% that I did not hurt a child, kill a child, kill a 2x4, whatever you may say, would it not make you feel a lot different right now?
yeah, I told you I'd stand by you with the truth, you know? And I pulled up that link and, they got 5 stars, so that it looks legit on the surface. And yeah, you hit a great point there about, I am about validating things and looking into things. Part of that process would be, getting some questions answered that I want answered, right? I think you can assume that, right?
Okay.
All right. So that being said, as I was waiting on you to get back, I wrote down basically 3 or 4 questions, and I want to pose them to you now, so that way I'm not surprised when I go in there. Okay? Are you willing to do that with me? And then we'll.
You're not surprised, or
neither one of us. So you know the questions, and I know the questions.
oh, okay, I get what you're saying. Yep.
Yeah. So I'll ask them, and you just give me yes or it's just simple yes or no questions. Okay? And then, so you're not, once again, trying to be fair to you and fair to myself, that these are some of the questions that I want answered. Number 1, do you know where Gannon is? Yes or no?
Yeah. This is the questions I'm going to prove to you too, right?
Yeah.
You understand?
Right. You can answer them now, but then you can answer them then as well. Okay.
Future tense, no.
Okay. Who was Gannon last with?
They don't ask me questions like that.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. It's yes or no. Do you know who Gannon was with last?
Okay, so here's what I want you to be careful with on. Do you know who Gannon was with last? Because, let me explain.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're cool.
More specific approach in that, because you need to say, do you know a description or have a picture in your mind of who Gannon was with.
Okay.
Think of that.
All right. How about it this way? Were you the last person Gannon was with? Okay. Well, that leads into
To ask the question of someone else.
right. Right. Yeah, I know. And I'm not going to probably be the one phrasing the questions. I'm just telling you questions that I want answered. So you answered the question was, were you the last person Gannon was with? And you said no. Okay. And I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to go take that down a rabbit trail. Okay. Did you accidentally hurt Gannon?
No.
Did you murder Gannon?
No.
Okay. Well, so, I mean, that's kind of, it's just some of the questions I'm going to want answered. So when are you going to be able to do this? I want to get this done as soon as possible. I'm ready to do it tomorrow. I think because of the publicity of this case, they'll squeeze you in and make an appointment for you tomorrow. If we go up there and, call them and say, hey, listen, this is the Gannon Stauch case. We need a polygraph ASAP. Let's do it. I don't know. When's the earliest you can do it? I'll just take money out of the bank account and I'll pay for it.
So can you get me just like 2 or 3 times or days and times that they have available? Send them to me and I'll tell you exactly which one will work best.
Nope. Tisha, this is
Talking, I don't have a way around.
okay.
I'm going to help people out so that I can have food and a place to stay.
Okay.
And I the one said to do this.
But I'll even come and get you tomorrow morning. I want to do it like 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. I'll come and get you at Michelle's house, okay? And I'll bring you to this place. It's Michelle, right?
I'm not at Michelle's house.
Okay, where are you at now?
I'm staying with random people that reached out online, people that are following the case.
Okay, well, send me your location through your phone, or send me an address or a 10-digit grid coordinate from Google Earth.
I got the time, and you're telling me you're going to pick me up?
Yeah, because I guarantee you they will squeeze you in tomorrow. Because this will be another star in their cap, a feather in their cap.
Right, because it's about some publicity for you.
No, not for me. I want the truth, and you know what? Every minute, every second we sit here and talk about this is another minute that Gannon is danger.
I told you I would do this, and gave me the person.
All right, well, tomorrow's the day. Okay, if not, then you're not serious about it. That's just, and I'm.
About it. I've already told you yes. I've already said yes.
All right, then I'll set the appointment. If it needs to be the afternoon, fine, whatever. But we'll do it, okay? Tomorrow.
I've already, I don't know why you keep saying that. You think I'm change it. I've already said yes. I also want to know what I need to be, because I saw where somewhere online it says something about eating and drinking and stuff like that. So,
All right, I'll answer that for you, but I mean, why don't you plan on like a 6-hour window or something? Okay.
well,
I'm just going based off generalizations, Tisha. Come on now. I don't know the answer to that. You can Google it just like I can. I'll call them and I'll find out. And I'm just saying, plan on if you think you're not supposed to eat for a while, then don't eat for a while. I mean, it's not a big deal. But I'll call them and I'll set it up for tomorrow, afternoon, whatever. You just let me know where to come get you, or let me know, just be there if you don't want me to come get you.
okay, and so now you had your questions that you wanted, and so now I have questions.
So now I'm taking a polygraph?
No, you're not taking a polygraph.
No, okay.
I'm asking you 4 questions.
All right, go ahead with them.
When you get the results that say I have passed this polygraph test,
Okay.
what is your course of action?
These are yes or no questions, please.
Okay? Is your course of action to be with your wife in marriage and your daughter and the rest of our family back to normal and figuring out who has Gannon?
No.
But that's not your approach.
You said once you answer some polygraph questions, once we find Gannon, okay. No. Okay. All right. No, I didn't. All right. Yes or no questions. I didn't do this to you. I took your yes or no questions.
What the polygraph test comes back and shows you that I am telling the truth to the questions, that I had nothing to do with Gannon in any kind of way, being hurt, taken, whatever, are you going to be with your wife?
Nope.
Really? So why?
Yes or no questions, please.
Still going to do it. I just want you to tell me why.
Because the key to standing by you is the truth and Gannon. So,
If I pass a polygraph test and you know I didn't have anything to do with it, I'm trying to understand here. Why would you say no to being with your wife if it's proven on the test that I didn't have anything to do with it? I just want to know the truth on that. I'm still going to do it so it can clear my name. I just want to know the truth from you.
I'm waiting for the next yes or no questions.
Come on, man. Just be real with me. This is not a time to play games.
I'm not, Tisha. You got to understand. There's two. Listen. There's a lot of repair.
The truth.
I'm trying to. I'm going to bend here again. G's the most important thing, but there's a lot of emotions. There's a lot of damage. Okay, from this situation, and I'm not here to argue with you. Okay, but there's a lot of damage from all the lies that have been told that it's going to take some time to work through. Okay, I said I'll stand by the truth, and I'll stand by you with the truth. Gannon's the priority. All right, what's your next yes or no question?
Do you have any intention of being back with your wife and family?
No. And it's the same answer, same response as I gave you last time. Gannon is the priority right now. All right, here's what we're going to do. I respected you and answered you. No. Yeah, hold on. I respected you. I didn't put you through the Inquisition. I gave you 4 yes or no questions and I left it at that. You're not respecting me in that way. So I'm going to go back to question 2. You said you were not the last person Gannon was with, so who was? Okay. I answered your questions.
Inquisition question.
No, you got 2 or 3. All right. Okay. Well, see, this is why I don't believe you. I'm going to be straight up with you. I want to do this polygraph thing. I'm willing to do it, and we're going to take it at face value. But you're not respecting me. You're expecting respect in return. You're expecting to play by the rules. You're not playing by the rules.
Your wife?
No, I said there's damage.
The truth?
I said there's damage, and we got to repair it. That's all I said. I haven't said anything about anybody to anyone in the media, social media, nothing. And if you got something else, then it's false. So.
Okay, the next question. Have you filed for divorce?
Nope. Let's see, here you go again, not playing by the rules.
You said yes or no. That's what I said.
Yeah, but you got to put me through the Inquisition, but you're not answering my question. Who was the last person Gannon was with if it wasn't you? Because these are going to be the questions you're going to have to answer. I mean, I'm just going to be straight up with you, whether you answer them to me or not. Yeah. Well, Mr. Hotshot Baez will. Okay. If you don't. So, I mean, we might as well do this peacefully between me and you and figure out where Gannon's at.
I've already agreed to this. If I'm agreeing to do this, I am going to have to still pass it. And I have no idea where Gannon's at. Why are you still being adamant that you? That's my point. I said it for you controlling me because you'll still swear up and down.
No, but listen. No, but I this is pre-polygraph. Polygraph, I won't even be in the room. Probably not even in the building. I'll be somewhere else, so you're not under any pressure. Okay, that's how those things go. It's all you and the guy asking the questions.
That's you won't even be there either because they interview me myself.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I won't be there. Okay, I'll pick you up, take you, drop you off, pay for it, but then I'll bounce. Okay, but you need to answer me this. As your husband and as the father of the missing child, but I still am I not? Okay, point is, who was the last person that had Gannon? You said you weren't, so who was? Hello?
I'm going to tell that to the person.
There you go.
Let them rephrase that in a yes or no question. Because that's what I'm going to do, because no matter what I say to you, you're going to yell and scream at me, hang up, act crazy. You legit told me all in one day, I'm a murderer, killer, told me Harley had involvement, then told me this, told me that, then told me you don't have intentions. When you find out the truth that your wife is not involved to be with her,
Okay,
she bought this in one day.
okay, but did you murder Gannon?
Like, that is what your mind is saying.
Hey, did you murder Gannon?
What?
Did you kill Gannon?
No.
Okay, then it well, back to what we said. It had to be an accident. That I mean, so you accidentally hurt him. That's I mean, there's it's an either or. You said that already.
What did you ask? That's one of your questions, ain't it?
Right.
One of your questions. So
Well, no, that's two questions, but it,
here's where I have the problem.
okay.
I will pass it, and then you're going to come back to square one and still accuse me. Because you're going to say this damage and all this, you're going to accuse me of somehow still being involved. That's what you're going to do. Because right now, you can't accept. You have the nerve to say to me, I am not going to be my wife and family at all. Hardly. Gannon showed up on the doorstep today. You still going to say that to me?
Yeah, fair enough. But you know what?
Just because you're so fucking pissed.
No, I'm not pissed. I'm hurt. My son's missing. I'm hurt because my son's missing, and he's hurt. Okay, because I saw his blood, and I know that if you thought I knew who took Harley, and she was missing and hurt and raped and all these things that have been alleged, okay, if you thought I knew that, you'd want me to tell you too. Okay, you admitted you were not the last person that Gannon was with, so that means you know at least a description, at least a name or something, and you're not telling me. And you need to put yourself. Okay, but that description was Quincy Brown and 15 different stories, and you already told me. You already told me. Yeah, it was Eduardo, the Mexican guy, right? Our Uncle Matt. Here we go again.
Why don't you ask about legit answers?
Right.
Legit answers
Right.
for yourself.
Did you kill Gannon? That's a legit question.
No.
Okay. Did you accidentally hurt Gannon?
You want to keep ask me like 15 times. Like, so you can go ahead and get this out your system because I'm a.
Well, okay, fine.
Tonight you're going to be like, wow, pass this test.
Yeah. Okay. But the bottom line is. The bottom line is.
Grace the girl climb online to do it.
Yeah, let's call her. Let's call Maury Povich too. He'll help.
Call him. But you already said tomorrow or whenever you're calling this thing. You've already said that. You said you wanted to do it between me and you because this is for you.
No, you said that. But the truth is you won't tell me who because there is no who and the who's you.
Okay, so here you go again. You are not even trusted, and that's why I said you control who it was because you're not even trusting in a lie detector.
No, you sent me a link and you said no to the FBI, which if I had a choice, it'd be the FBI.
Join the police department.
Okay, then I don't have control. I don't have a say so. This is where we always get to in our relationship.
Somebody in Colorado Springs.
I did. There's FBI at Colorado Springs, and you got her number.
You just told me you were going to call the other people. I'm not doing the FBI because they're police. I'm doing a license.
Okay, so listen. Listen, if the who Gannon was last with, if the who is not you, then who is it?
The same damn question.
Because you never answer it. You never answer it.
You already made it clear that I'm not your wife. You already made that clear.
No, actually, I actually, and I quote, I said, "You are still my wife." I just said we don't have a relationship right now because of all this. That's what I said. To be clear.
You're telling me I mean absolutely nothing to you. I'm a piece of crap. Well, that's what you're telling me.
Hey, guess what? So this whole back to this whole lie detector test bullshit. If you're gonna pass it, who gives a fuck? Who gives you the lie detector test?
I don't want the police involved because
The police are already involved. What are you talking about? But go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm trying to prevent it from just picking anybody else besides the police. Because I want someone who has no reason at all to be involved or anything so that the validity of the test is complete.
Yeah. Okay. You think the police care about you or me or anything? All they care about, whether they're doing right or wrong, all they care about is Gannon.
I'm agreeing. Like, I will do it and say, yes, okay, when.
Yeah, fine. Let's do it. And I told you to let me pick you up. You won't tell me where you are. I told you all these different things. I tried to do one tomorrow. You said 3 days from now. 9 a.m.
3 different times is what I said.
9:30, and 10. 9:30, and 10.
Think they had available.
That's what I'm gonna tell them. Okay.
You call me back and tell me what at times they have available.
Hey, all right. So listen, when I call you back, while you're waiting on me to call you back, I want you to think about this. All right? Are you ready? Are you ready for this? What happens if you fail this polygraph test? Then what? Okay, but you need to think about what if you fail.
I need to think about that. There's no doubt in my mind. Trust me.
Okay.
I wouldn't be adamant to you, telling you, calling you back after you said those things to me. Do you think I'd be wasting my time to try to prove to a man who is fucking just treating me like this?
Hey, you were also adamant about Quincy Brown, remember? Until the news reporter, not the polygraph, the news reporter shot that full of shit.
To the person that I care about, the person that I love with something in me.
You care about Gannon?
He knows that.
You care about Gannon, or am I the only one you care about?
Of course, I have to care about you first in order to care about our children.
Okay, so if you truly care about me, okay, if you truly care about me and all this stuff, no, listen to me. If you truly care about me and want all this stuff that you tell me every day that you want and send me all these pictures, if all that really means anything to you, first of all, you sent me a picture without your ring on the other day, so that's bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on that. Second of all, yeah, then you told me you were wearing them, and then you sent me a picture without them. So, anyways,
I said I've been wearing my ring.
Oh, okay.
I said,
but
the police have confiscated them, and you won't help me get any of them back because they're in the car that's in your name that you probably already have back.
I wish. I'm still paying on it, by the way. I don't have it, so just so you know.
Totally glad to pay on it. Hard.
And not have it, right? Okay. Anyways, if you really cared about me, if you really cared about, let's cut this shit off because this is ridiculous. If you really cared about me, you would have lied to me 15 times, and you wouldn't be lying to me now. Okay, and that's it.
Okay, that's good.
Your Honor, the next one is People's Exhibit 58, which is February 19th, 2020 at 12:11 p.m. This was previously admitted during Al Stauch's testimony, and it's 58 minutes and 41 seconds.
Yeah.
And Your Honor, I wanted to just give the jury just a brief snippet of that. The first 6 minutes is that same sort of, you can't really tell what's happening. So I'm just going to move it forward to the point where you can hear it.
Is there any objection from the defense? Okay.
But then he reworded it to know personally because right? Basically, it was just saying, you know, if I know someone personally, then that was a public information.
So I don't understand what you mean by that. You had him reworded or he reworded it?
No, when you're in there talking to someone, that was the question I said. Like, one of the questions that you wanted.
Yeah.
I said to you that I would have to say, you know, certain things. So then we worded it as, you know, personally, he's involved with your stepson's disappearance.
Right.
And I said no. I was telling the truth.
So what do you mean by that?
But Albert, there's nothing I mean by that. What I mean by that is I can come to y'all, which I'm totally fine with, you know, having an attorney, you know, showing this to law enforcement, whatever. But at this point, I'm just going to show it in a verified public, see, not see it, but hear it. And that's that's all I can do for now, because anything else I've done, I've been turned into being a sober person. So nothing else I can do can help, because I'm just not a valid source or person that anyone wants to care about, help, information, nothing. And that's been proven.
What do you mean by that's been proven? I thought you gave them information that they're using in the search.
Hey, I did. However.
So that makes you be valid if you gave them information and they're using it. Yeah, sure.
No matter what information that I give them, they would not be searching places they are based on that information. You keep the normal law enforcement agencies, like the little girl in South Carolina. They took those steps immediately. They shut off the neighborhood. They shut off any crossing intersections. They even went as far as, because it was an easy section of crossing over, they shut off the state line.
Okay, but where did you say for them to look if they're not looking where you said?
They don't care what I say, Albert.
I care.
They want to hate me.
I care what you say because I don't. I don't want to hang anybody. I just want Gannon back. So I absolutely care what you said.
It's been a hard month for everybody, right?
Right. Right.
I mean, this time last month, we were getting ready to get off a cruise boat, having the time of our lives, right?
Right, but yes, and Tisha, I know that we were on a cruise and we had a good time, but that you totally skipped past my question. Like, what did you say? Where did you say for them to look?
They didn't ask me anywhere specific to look. I'm telling you that the law enforcement in South Carolina took those approaches based on what was told to them.
But what did you tell them? You're telling me what they didn't do. Tell me what you did. I don't care about them.
I already told them with the state. I'm not going to go through this again with you.
You're not going to tell me, the father of the child.
You do, but it wasn't good enough for you.
No, I did not know. You've never told me.
Okay. Oh my God.
No.
You told me nobody else was involved. You told me I was making up stuff. So I'm not going down that route.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about any of that. None of that matters. The other person, none of that stuff matters right now. I want to know where you told them to look that they're not looking.
I never said I told them to look where they're not looking.
But you said, yes, you did. You said you gave them information that they're not using.
Albert, based upon my statement, they would have took the same method that the police department took in South Carolina in that situation. They would have immediately stepped in and shut off everyone. They went on a book hunt for one person, and look where we're at. We're at Wednesday, February 19th. Wednesday, February 19th.
You're telling me, yes, it's 23 days now. You're right. It's 23 days. Where did you tell them? What information did you give them that they're not paying attention to, like in South Carolina?
That's not what I said.
Yes,
There you go again.
But that is exactly what you said. You said you gave them information that they're barking up the wrong tree and they're not doing like they did in South Carolina. That's exactly what you said.
They're not trying to do something.
But what does that mean?
They want. They should have shut the neighborhood down.
Why?
They want.
Why?
Okay, see, never mind.
No, but that's what you're telling me what should have happened, but not the information.
Giving it to you, and you haven't supported me. You told everybody the complete opposite. All I have to like how you're sticking by me.
I can't hear you. What? Why should they have shut the neighborhood down? What's in the neighborhood that matters?
Nothing.
Then why should they have shut it down? That's
That's just the process that they should have done.
What about all this stuff they keep finding and asking me about is from the house?
What stuff?
Like just all this random bullshit. I mean,
I don't know. I mean, you keep saying the same thing. You keep saying random bullshit, but you won't tell me.
yeah, but you know what?
Ask me a question, I'll tell you if I know what it is.
How do I know somebody's not taping you right now? Because I've seen all these pictures and all these things that they're asking me, is this Gannon's? Is this from the house? And that, if that gets out, then I mean, we might never find Gannon.
Albert, I've never told people. All right.
I can't hear you.
People called my Facebook. This guy, they even found one of them. The FBI found one person who did it already. And they're probably gonna get in trouble for obstruction. But the lady that Amy Bolton has been talking to has already been on this and got one person doing it. Oh, and they're gonna come after a lot more. So I haven't went and posted any of this stuff.
Well, listen, I'll tell you one thing that I've seen that is almost absolutely from my house. Remember that, you know that board that I was making those those shoe compartments out of?
Board?
Yeah, that particle board, that big sheets of it that I was gonna make that thing for Harley for her shoes, remember? That I made the one and painted gray. You know what board I'm talking about? You know that big sheet of board? Like, yeah. Yeah, so they got a piece of that from the house they found somewhere.
Piece of particle board? I mean, what does that mean?
That's what I'm asking you, what that means. Why a piece of wood from my house is found out in the middle of nowhere? And I see a picture, and I see a picture of it, okay? I mean, they didn't tell me where they found it. They just said, does this look like it's from your house? Does this look like it might be Gannon's? And I'm like, yeah, it looks like it's from my house. I got all kinds of stuff like that at my house.
Albert, I haven't even been there, so I don't know anything about any wood.
Tisha, you know all the wood at the house, all that stuff.
I understand. I know the wood. But you guys watched me leave. I didn't leave with any wood.
Well, there was wood in the back of the truck. A whole pile of wood in the back of the truck.
Was there a big parcel you talking about?
No, it wasn't a sheet. It was a piece of it that they showed me a picture of, just a piece.
Then I mean, I don't know. I didn't get rid of any of your board or anything like that.
Well, what did you get rid of anything?
No, I didn't get rid of anything. Nothing. If someone has took something from your house that you've been there, then someone took it when all those people were there. I haven't even been there and touched board, nothing.
So, okay, if you didn't take anything like that, board, wood, anything, and get rid of it in that area, why were you in that area?
In what area?
The area where the truck was seen at, the area where they're searching. I'm guessing, I'm assuming this picture that he showed me came from that area.
That they're searching?
Right, the area you talked about, that bike accident or whatever, that area that you went to, and you told me you went to, and you also told me you told them you went to.
You gotta say the names of the area. So you're talking about County Line Road?
Yes, County Line Road and wherever they're searching at. I don't know the exact areas.
County Line Road.
Yes, why were you there? What purpose did you have to go to Petco and then to go to County Line Road and then back to Petco?
Because I was gonna go. Gannon was asking about the castles. Because remember the time we went riding and there was castles and his grandma who had just left was talking about the castles?
Castles?
Remember that like we took the back road when she was with us one time and it was like these old little castles.
No, my mom was never with us when we did that.
Well, you
Never.
you said something about grandma would like these or something like that.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so that's what we were talking about. I said I was taking the back road because you could take that road and drop off. Because if you go back and look at the traffic cameras, 25 was pretty busy. So I took that road. On that back road, I said something. I was like, hey, I was like, remember here one day? He's like, oh yeah, about the castles. And I couldn't find the road for the castle.
Okay, I mean, so you went to look at castles, then what?
I drove up towards going to Castle Rock. Like that back road, I think it turns into like, I don't know, what is that, like 105 or something. And I couldn't figure out how to get back to 25 from there, which wasted a lot of my time.
Why couldn't you figure out to get back to 25?
I didn't know how to do that. I didn't know how to get back to 25.
You didn't have GPS?
I didn't have my phone.
Right. I forgot. I'm sorry.
I had my watch,
Okay.
but the problem with getting it on my watch is that you can't hit the start. You can't hardly cut the word thing where you're going. It don't work if you do it on your phone.
Right.
You should know this because my watch is ready. People making this big deal about freaking phone or not. The watch is gonna beep the same way a phone does. So I want to tell them, get the fuck out of here, dumb.
Yeah. Right. You're right.
I mean, I'm not stupid. Like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm trying to hide one phone, but I got a fucking watch with me. I'm not stupid. I didn't have anything to hide.
So you just went out there to ride randomly to look at castles?
That is not what I did. I was going to go to Castle Rock real quick.
Okay.
I've already said that. So if anybody put any kind of boards or something out there, whatever the hell it was, maybe it was somebody who was housed everything.
So somebody was in the house and they took the board and took it out there where you were at? Because
Unless someone did that, I didn't think it was, unless something fell off the truck.
okay. Why would something fall off the truck if it was all down in the truck?
I'm just saying to you. I'm just saying to you. I mean, I don't know.
So did y'all make it to Castle Rock?
I just told you that I didn't know how to get back to the 25.
Okay, but you had to at some point, right?
Some point I did. Yeah, I don't remember when because it's been freaking how many weeks.
Right. Okay, so no. Hold on. One more question.
True. Curse me out. You're not gonna do
No,
that to me.
you're right. I'm not. I just want to know where Gannon got out the truck. Because
Where did he get out the truck?
yeah, it was not at the house, so don't say that. So where did he get out the truck?
Can I tell you something?
Yeah, tell me.
If you think Gannon got out the truck, wherever you think over there, and y'all are over there doing all your searches. Keep searching. Okay? Keep searching. Because once again, you've done nothing but making a witch hunt. You've been in all these areas.
Okay. All right, you're right. So you're saying he never got out the truck. So I need to call them back and tell them to look for him in the truck.
That Gannon, what do you mean look for him in the truck?
Well, you said he never got out the truck.
Gannon was playing the switch in the truck. So, I mean, I don't know what the question is. I haven't done anything to Gannon.
Did Gannon throw out that board or how that, you said it may have flew out. Did Gannon throw it out, you think?
Albert, if there's a board or something, it could have been, I don't remember, to be honest.
You don't remember how it got out of the truck?
The board, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it got thrown out. I don't know. I really don't remember.
Okay.
Well, I don't remember. I don't understand. What does the board got to do with anything?
What? I don't know. I don't think they would show me a board if it wasn't relevant. I don't know.
Then you just said they showed you a board that just come from your house. So this is what I don't. You talk about you don't. I'm recording you, or something you said, or listening, whatever. But then supposedly, this is what blows my mind. This is like what blows my mind. Okay. Police in this country, in departments, do not call people and give them videos and give them evidence. They don't. Because if they do, they know the stuff can be thrown out for that. So I don't believe for a second that police are calling people, telling them. I don't believe that. Unless they're just ignorant.
But how would police know if it's relevant or if it's my wood or if it's my Gannon's sock or whatever? They got to ask questions.
Okay. So they asked you for the socks. Now there's a sock been thrown out.
I mean, yeah. So, how did the sock get thrown out? That's another question.
Okay. Well, I mean, how do you know it's being a sock?
I mean, socks are socks. I mean, you know, I don't know. Unless they got DNA off of it.
Okay. Then if they got, then they should say to you that this is getting a sock unless they knew for 100% it's a sock.
What about maybe or maybe not? I saw a picture of carpet from the house. Yeah.
You saw carpet?
Yeah, the same.
So carpet.
Maybe. Yeah. I didn't see, no, I saw a picture of it. Yeah, I mean, I didn't say it's in the woods. I'm just saying maybe I saw a picture of the same carpet that's from the house. So
Carpet that's for the house in the woods.
I didn't say in the woods. I said I saw a picture that looked maybe not. It's the carpet from our house.
Okay, so what was it? Was it like a big piece of carpet? What?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, come on. I mean, I saw a picture. I mean, there wasn't a ruler next to it or anything. Okay. I mean, I've seen 20 to 30 pictures. I mean, I'm just maybe even more. I just remember, I remember a board. I feel like I may have seen it, but the carpet's been all over the story anyway. So, I mean, I could be put, like you said, what?
Do you talk about the carpet piece that was taken out of the garage? Is that the carpet you're talking about?
I don't know.
That's the only carpet that would have been taken out the garage and Gannon got blood on from his foot. And I already told you this.
Oh, and you said he cut his foot on the wood, or your Facebook also said he cut his foot on a tool. I don't know.
I don't know if it was a tool or what. He was looking, but you're looking for that daggone thing that you have.
What thing?
The thing that has the little holes in it or whatever, and you can like slice stuff.
You were looking for something to slice stuff? What do you mean by that?
Cut the wood with stuff.
Cut the wood with stuff with something that has holes in it. Is that what?
Like bridges.
Bridges. Like to make the wood smooth?
Yeah, it has a handle on it. We were looking for that because we thought that has a little handle on it or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
I think so.
That. Cause you know the dog needs a piece of carpet, a piece of wood on the side of the thing.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to like shape that down, so we were looking for that thing.
Oh, yeah, the little, like hand plane or whatever that I make the wood smooth with.
The dog's beating the side in the kitchen, so So I was trying to repeat the two. I asked him to email what these tools are at. We're both trying to figure it out. And we're trying to get the Yeti down.
Did you ever find it?
The piece?
The wood, I mean, not the wood, the plane, the thing with the handle on it.
No,
But I thought you just said that's what he cut his foot on.
I did not. I said he was going to get that and stepped on something in there. I don't know what he stepped on while he was helping. I was trying to get a Yeti. I was unloading stuff out of the car. I was going to go sell stuff online. I already said this. I was going to sell the Yeti online because we never used it. I was going to finish selling her clothes and stuff online. I mean,
Did you, so are you gonna send me the results of this poly or not?
I'm not going to send them to anyone. I would like to meet you and let you see them.
You'll meet me, will let me see them?
I'm glad to let you go. So when I have this thing with Daisy Grusing, because they're going to be verifying the validity of it, they are going to have all that ready so that the public can hear it. So I tried to talk to you first about it. You didn't want to talk to me. You didn't want to say anything. And then you whatever, but I get it. You're angry, hurt, got all this going on. I get it. Okay. So then I took that approach and I did. I'll do it this way. I will be them and go from there. But then I get on the phone with you, and now it's like there's shots and this and that, and who knows what.
Right, that, now you know how I feel.
There's all these things, right? All these things. And it's like, okay, well, I mean, what did I do? What did I do wrong?
I didn't never say you did anything wrong. The only thing I've ever come to the conclusion was that it was an accident. But
All the way blatantly the other day.
no, I asked you. I asked you.
Okay, no, listen. You guys are still, we're still on the hunt for the wrong person. Still on the hunt. And they're not gonna find me putting it somewhere. For what you guys think. The person listening, you're not gonna find that. Because I didn't do that.
Well, what did you do? Hello?
What?
I mean, if you didn't do that, what did you do? Or, I mean, who is the person that did something? That's the missing link here to Gannon.
Y'all didn't want to listen the first time. So
Listen, I'm all ears now. I'm sitting here in Starbucks making a fool of myself. Okay.
yourself.
Because I'm sitting here trying to hide in the corner so nobody's looking at me. Okay. I'm listening now. Tell me what happened. What did you do, or who has Gannon? I mean, if you love me like you say, you'll help me stop having to look at all these pictures and hear all the stories and watch the news every night. Okay, that's love.
Love is also when I tell you that you listen instead of just being like, oh yeah, that really happened.
Okay, I'm listening right now.
No.
You got my attention right now. You might not.
Start cursing me out.
No, I won't. Not in Starbucks. I'm not doing this.
95% of everybody that takes a lie detector test who lies fails. Only people who are like schizophrenia and things like that have problems with it. Okay? I get it. I clearly answered for sure. And again, I know you said I haven't seen this, but you're about to because Nancy Grace, okay, is having someone verify so that it can be done. Okay? So it's coming. All right? You could get the best with it if it was fucking bullshit. Right? All right. So, with that being said, the questions were asked. Am I going to tell the truth? Yes. The truth. Did I accidentally hurt him in any physical way? Told the truth. Told the truth. I mean, did you inflict any harm on him in any way? No. Told the truth. So,
Did they ask you if this was an accident?
if what did you accidentally? That was the first thing I just said to you. Hurt him in any physical way.
Did they ask you, did he accidentally hurt himself?
No, because they only give you a certain control group. But then you got to go into that and being like, are you involved in your stepson's disappearance?
They ask you, was he injured?
Albert.
Not if you did it, but was he injured? Did they ask you that?
Okay, so this is why you're going to always have a problem with everything.
No, I'm just asking you the questions because you won't show me the results. If you,
I begged you. I begged you to meet me. I begged you to just spend one night with your wife and you could see everything. I begged you. You're ignoring me like I'm a piece of crap.
listen, tell me now. I'm listening, okay? Just tell me now. Just tell me everything. You're talking about Nancy Grace and lie detector test. All that doesn't matter to me. Okay? You came up with the idea for a lie detector test, and I said, yes, do it. Okay, but now you won't show me the results, but you said it was for me. So listen, no, you did. You did. You said it was for me.
Hey, you lied to me and told me you were going to meet me, and then I get dressed and everything, and then you ignore my emails that night. You think it's not hard on me that I got to know my husband is fucking another bitch? You think that's hard?
You think it's not hard for a father not to know where his son is? I mean,
I know it's hard, but you didn't deny that one, did you?
no, there's no reason to deny it. It's just not true. I'm not playing that game, but there is a truth here that you're ignoring that Gannon's missing and you have information and I'm listening. I'm listening. You said you did.
To you guys. I've given it to you.
I'm sick and listen, I'm sick and tired of being alone. And the way for me to get past that is for me to get the information I need, and I know you have, and I'm listening. And I'm not going to judge you. I just want the information. I don't care what happens. I want my son. Okay, I really don't care. If you're not guilty of anything, then you're not guilty of anything. I that's not what I'm worried about. I really don't care. I don't care who did what. I just want my son home with me now. That's what matters to me. And I've even offered to help you, to stand by you. If you just tell me. I can't hear you. I didn't say you did it. I just said, tell me the information.
I covered it up.
So no accident, you covered it up. So you didn't do anything. And there was no accident. So, but I can't hear you.
There's no accident that happened.
I can't hear you.
Albert,
I can't hear you.
hear me.
I cannot hear you. I hear you in the background.
I said, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
I said, there's no accident. Do you think in your mind that I'm going to tell you an accident happened and I panicked, didn't know what to do, and just threw him side the road?
Okay, if that's not the case, then so it's kind of two options here. Either something happened on accident or something happened on purpose. Okay, either he hurt himself or you hurt him. I mean, you kind of got to paint the picture for me here. Either you killed him or it was an accident how he got hurt. I mean, those are the things that you got to decide and how you approach this. Okay.
Either of those. Do you see what I'm saying?
But the part then fill in the blank. He obviously got hurt. You told me that. Okay. He got hurt somehow, but you won't tell me anything else.
Albert, I've already told you this one's gonna happen. Let me tell you again. And you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna tell me I'm a lie, this is a stupid fucked up story, and we're back to blaming it on someone else again. That's what you're gonna tell me.
No, listen. I honestly, let me back up. Let me start over. I really don't care if you tell me the truth or not. I'm past that point. I just want to know how I can get Gannon home.
How do I know how you can get in home if someone else is involved? How do I know that? This is where you have this disconnect with me.
Tisha, you gotta understand.
Until you can stand there and you need to be you should be telling investigators. Why would not do this? Listen to her.
I've told them that. Okay, I've told them that. I've told them that you're a school teacher, you've been babysitter. I mean, why would all these people trust you with their kids and then you do something like this? But the disconnect is, you know something, if not who. And I don't really care who. Okay, I just want to know where Gannon's at and how we can find him. So you can tell me you can throw out any random name, Johnny Tremaine, if you want to, whatever kind of name you want to. I just wanted to point to where Gannon's at. I mean, the truth is, okay, go ahead, sorry.
What is the truth? Go ahead.
The truth is so far beyond me right now. The only truth I care about is where Gannon is.
I don't know where Gannon is. So no matter what I say to you, you're still going to get the same answer in the end. I don't know where he is.
Okay, so how do we get to who took him?
You know, we should have been doing this like 3 weeks ago.
I've been a week now talking to you and you still won't tell me this. You say,
Albert?
I don't want. Sorry.
I told you, I went that way. I already told you, I told the people I went that way. Me. Innocent people don't tell people where they went. They just don't.
Listen, just give me something. Just give me a guess. Like I said, the truth is, the only truth that matters is bringing Gannon home to where he's at. Just.
Yes, Albert?
Yes, absolutely.
Gannon is not Colorado.
Your guess is that he's not in Colorado.
Correct.
Okay. Why? What makes you guess that?
Because Tisha didn't hurt him,
Okay.
didn't dispose of him,
Okay.
anything like that, okay? So Tisha was in Colorado with nothing, and you guys have ran up all these places where y'all think I've been or whatever, and you haven't found Gannon. So where's the connector putting those two together?
So if you had a guess, where would he be at? Like if you said you guessed he's not in Colorado, I don't disagree with that because they've looked and searched for 3 weeks and not found a damn thing other than some random pictures of some bullshit. Okay, they haven't found Gannon. So if you had to guess where he's at, where do you think he's at? Hello?
Yes.
Answer my question. If you had to guess where he's at, you said he's not in Colorado, or you guess he's not. Where would you guess he's at? Your best guess.
Probably somewhere, I mean, scary as it sounds, probably not even in the United States.
What makes you guess that?
I don't know, that's my guess. I don't have a reason for my guess, that's why it's a guess.
I just don't. That doesn't make any sense, especially because I'm talking to myself, really. I mean, if that's your guess, then that's your guess. I mean, do you think Landen took him to Mexico because you keep saying, or out of the United States? Because you keep saying she's involved?
It's perfect. I'm not going to ever say anything else.
No.
Not your wife anymore.
Oh, listen, she's not my wife, so you're my wife. So I hope you're not talking bad about yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, you can DM me all you want, that's the truth, but, I mean, it just, you guess that he's not in the United States, but you keep saying she's involved. How could she get him out of the United States? Hello?
I don't care what you can tell. Until I'm blue in the face. In my opinion, she's involved, in my opinion.
Okay.
And her deal went wrong. And now she is losing her mind and wanting to do everything she can to keep the finger pointed at me. That is what I feel. Because she wanted a plan to get the kids back, for Gannon to come back. Oh, you're not being safe by letting them stay home alone. That was probably going to be the first thing. You had him home alone or whatever. That's exactly what happened. And I'm against the world trying to prove it because I don't even have my husband on my side for it.
But I've told you all along, I'll work with you. I'll stand beside you. Yeah, it is. It's working together to find Gannon. That's the only thing that matters right here.
Well, you've worked with her.
Yeah, and I mean,
Aren't you staying in the same hotel with her?
nope.
Their pictures never have your shoes all in them.
Well, good, because I'm there with my daughter to put my daughter to bed doesn't mean anything. I told you the whole time I was in a separate hotel room.
You.
Well, no, that's her daughter too, so we split time, and I don't have to justify myself to you about that. It's her daughter, it's my daughter, and we're splitting time. We're helping take care, because guess what? Guess what's going on with Lena? Her brother's missing. Have you thought about that?
Lena?
Yeah, and Lena's brother's missing, and she gave her statement that said, "I love you, Bubba, and I miss you. Come home." Okay? Yeah. And I mean, and I could take that down a rabbit trail, but I don't really want to do that right now because I don't want to piss you off.
Take it down a rabbit trail.
Yeah, you want me to?
Really? Why would you take what a child said down a rabbit trail?
No, not what you said, what another child said about it, but I don't even want to go there because I'm not trying to do that.
And look, okay, don't do that because you know why? You picked your biological children mean the most to you.
So do yours. So do yours.
That's just life. Okay? That's life. Okay? So there's no beating these kids up over this.
Yeah, okay.
I did not want Carly to stay there with you with Landen being there.
Oh, yeah.
Did not. I would have, so that she could have stayed in her home, operated, stayed at work, everything.
Yeah, okay.
As long as I was able to know she was okay every day, but I was not doing it with Landen.
Yeah, okay. Like I said, that's a rabbit trail I don't want to go on because I don't want to bring a innocent child into this, like somebody else did. So,
Well, that's the truth.
well, there's a lot of truths involved in that we're not going to get into right now. But you know what? Something that's been bothering me from the day Gannon went missing. Okay, that text that was sent to me from his phone was complete bullshit. Okay, the text he sent to me about bath salts and all this shit. It sounds like a great story to me, but it's not Gannon. Okay, yeah. Okay, so my question is, what?
Now you're gonna get Mike's theory. Oh, here comes Mike's theory. Go ahead.
Mike's theory? What is Mike's theory? Let me hear it.
Mike's theory is that I gave Gannon bath salts.
No, I was never even going there. My question here is that absolutely wasn't Gannon sending those texts. I know. Okay, so my question is this. Did you send them, or did somebody force you to send them, or somebody else was involved and they sent them? I mean, tell me about the bath salts, because that's not Gannon.
Okay.
That's just not Gannon.
And I didn't send them either.
Okay, so who did?
I don't know.
Did somebody force you to send them?
I don't know, Albert.
You just said you didn't send them, and I asked if somebody forced you to send them. You said you don't know.
Listen, you're not getting anything from me, okay?
Yeah.
Until you are on my team.
Okay. I'm trying to be, but you're not working with me. It's not like, this is not like every single other situation in our marriage, okay, where it's like, I give in 100% and then you give me a little bit here and there, just like with the money. Remember, I had to tell you how much I loved you and put your picture on Facebook for you to tell me about the money that you took. Not Facebook, but Instagram. Remember that $8,000 or $9,000 that you took. I mean, but it's the same thing you're trying to do here.
Picture on Facebook?
No, Instagram. I said Facebook, but Instagram. You're the only one. When you took the money, it was like, oh, you don't love me. You're hiding me. But the point is here, you're trying to get me to go all into you without anything from you. That's just not how this works. Okay. It's just not how it works. So in this situation, it's not money. It's not clothes. It's not an item. It's not a picture. It's a person. Okay. So that's the buy-in. The buy-in is the person. You give me what I need to find Gannon, and you got a little bit of buy-in from me.
I already passed the lie detector test, and you already told me you still didn't want nothing to do with me. So
No, you didn't. You told me you did, but I haven't seen it. You won't. You'll show it to Nancy Grace, but you won't show it to Al Stauch.
you to me, you wouldn't.
I've asked you to meet. I've asked you to show up. I mean, did you wait? Hold on. Let me.
Did you like at least spend time with your wife? Is what I said. That's all I said. And like you went on this thing, like, and you know that it bothers me because I'm like, I know that you are sitting over here giving. This is exactly how Landen wanted it.
No, hold on. Let me tell you, the buy-in here is also that the poly. That's bullshit. You didn't come to Denver and do a poly. Okay.
Oh.
I set it up and my card never got charged.
Yeah, you told me you couldn't give them the name, so I scheduled my own.
Oh, okay. So now the story's changing. Again.
Changed. I paid $500.
Okay. Send me the credit card receipt.
Who's got who did it?
Give me the results and give me the credit card receipt showing that you did it.
So
Cause boom.
I will see. I will meet.
Listen, Nancy Grace might believe it, but I don't believe it.
Okay, fine then. Fine. If Nancy Grace don't believe it and she and her crew don't verify it and sees them herself, so now you're saying she's a liar?
It's like, what's over her future?
Is she a liar?
Say we get back together every night.
Is she a liar?
I don't know nothing about no Nancy Grace. I don't even know how that's even relevant. Okay.
Okay, here, right here. I'm gonna send it to you.
Let me ask you this. While you're sending that to me, you want a future with me?
Yes.
What is our future going to look like without Gannon? Answer that for me. And think, before you give me some bullshit, think long and hard about what our future looks like without Gannon.
Well, I don't have any involvement in Gannon. And I feel like that proving it with the polygraph, answering questions and trying to get people on the right track of looking, the future should be together. And it definitely takes a lot help from Jesus Christ. And praying that every single day, as hard as it may be, that it'll be one of those things where people come home or whatever.
But he can't, you said come home. He's not a runaway. Somebody's got him is what you said.
Okay, that meaning that there's been plenty of times that people have done this and something happens to someone, they take them and tie them up in basements and all this stuff. And then there are good stories to this. There are.
You're not convincing. I asked you what our future looks like without Gannon, and you just went on some tangent about you didn't do anything.
supported and we work together to keep every effort in finding Gannon. If it means we have to join organizations together to help other people find their children while we're searching for Gannon. If it means that everything we do, from building stuff or setting up monuments or things like that, for people to come and be like, hey, can you help? Like, we have help.
Okay, all right.
That's our future, because that's a greater plan that God could have.
Okay, so, okay. Fair enough. So our together starts now. It doesn't start when Gannon doesn't come home, okay? Our together starts now. So start with the bath salts. That was bullshit, wasn't it?
No.
It wasn't? So Gannon sent that to me about bath salts.
Okay, so
Because, no, but I want you to understand why I asked you that, because we know the friend was bullshit because he didn't leave to go to a friend's house. Okay, and the bath salts were directly involved with the friend because the friend asked him about the bath salts. So if there is no friend, then there is no bath salts.
there is, and here's why.
So there is a friend or there is bath salts.
Oh,
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm listening. I'm sorry.
the bath salts were involved in the spot. When I talked to Gannon, and clearly said that they had talked to him about bath salt at school during his, doing that drug thing, right?
The one that happened weeks before he went missing?
Right.
Okay.
He said he already knew about bath salts during this time. He already knew. He knew what they could do, dangers, and things like that. However, someone did tell him that if they could bring bath salts, because it's part of this challenge, that he would get to play with them. He didn't. Gannon didn't want to do anything with bath salts. In fact, I even showed Gannon how bath salts can be good. Meaning, I said, when you went and did your bath bomb, if you would have put bath salts in there, it kind of helps you breathe a little. It helps you relax. Gannon didn't have any intentions to go eat or snort or whatever bath salts. Or at least not from my opinion. I don't think he did. I think he just sincerely wanted to play with whoever this was.
So why? So this was, when did they ask him about this?
About
The bath salts. When did the thing come up with the friend? Because another thing about Gannon is he, like say the puberty class, as soon as he hears something, he comes home typically that night and talks about it. So he waited 2-3 days to talk about it.
He came in and talked about the puberty.
Came in and what?
He came in and talked about the
I can't hear you.
He came in immediately and talked about Friday. Immediately
To
when he
you?
came in.
Okay, and you didn't mention it to me Friday?
But he said when he was talking that they're not good for you.
Right.
There was no, he didn't say anything like, hey, I'm about to go get
Right.
the sauce.
Right, but you're okay, but you're a good mom. Why would a good mom not tell, her husband, father of the child, that day, hey, Gannon asked about bath salts. We probably need to address this, because you usually do that. So you wait,
I didn't think about it.
you waited till he was missing to text me about bath salts?
No, I sent you, what are you talking about? You sent me the message about bath salts. And I said to you, I said, yes, he came in last night. Go read your messages.
Okay.
I said,
Okay, but last night from that message, the message was Monday. Okay, so you just said last night being Sunday, but then a second ago you told me Friday. So did he?
Friday talking about it,
Okay,
yes.
but you said he asked you Sunday. You just said he asked you Sunday.
Sunday, did we have any?
Come on,
About it having any or different.
come on, Tisha. So so Friday, he comes in and asks you about it, and they're bad. And we all know how he is about bad stuff. Okay, he hates it. His mommy does bad stuff. He thinks Mike does bad stuff. Okay, so Friday he tells you guys have the conversation of bad stuff, bath salts, and he still comes back Sunday and asks you if you have any.
the bad stuff was not just bath salts. It was in general.
But you just said it was,
He was telling me about the things that people were talking about because apparently his class is a halfway decent class, like good kids. Okay, but when they go outside, in which one of the moms, I know who she is. If I could show you a picture, her little boy is in the opposite class that Gannon's in, and he's just a nightmare. Okay, so I guess on recess or outside, they have conversations about this. And all he was talking about is the people that were talking about bathing. That's it. He didn't say to me, hey, I'm going to whatever. I'm telling you, someone peer pressured him that they could hang out and play. Just to see. Peer pressure. Gannon had no intentions of doing nothing but playing at somebody's house.
whose house?
I've made that clear to you. I don't know.
Yeah. But that's all, that's not like Gannon either. So do not tell us.
Well, that is the truth, okay? Because you can sit here and say some things are not like Gannon, but we've caught him doing certain things, okay?
Like what? When?
He will catch children do some things, and we have to be like, can't always say in our life, that's not like them. We can not be instilled in them and hope that they make the best decisions when they are crossed with these things. But the past sauce has completely nothing to do with what Gannon was going to do. Gannon was not going to go do anything bad with bath salts.
Hey, listen, I don't, my battery's getting low, so I just want you to know that if my battery cuts off, I'm not changing my theme here, that together, one of the first things together is you give me these polygraph results, okay?
And I agree that you can meet me when I need this.
No, you send it to me and then I'll meet you.
I'm not sending it to you.
Okay, then we're not together. We're not together in this.
I am not sending a copy.
Tisha, I need you to send me a copy of the polygraph results, or you don't, it's not clear to me that we're together in this. Cut my phone off.
That's the end of that one, obviously. The next one is 29 minutes. I think it's up to you. I mean, we can start it or do it Friday.
Do it on Friday.
Yep.
Okay.
Third.
We might have more votes if we asked other people.
All right. With that, again, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our evening break, and I'll see you on Friday morning. Again, don't discuss case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Don't do your own independent research about any aspect of this case. Stay offline regarding this case. You can still go do your Amazon shopping. Just don't start looking for anything about this case. Let people help you avoid any exposure of opinions or anything like that. And we will see you back on Friday morning at 9 o'clock. All right, the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time?
What's your courtroom going to be like tomorrow? Can we leave stuff in here, or do you have folks coming in?
People coming in person, most of it is
Person. Probably the
the
first case.
afternoon. No, the afternoon.
Oh, the afternoon. We have, I have suppression hearings on a homicide tomorrow afternoon. So there will be people here. They may or may not have other evidence for that suppression hearing. I don't know.
Okay, we'll get stuff out of the way then.
Yeah, I think if you push it more to one side, I think it'll be okay.
Okay.
We're going to put all of ours on that back
That's
table.
fine.
You think that'll be fine?
Yeah, should be. It's the Haas case, Dennis Haas. I don't know if you.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
so it.
Just move all of our stuff up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's somebody from your office, so if something happens to your stuff, you'll know who.
Know who to go after.
That's right.
There you go.
So, let's see, it's everybody else's, let's see,
Yeah, it's just WebEx.
everybody else is WebEx.
Yeah.
So it's just people from your office.
Okay.
Okay. So everybody on, Friday morning.
Yeah. All right.
All rise.
Oh, she's laughing her head off. As usual. Okay. Miss Dewey says, absolutely. You guys, members, you got some energy for a snarky debrief? To put my freaking robe on. Have to get that snarky robot. That was a lot. Oh my word. I can't believe how many stories she makes up. And actually, it gets worse every time. As the days go on, the calls are getting worse. Now, she's flat out blaming Landen, Gannon's mom. Before that, all the people in the house that are helping search for Gannon, well, she's just fled. And also blaming Gannon and whoever, a lot of victim blaming. And also saying someone, the peer pressure story she tells about the bath salts. Oh my gosh. Brenda's like, snark it up. I don't even know what I'll say, but we can go there. We can have a member stream and type in all caps, whatever we want. Not yet on the member stream. So I haven't set it up yet. I will have to end the stream, set it up, and you'll get your notification. But check the community tab. And you'll get a notification as soon as I go live as well. So there's that. Okay. So let's just quickly debrief. On Friday, there's going to be a 29-minute call first, and then a 5-hour one. Also, thank you for the new milestone we reached today. Welcome to 140,000 Grizzly True Crime subscribers. That's a cool milestone. So thank you for being here with us. Well done. There's 4,700 people still here. You made it. It's like, I think you're going to need a certificate after this trial, just for listening to all the calls. And that certificate will be on Patreon because it's the only place I can publish documents like that you can then download. So, yes. A human being says, did she ever admit to it? Not herself, but through her attorneys. Because of her attorney's advice, they said they know she did it, not guilty by reason of insanity. So, but no. And based on all her letters, no. Letters to the judge while she was in jail, nope, she's still in jail. But you know what I mean. 5 hours and 29 minutes. On Friday, guess what we're going to do all day? We're going to listen to calls. So you better prepare your eardrums. So I hope you get some rest. What else? I just want to see what I wrote down here quickly. Oh my word. When she said that Gannon was asking about, I'm South African, right? So castles. You guys would say castles. So she was driving around looking for castles. Wow. As if she was driving around Douglas County. Probably. We don't know where she went from Petco stop 1 and Petco stop 2. We don't know because she did likely, as thy kingdom comes in, leave Gannon's phone at the Petco, like she said. So she couldn't be tracked in Elle's truck. Dave the Pirate says, seriously, are kids talking about bar salts? I really don't think so. You never know. But at 11 years old, and Elle said that Gannon was like, you know how Gannon is about the bad stuff. So not only is she, I'm just going to say it because by now we learning more about her. So not only does she stash Swisher Sweets cigars in his backpack, but she also says that he wanted to take bath salts with a friend. What? Yes, there is. I believe there is a beautiful castle in the area. My point is that she's blaming Gannon for all her drive arounds. Meanwhile, she's driving around looking for a place where she's going to dump his body afterwards. That's a pretty scary thought because he was in the back of the car. From everything we know, still alive. That's scary, right? Welcome to membership. And then when she said this, she was looking for something to slice stuff. That was a very, very scary sentence. Oh my word. That was like, sorry, what? Even Elle was like, what? Sorry. She's like, to like smooth the wood, cut the wood. Whoa. C minor op 67 says prosecutor could have said the state rests. Yes, the state rests after 2 days. That's true. But maybe so that the whole world, of course, the jury and the whole world can understand just how terrible. I think Letecia could go down as one of the most hated women, right, in history. What do you think? Welcome, Kelly. Yes, Alina's like, I survived the Letecia calls. Yes, we're all surviving those together, all here together for Gannon and to show his family lots of love and support. That's Landen, Elle, Harley as well, and any extended family members and friends, everyone that knew Gannon, of course, Lena. Yes, so blue hearts, okay. Grace says, Grizzly, do you think you'll cover another trial? Absolutely. If you know me at all, when I'm in, I'm in. Now we're in the trial club. So yes, absolutely. We have lots of trials actually coming up. I don't know what they'll show of the Brian Kohberger trial because, Idaho, Lori Vallow, we're only getting audios after the day. So there's that. So I'm not sure what they'll show there, but there's Kohberger, Troy Driver. I don't know when his one is. It could be next year. Delphi. Hello, Richard Allen, Delphi. Whoa, I'd love to see that one. So yeah, we'll definitely do more trials. Taylor Shea Business. Oh, she's terrible as well. If you've never heard of that case, check it out as well. Yeah, Grizzled. Oh my word. Tara says, thank you, G and mods for all your hard work. Yes, thank you so much to all the mods for all the hard work. Really appreciate it. And it's my pleasure. Coffee Bar Lady, welcome to membership. Dave the Pious. She's no Casey Anthony, but close. I was thinking of Casey Anthony. I was like, does she compare? I mean, right now, Letecia Stauch and Lori Vallow Daybell. Lori Vallow Daybell. They are two real pieces of work. Like, really, this is terrible. Also, Elle reminded us, I won't be long now, Elle reminded us of the $8,000 to $9,000 that Letecia took from him. So she lied about that before. When he said you gave it to Nancy Grace, but not to me, I'm not too sure what he's talking about. Not sure what she gave to Nancy Grace. We'll have to dig. If you can find it, if you find an article or a podcast episode or something featuring Letecia, let me know. Oh yeah, just someone peer pressured him. And then I just wrote down 29 minutes, which is going to be Friday's kickoff. 29 minutes and then 5 hours. Yes, Digital Dorothy says bath salts are so 2016. Love you, G. Yeah, they are so Letecia, actually. Yeah, I don't think she's insane. I think she was on bath salts probably, right? Okay, so thank you so much, everyone. Really appreciate you being here with me today. I'll see you again on Friday for the trial. We might do something tomorrow because I'm trying to keep updated with the Lori Vallow case as well, doing my best. That's usually what I do when I have trial bubblers from Letecia. I wake up, drink strong coffee, and then I listen to all the Lori Vallow audios. So I've listened to Colby Ryan and Lori Vallow on a call. That was quite something. We'll have to edit out the sniffles if I ever play that for you guys. There's a lot of sniffles in there. I want to talk about Zulema Pastinez's testimony and all kinds of stuff. So we've always got things to do, always things. And then there's my second channel too. So check that out if you've never seen it. Roxy, welcome to membership. So for everyone that became members today, or if you are already members, how it works is I'm going to set up a members only stream now. I'm going to do it within the next, we'll go live within the next 5 minutes, okay? I'll set it up, go live, and you'll get the notification. I'll also post it on the community tab. And yes, Stefan, thank you for reminding everyone to subscribe as well today. Thank you to all the mods. We did hit a new milestone. We are at 140K. Okay, so it's time to get those snarky robes on. And members, I will see you there. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone. See you soon. Bye.